That means I did it right. Okay. Good morning. Today is April 9th, and I hereby call the Libraries and Neighborhood Improvements Committee to order. Ms. Mauricio, can we please have roll call?
Members present, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Chair Walker.
Present. So we have one item on the agenda. This is item number 1, a resolution to transfer $983,565 of allocated funding in project L101031 New Raleigh Library to the Frazier L101030 Library and appropriate funds for the Library Services Division, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration.
So moved.
Thank you. So let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper has joined us. And Councilman Ford. Is there anyone present to present on this item?
I am.
You have the floor.
Okay. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. In this particular project, you have the new Frazier Library that is under construction. The prior library, or the Raleigh Library, has completed construction, and there was some surplus funds that the library services needed to reallocate and ask for your appropriation to complete this process, or this construction.
Okay, did we have any, thank you for that. Did we have any questions or comments for this item? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman Walker, Councilwoman Walker. What particular things that are needed under construction? And do you have an outline of everything that's needed?
I do not have an outline of the remaining construction items, but I do know that there are significant items that are remaining as far as the significant structural items that are still needed with respect to the Frazier Library. And the one library over in Raleigh is the library at the town center. So the town center is complete. And so there's an opportunity for a library to now reallocate funds to another library without asking for additional funds.
Okay. Is there, have you already, is there an ETA when you all expect to be finished?
I can get that from library services.
Okay.
Okay. I'm standing in the stead of someone from
and
the
someone
library.
else. You're standing in the stead of someone else. Okay. And the contract has already been, the contractors are already in place to get this work done as soon as these funds are allocated and transferred over?
Yes, ma'am. There's active construction now at the Frazier Library.
So we have no need for any more funding after this. This should cover everything and this should do it. Am I right?
No, I'm not going to commit to that because there may be some FF&E or some internal items post-construction, but this is actually to complete the construction itself.
Get those details for me, outline
yes,
what we
are. I'll get those
and
for you.
What the amount, you know, what we're looking at and what we are and what we need to finish in the ETA.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, I would like to take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and this item passes. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Thank you. Adjourn.
Thank you.
Already hit it.
I did it too soon.
Good morning. I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Chair Warren.
Also present. Colleagues, we have two items on our agenda today. Item number one is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Shelby County Government through its Division of Community Services to utilize a portion of the Greenlaw Community Center and provide community services. This services District 7, Super District 8, and it's sponsored by the administration. Could I have a motion for approval?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Now I believe we have a presentation. Mr. Walker, the floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
Sure. Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery Avenue. We have shared with y'all a copy of this memorandum of understanding. It's actually something we're really proud of. It has taken us a little while to get here. A couple of things to point out. This is an opportunity for us to leverage the social services and family-oriented services from the county inside of our buildings at no cost to the city. When we reopened the Greenlaw Community Center after taking back possession of it from MAM, there was a lot of intentionality and focus on what exactly it would do. Obviously it operates as a traditional community center, but given the fact that it had not been in our roster for close to 20 years, we wanted to think about how we could provide additional services in the community. Obviously, none of the folks on my staff are social workers. And obviously the libraries has worked really hard to bring in licensed social workers into their centers. We felt like this was a good opportunity to continue upon that mission. Essentially, and again, I can talk you through a little bit of the deal points, but this allows for 2 full-time employees from the Office of Community Services to be stationed in the Greenlaw Community Center and provide services. Some of the services that they intend to provide are trauma-informed training for park staff and volunteers, youth and adult trauma and resilience workshop for residents, access to support services for seniors and those with disabilities, rental and mortgage, utility, and case management assistance, and appointment-based satellite site services from the Crime Victim and Rape Crisis Center and the Youth and Family Resource Center for Greenlaw area residents. You'll also see, if you look through this, that this is a pilot program. This is our first attempt to do this, but in an effort to be forward-looking, the way that the MOU is written is that it discusses the ideal nature of Greenlaw Center as the pilot for this. But if both sides are happy with this relationship and we see the benefit, which I think we will, there is the opportunity to expand this into other community centers. But yeah, essentially we're asking for your support in this MOU, which again is of no cost to the city and allows us to provide additional resources in the community. And I'll open to any questions.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman Warren. I'm excited for this pilot to happen and to start, but there's some things that I'm just concerned about, maybe some additional things you'd probably need to think moving forward. We know that our children have a reading issue, reading and arithmetic and math, and maybe we can look into adding some additional assistance in that area as well, and to enhance what our children need, especially in those communities. And if we can move this forward into other communities, that would be stellar. But I would really like for you to look into that and see if you can implement that into this pilot, if it's not too late, to see if we could maybe move forward and just really think about it. I would love to have a reading program and mathematics. Our children have scored very low. We know what it looks like. We know what the numbers are. We know what the percentage is. And I think that is something additional that needs to be added.
No, and I think that's a great idea. And what I'll tell you is that I think that our philosophy on all of these programs is yes and, because I agree with you. I think that the needs are many. With this program in particular, the Office of Community Services is really more focused on social services.
Yes.
But that being said, we are currently in conversations. It's a hallmark of this administration to make sure that we're relying on all of our partners out there who provide services that we don't. and I'd love to, at some point, I'll be happy to have a conversation with you about our partnership with Literacy Mid-South. Every summer, we really work on summer reading loss in our community centers in a program that we've been doing for about 6 years now. But I agree, we need to do more, and we will make sure that we're intentional on our focus on that as well.
I would love to see the impact your summer literacy program. I work with Mid-South Literacy.
They're a great organization.
They are a wonderful organization to partner with. But I would like to see the results of the outcome of the children that come in, the data, and what the results are, and how enthusiastic after this is done with them reading and being excited about reading. So I'd like to see some data and some numbers.
Certainly.
What's your outcome and how many students attend, what is the participation rate looks like, and how we are impacting the community and that we have these programs in. So I would love to see those numbers.
Certainly, we'll be happy to share that with you. And in fact, I think we can probably set up something to bring in Literacy Mid-South and have a conversation about that.
Yes, and when you started, I would love to attend some of those literacy programs.
Certainly, no,
And so
we would love to have
send us
you.
an invite, and we'd love to be part of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker?
Can you share again what you just read about the trauma?
Sure. And these, again, it's one of those things where they give us sort of a list of things. We at least intend to do this. And the list that is in the MOU is trauma-informed training for park staff and volunteers, youth and adult trauma and resilience workshops for residents. And then the last is really, a very specific program with the Office of Community Services, which is appointment-based satellite site services from the Crime Victims and Rape Crisis Center and the Youth and Family Resource Center for Greenlaw area residents.
Okay, thank you for that. And who will be providing this trauma training?
It's all of these services are either provided by the Office of Community Services from the county or one of their partner agencies. And similar to us, there are groups that they either contract with or work in concert with that provide those services.
Okay, so for the additional agency that helps them, so could I find out who they are from you, or do I need to reach out directly to them?
I'll try to facilitate a connection for you. So this started, just so y'all are aware, when Dorcas Griffin was in the Office of Community Services, and she is now currently the Deputy CAO. We still have a good relationship with that office, but I need to find out who the person is. So I'll make sure that we get you connected.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no other questions, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Chair is aye. Ayes have it.
In typical fashion, because of the outage that occurred at the last meeting, we'd really like to get this executed before the end of the fiscal year. So if we could ask
Can
for
we
same
have
night
this
minutes.
with same night minutes without objection?
And no cost to us, right?
No cost, ma'am.
Without objection, we'll move forward. Thank you. Item number 2 is a proposal to evaluate the needs of Mud Island Amphitheater, District 7, Super District 8, requested by Chairman Smiley. I need a motion and a second. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. And Mr. Walker, the floor is yours for introduction.
I was about to say, and I will yield it quickly. We have received from Memphis River Parks Partnership, the group that runs Tom Lee Park and all the riverfront parks with the exception of MLK, that there was a qualification letter and a proposal from Arkamania to provide services to evaluate the needs of the Mud Island Amphitheater. And again, Chairman Smiley requested that this come before the committee. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Art Davis, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Memphis River Parks Partnership.
Mr. Davis, name and address for the record, please, sir, and the floor is yours.
Art Davis, 2261 Monroe, 38103. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Memphis River Parks Partnership, and the proposal before you was at the request after a discussion with Chairman Smiley and our President, Carol Coletta, and we really wanted to be able to update the information that we have on the Mud Island Amphitheater. There are promoters who are interested in it. Each one of them come from a different perspective and a different idea on what is best. So we believed that the best thing to do was to provide a study and a report that comes from the perspective of what is best for the public and what is best for the amphitheater and not one particular vendor. And that would tell us exactly what we needed in order to get an amphitheater that is progressive, flexible, cost efficient, and not only good for today, but good for the future as well. So we reached out to a local firm, Arpa, who has a lot of experience in outdoor facilities, and asked them to prepare a proposal, which is before you today. It looks at not only the amphitheater itself, but a 75-foot radius around that, so that the experience may be expanded above that. We can build in landscaping opportunities as well. And the deliverables from that report will include several different things. One, an executive summary, concept narrative and illustrations. It'll also give us some visioning. It includes some charrette meetings and also a order of magnitude capital budgeting that we can use for cost scheduling, precedent images, and several other things. We believe that you go in this route and having people involved from Memphis will be able to give us the results that we need so that we can determine what next steps are. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You know, one thing I'm looking at and wondering about is how many venues can our city support at this point? And have we had any sort of study to look at that? Because I know we've got venues of about 3,000 that are down at Graceland now. We have the Overton Park Shell. We've got the mobile shell. I guess, other spots. I mean, I am definitely for this project, but I think at some point we need to probably look and make sure that we're not overbuilding our capacity and trying to doom every one of them to fail because we're spreading it too thin.
I think that's a very good question, and although I'm not a promoter, I would say that we are not at that stage yet in Memphis because there is continued interest in the amphitheater. I think a lot of it has to do with the promoters and the size of crowds that they bring. The Shell, excuse me, the Shell, I believe, has a standing room only number of 3,500, and the amphitheater is 4,000 seats. And can be expanded up to 5,000 with bleachers or some type of other SRO opportunities there.
Yeah, and it's a great venue if you've ever been to a concert.
It
is
is.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Thank you, Chair. I can remember some phenomenal experiences over there with the museum, going over there to concerts. I can even see a hotel over there, restaurants. We can't just keep giving up all of our properties. Nick, what would it take for, or would it be possible for Memphis Parks Division to manage that property?
So there's a couple of issues with that. I'll preface before I answer your question. One is that there is a contract with Memphis River Parks Partnership, the nonprofit that runs that property. Given the fact that it has never been on my radar, I don't know that I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. I'll tell you that currently the city gives about $3.5 million in a grant to them to operate. Their operating budget's somewhere between $15 and $20 million. Obviously, a lot of that is earned revenue, but a substantial portion of it is donations because they act as a nonprofit. So the short answer is we'd have to look into it, but I don't know on top of the contractual situation how easy or difficult it would be.
How long is the contract?
Man, I'd have to put, Art, do you know it off the top of your head?
I believe there's 9 more years on it.
Ooh, Lord have mercy.
Excuse me.
But it seems like we just at a standstill. I know I've been on the council over a year, and it's like Nut Island is just there.
Well, I think I get a sense of some of the commentary. And what I'd like to do is I'd like for the administration to kind of take this back, review the agreement, and then, of course, work with MRPP and just let's do a feasibility study.
I thought that's what this was, a feasibility study.
So what
well,
Chief Adams is referencing in terms of feasibility, what it would look like if the city of Memphis ever decides to control and run the downtown parks. Yes. I think what Chief Adams suggested. Yeah, what was said was, I think Director Walker said 9 years. What Chief Adams saying is a feasibility to see what it would look like if the city of Memphis took this task on.
But to accurately answer that question, I think in the meantime, we still need to, program and come up with possibilities to make sure that we have a better park and have more programming there. So I don't want to stop what MRPP is doing, and I do get the sense and I get the commentary, but before we could tell you, meaning the administration could tell you what it would look like for Memphis Parks to take it over, let us do a feasibility study, because again, we did enter this agreement for a particular purpose, and there was a business reason to do so. Now we need to look to see if that business reason exists for us to then bring it back in-house.
Question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So as far as this particular resolution, to try to get a study to see about the feasibility of getting this amphitheater up and going, do you want us to hold that, or can we proceed with that?
No, I think we should proceed.
Okay,
with
that was my thought process also.
I think that there is work to be done in the meantime, but allow us to then, from the administrative standpoint, to look to see if it makes sense to even bring this back. And if it's good business sense, then we'll act accordingly.
To bring back the concept of taking down all of our park management back in.
Correct.
Okay, so we have two issues on the table here. One we're voting on. The other you threw in to say you're going to look at that and bring it back to us.
Yeah, because I don't think it's fair at this particular point to mix the two issues. One, with respect to parks overall, allow us to study that, but the present issue at hand, I think we should move forward with.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Walker, I've got you, then I've got a couple council members. Go ahead.
Just a quick point of clarification. This is a discussion item. There is no action to be taken today, in part because the resolution is written as a discussion of this. In part because...
So we don't really have to, we don't have to vote on this either.
You don't have to vote on anything today. No, this was just a conversation about the proposal itself and the fee associated with it.
Okay, so the proposal is going to actually be acted on by MRPP. Correct?
Yes and no. I'll just be in full transparency here. There is no funding source for this is part of the problem. Originally, there was money allocated to evaluate the park. I believe it was $3 million. 1.5 of that was allocated for other purposes. And then the final 1.5 was divided between Memphis Parks, which has been assigned to projects, and $1 million was given to Memphis Fire for improvements to the fire stations. So currently there is no funding for this.
Councilman Smiley, I just wanted to make sure that you heard that particular bit on funding. Would you say that one more time, Mr. Walker?
I heard it all, I knew it all.
You knew it already. Okay, good deal. All right.
But I defer to Council Green.
Yeah, Councilwoman Green, you're next in queue.
On the item that's here today, that's up for discussion, what is the price tag of the study?
$181,000.
And have there been previous studies already completed but not yet presented to the council?
Not on the amphitheater specifically, no.
Are there other previous studies about Mud Island that have
There was a study by Adjourn, and I don't know if it has been presented to full council, but I know there's been discussion with various council members, but I can't tell you whether it was.
Okay, and so that was for all of Mud Island. Do you know how much that one cost?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can find out for you.
Well, I would like if we're going to continue this discussion, because my understanding that study that covered all of Mud Island was only $75,000, and I would like to be able to see it and see if it already answers the questions that we're trying to ask for $181,000. I would also like if we're going to have this separate conversation, Chief Adams, if we could have a defined date of when you think you can come back with a feasibility study for parks. It's a great question by my fellow councilwoman. It's a fine answer that you want to get your ducks in a row. I'm a lawyer, I know. Lawyer to lawyer, I feel you. But we can't just leave it out there and not also have a date to bring that back to. So I would ask that we have a date to bring back the study that costs $75,000 for all of Mid-Island, and separately a date to bring back the feasibility study for us to take this in-house.
So just to piggyback off what Councilwoman Green said, I think what she's requesting is first the $75,000 study presentation, and then the discussion again. So $75,000 discussion about whatever the initial proposal was, and then come back to this one here. And then I guess at that point in time, you will come back with a feasibility study to say what it would look like for Director Walker to his role to be more expansive. He looks so thrilled,
like
y'all.
he needs more work.
He said he'd be okay with a pay bump, I think. Mary Young? Okay.
Thank you. I think in the following order, I think we have Walker, Cooper Sutton, and Swindon, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of my questions have already been asked and responded to, and possibly this came from this previous study, but I know that there was a study several years ago and people were saying that they didn't care to use the monorail. And back in the day, we used to use it, all the time. But in most recent times, and as recently as a few months ago, I had lunch there at the all newly renovated Mahogany. And so a lot of people think that Mud Island has been completely dead. There are individuals and entities, organizations who, and you know this, who have, had events there, some of which I have attended in spite of the current condition that it's in. And so I just wanted to let people know that. And I think that the overall landscape and just being on the river, in spite of the physical, in spite of the aesthetics, due to time and lack of maintenance, the overall aesthetic with the riverfront, it is still a beautiful place. And I think it's one of our most unsung iconic landmarks, if you want to put it like that. But I just love it down there. And so to go past all the questions that I already had answered, my thinking is we need to hear from your study before we would pursue this one anyway. That just seems the logical path to do it, and this one isn't going to cost us any additional funding, correct? Is it?
So we probably will impanel a third party to kind of help us identify the true business cost and reasons in which we would do and bring those parks back under current structure. And then, of course, if there's going to be additional staff, things of that nature. So we want to be really, really deliberate about what we do and how we do it.
Okay, thank you for that. And in your proposal, you mentioned there would be community input. And can you all get community input as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully whoever you retain, they can be local.
Definitely.
Okay, all right.
Definitely.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman Warren. Well, seems like all of my questions have been asked. And Chief Adams has said something that it has been the business has been profitable. Your partnership we see what Mud Island looks like. We know what it could possibly be. And when I looked and I read this, we just got this. I guess you all just sent this over because we just received this. The compensation schedule, terms and conditions, number 5. I'm looking at that. And we would eat up the cost, the city would eat up the cost for transportation, the expense and travel expense. We'd be doing all of that. Would this be included in the 181?
Yes, ma'am. All those costs are included in the 181.
Okay. So we would, okay. So we will be eating up a lot trying to get this proposal done. At our expense.
Yes.
At the city expense.
Yes, ma'am.
So I agree with my colleagues and what they said, and I agree with Chief Adams. Let's do a feasible. I want somebody local, if we can possibly get someone local to do it, and we'll go from there and see what happens. Because what we don't want to do is keep and studying and studying and studying, and nothing is done. And so, and we're losing money at cost. And either we're going to do it and we're not, and just take it off the table. But what we're not going to do is keep spending the taxpayers' money and keep spending all of this money over and over and over for what we may be successful and may not be. But all these, we just got to stop. It's a point, either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. And if we're going to invest in it, we're going to invest in it. And so we'll start with what Chief Adams has suggested, and we will move forward from there.
We'll do, if you don't mind, give us an opportunity, meaning us and Parks, and then of course we'll involve the River Parks partnership as well, and we will retain someone local, and then they will come with a proposal, and we'll be able to present to you all what the proposal is, and then of course length of time in which they should anticipate to come back with the final presentation that we can provide to you all. But I want to make sure that we're very deliberate in what we do.
Yes, and just quit spinning the wheels. Either you are or you're not. This is a good investment, but we're not going to keep wasting the taxpayers' money.
Thank you.
I yield the floor. Thank you,
Thank
Chairman
you,
Warren.
Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swindon Washington. And
Answer my question.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. I'm not sure if you've mentioned it, but and if you did, I can circle back later. But I know there was a private company that had presented to us year before last about a zip line park there. And so are we not doing private? We're bringing it back into a city-owned venture. And if so, were there things that the private company noted that we can build on, or are we taking cues from anything they said as to why they changed their mind, and make certain that we address those issues and wherever we're going?
Councilwoman Logan, on that particular issue, one of the things I think they ran into trouble with was the group that has the license for, or that has donated that land to the city, objected to having a private funding source on that property, as it's supposed to be open and free for the citizens of Memphis to promenade. So I think it wasn't that we didn't want to go through with it. It was, I think, a legal challenge that made the company think we don't want to have to litigate this to put it in. Okay. So that's what stopped it. So it wasn't that we didn't want to proceed.
Okay. So that property has to be entirely a public property that anybody can come to. Mud Island.
No. The portion on
the promenade.
The promenade. So on this side of the bay was the problem. Because the zip line was going over the bay. So
okay.
The Mud Island side is fine. It's the city side, the promenade, which was donated to the city, cannot be used for a private purpose.
Okay. And I would like to understand that a little bit better in terms of seeing it on paper, because I think we've run into that with another one just this year, what part we can use and what part we can't, the museum. So I would like to understand that a little bit better. If you could send a diagram of what part has to remain public, what part has to be.
This may be a good
open.
thing for attorney-client conference.
Yeah, okay.
Since there's
all
a
right.
lawsuit going, so, Mr. Adams, if we could possibly
Have
get
that.
your lawyers with our lawyer to bring that to us.
Okay, and the second
Okay.
part of my question or request is, if I could get, or we could get a list of all of the studies that are out now, and what the status is, when are we targeting to be done with them, and exactly state what we're looking for out of that study. I know we did one, a traffic study in Cordova. This is a side note, Chief. In Cordova, I never got the results of that and where we're going with that study. So if we can always have almost like a sunrise and sunset on these studies, and then make sure we're getting that information and what the next steps would be from those results. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman, just as if I can, because I think I know one of the ones you're concerned about. We've actually met with 2 different landscape architecture firms about the feasibility study for Raleigh.
Okay.
The first one was a little big number.
Okay.
So we've engaged the services of a second to price to see if we can price compare, and we have been told next Wednesday, or sorry, the 15th. Yes, the 15th we should have, the week of the 22nd. There we go. We should have that proposal back, and once we have that ready to go, we'll certainly reach out to you about how the community engagement portion of that
Okay.
looks.
And I am definitely interested in knowing looking at even the study that was pricey, just kind of what was involved in that, because once I share with the community that, hey, they're looking at ways in which we can either fix this one or move somewhere, it's just, the feasibility study, and then you never hear anything, so I'd like to keep them informed on the status and what's involved in that. But I was talking about not just parks, but in general, there are a number of studies throughout that we've been introduced to over the course of time that I've been here that I would like feedback on to know where we are and where we're going with that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
We'll come back with a status update, and for those that are complete, we will come back with reports directly to you.
And one last thing, I didn't, and if you mentioned this, please forgive me. The study that you're looking to do, what you just mentioned about the Mud Island, I guess it's a feasibility study.
It's an amphitheater study.
Now, you said that there's a company that's going to take all the buildings that we have as a city and all the public spaces and all of that and let us know how to best use those, or so wouldn't that be included?
No, this is a facility conditions assessment. This company is just going to tell us the state of our building, the conditions, kind of help us with deferred maintenance so that we can start developing a strategic deferred maintenance program and plan. So we invest in our community centers, and we invest in our libraries, our police stations and fire stations, and we know when we get to end of life and we need to rebuild versus completely renovate. So that's a little different than what this is.
Thank you.
And we can talk offline to kind of
Okay,
explain.
we're
Let's do that. Thank you.
we're at 8:10 now, and we have one person who hasn't had a question, 2 people with others. So let's wrap it up so we can get to our next thing at 8:10. Council Chair Smile.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. I really don't have much to add, but we have the DNA here, and I know they've been eager to say a few words on this particular topic. Brevity is the word of the day, but come on down and sit beside Chief Adams and share comments specifically as it relates to the
You have a comment,
feasibility study.
Okay, all right.
Brevity.
Don't sing. Introduce yourself, name and address for the record.
That's Saturday night.
Let's hear
Might
some
need a
peanut.
song.
It's definitely not a Lafayette's night for me. Jared Price, president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. I'm accompanied by John Halford, who is also on our board. He is of Connect Architects and a developer and anchored and instituted in the downtown community. First of all, City Council and Director Adams, thank you guys for hearing this concern. The Mud Island Amphitheater is something that is very near and dear to the downtown community. Overwhelming support for its restoration exists. We do have some community data that was collected that shows that this is prioritized by the community. But one of the things we're here today is about the feasibility study. We too have requested the $75,000 assessment that was already conducted and have not seen it even after several requests. But the price tag of the 180 is a bit concerning for taxpayer dollars. We have an architect on our board that said, that seems a little high for a feasibility study, and that we actually have firms here in town that are local, as Councilwoman Walker said, that would be willing to do this for free if they can be part of the redevelopment. So that would save the taxpayers $180,000. So we would just like to, like to allow him to comment on the work that could be done on a feasibility study using local architects that are already anchors in downtown. John.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. So again, my name is John Halford, and I'm with Connect Design. So I'll just say a couple of comments here. First of all, I'm not here to represent my design firm, and I'm not suggesting that we're even the ones to do this project. However, I have worked at the firm that was mentioned earlier, and I do have experience with this type of project, so it's something that I'm familiar with, outdoor performance venues. And I have spoken to other groups in the city of Memphis. I think what Ms. Sutton, Councilwoman Sutton mentioned earlier is that we need to come up with a plan that we can actually do. And when you're looking down the barrel at a project potentially of this magnitude, understanding what the goalpost is critically important. And right now, to walk into this type of project without seeing the information from the $75,000 study, you don't know what the result's going to be. Is this $1 billion job? Is it $500 million? Is it $250 million? We need to know what it is that we're willing to do to activate this. So for myself, as somebody who does a lot of adaptive reuse development, my group does development as well, we try to focus on what can we actually do? How can we activate it? We've seen plenty of examples here in the city of Memphis where we've been able to successfully activate space at a very low cost. And so if that's something that we're going to consider potentially for this type of project, or if it's going to be a very, very large capital project, those are conversations that we should have before we release on studies that could potentially result in a proposal that would be untenable for the board. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Okay, two more people in the list, I think. Swearing in Washington has a question.
Wasn't there some talk at one time about putting a Ferris wheel over there as well?
I mean, there's been dozens of ideas of things out there, and again, I think just two notes real quick, just based upon what they said. One, Archimedes is a local architecture firm. I'm not advocating for this, but I just wanted to point that out because I want to make sure that we're not disparaging a local architecture firm who's built a community center for us. And then two, there is, I want to also point out that contractually, it would be very difficult to let someone do a feasibility study for free with the promise that if we ever do a project, they will get to be the firm that designs that project. So
you can't do that.
You can't do that. Right. So again, I think to their point, I am not advocating for this, but I just want to point out legally there's a concern there. And two, I want to make sure it was clear that folks know that Archimedes is a local architecture firm.
All right, thank you.
I got a question. Carpenter firm. The firm that you're suggesting about the Ferris wheel, I believe it was Carpenter off of Hulling.
They were the ones who also
the zip line thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I brought that one up, okay?
Okay.
Because, we got a beautiful bridge out there. We don't want to keep giving our parks away, okay?
That's
but
right.
That Ferris wheel, that's why I brought it up. It would accent the bridge and everything else, and hey, revenues coming in, and we need those revenues, not somebody else with the revenues, okay? Which is very important. And then you can look at some of these other cities that have that. They got a lot of different revenues coming in. We can afford. And I want everybody to understand, budget season is getting ready to come up. Mm-hmm. We cannot afford to give everything away to everybody, and hey, and we're going to have to foot the bill. And y'all talking about our constituents and everybody else, they're going to be pissed off at us, okay? Because, hey, we're giving everything away to and not giving them anything, nothing but a bill. And they don't want that bill, okay? Things are kind of rough right now, so, hey, we want to look at And that's why I said with the parks, piece here. Hey, and all of a sudden, we don't have anything. That's just like a lot of other items that getting ready to come up that they want to try to give away. We cannot afford to give these things away to these people where they can get rich and the city gets poor. You know, and I want to bring up one thing. I don't need to see Memphis like Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ford. I think we agree.
That's right.
All right, I think we have one last person, then we're going to close this discussion. I think we've had a lot of good discussion on this. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about the current management contract with 9 years left on it. So if we, under Chief Adams, we get our own information, and that information suggests that possibly we should be managing all of it, or at least the amphitheater, is there a provision in the contract whereby this would be allowable if we do want to move forward and do some things in-house, independent of MMRP? Is there a provision in the contract that would allow this? And if not, contractually, how could we move forward if we want to do it in-house?
Chief?
Okay, I'm not an attorney, so I can't answer that question directly. But I would like to just make a point of clarification here. This proposal does not remove the amphitheater from the operation of the city of Memphis and giving it to anyone else. This is simply to accomplish some of the same things that Mr. Price and his colleague said, and that is, what would it cost to get us an amphitheater that is in today's and the future use for this facility? Because right now, people are coming at it from different directions. So this study is not to talk about the feasibility of just the operation of that particular fixed asset, but to also say, what will it take to get it to be a great facility, a state-of-the-art facility today and for the future? And I agree with Mr. Price. We need to know what that cost is, and that's simply one of the deliverables from this study.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In the spirit of something that Councilwoman Springer Washington said earlier, I'll answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Which is that I believe that is what Chief Adams is discussing, having someone help us evaluate. Because again, it's an old management agreement that has been modified several times. We want to make sure that we do due diligence and completely understand all the ramifications of all the possibilities. And so I believe that'll be answered as a part of this.
Okay, and can we receive a copy of the current management agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
You had something for me?
No, ma'am. Everybody spoke for Chief Adams.
Okay, thank you.
He doesn't have anything else to say.
And after this robust discussion, I think we had a lot of good questions out there, and it's obvious everyone cares about Mud Island and the amphitheater. We are
Let me get this started. There we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started because we're running about 15 minutes behind schedule. I say that at the start to say we do have these presentations both electronically and we have hard copies with us today. So brevity is appreciated as you run through the slides. And I know for me, sort of a lot of the things at the end are what I was hoping that we could get focused on. But the April 9th meeting of the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Takesha, please call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, present. Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilwoman Walker, here. Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, present. Councilman Connally, Chairwoman Green.
Present. Okay, so item 1 is a presentation by the Greater Memphis Chamber on MEM measures, a tool developed to measure economic effectiveness, all council districts, and it was requested by myself. We have our presenter here today. You should have a hard copy in front of you, and you should have received a digital copy in your email. And just to set the stage, some of this information is new because it has recently been updated, but some of it I was presented as part of a workforce development fellowship program with the chamber. And as we start as a new council and I start chairing this committee, I thought it was good for us to level set, for all of us to kind of have a baseline of information of where things stand in Memphis as it relates to economic growth and our workforce. So with that, I turn it over to you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Tikora Murray. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Memphis Economic Research Group. We are the research entity at the Greater Memphis Chamber. So let me go ahead and begin. So we did a report. It's called MEM Measures 2.0. It is a comprehensive report that looks at a set of metrics. There's over 30 metrics that we measure, and it basically measures the economic health and well-being of the Memphis MSA. A few examples of some of the metrics that we look at are congestion level, strength of private industry, poverty rate, job proximity, et cetera. So basically, this is a tool that allows us to see how we are performing economically across our metropolitan peers. So we benchmark ourselves against peer metros similar to Memphis. Our data set looks at years 2019 to 2021, and we use a variety of data sources, Bureau of Economic Analysis, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and also census data looking at the American Community Survey. So why is MEM measures important for the Memphis area? Well, it helps us provide strategies that drive our economic development efforts so we can attract new investment to the area and also help our current businesses thrive. It also helps us strengthen our workforce initiatives by guiding workforce development efforts to match local industry needs, by analyzing employment trends and skills. Also allows us to benchmark to see where we are and where we're going to over time. So we look at the Memphis MSA, which is the Metropolitan Statistical Area. That's 3 counties in Tennessee, 1 in Arkansas, and then the 4 counties in Mississippi. We define our peer metropolitan areas based on metropolitan areas with populations of 1 million or more. And as you can see on the slide, we have them listed out: New Orleans, Nashville, Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Milwaukee, Louisville, Birmingham, Indianapolis, and St. Louis. So in order for us to truly understand the population and our economic well-being, we have to understand our population demographics. There are 1.3 million people in the Memphis MSA. Majority women, 52% are female, 48% are male. Racial demographics, 48% are Black or African American, 42% white, 6% Hispanic, and 4% other demographics or racial demographics. Our demographic overview, 45% of our population between ages 25 to 54 are considered prime age. Millennials represent 21% of our population. And then 27% of our population will be retiring soon. These are the people who are over age 55. 29% of our population have a high school diploma or GED. 22% have had some college education. 7.6% have obtained an associate's degree. 18% bachelor's degree. 12% a master's or beyond. And these are looking at 2022, because I'll have another slide that looks at 2021, so I don't want to confuse everybody looking at education. So we understand our population. We need to understand our labor pool. So there's a little over 1 million people here in the Memphis MSA that are working age, which is 16 years and over. Out of that population, our civilian labor force, which are people who are actively looking for work or currently working, we have 614,328 people. Those currently employed, 587,950. The total number of people who are unemployed is 26,378. So our current unemployment rate for January 2024, and this is all coming from January 2024, is 4.3%. Our labor participation rate is 58.8%, and that's close to the state figures. So now we understand our labor pool. Now it's time to kind of look at what type of occupations people are working in. So a lot of our workforce works as laborers, freight, stock, and material movers. And that makes sense because we are a distribution logistics center. I have a column here looking at the total number of jobs, and they're ranked by largest to least. And then I also have a column called location quotient that's looking at the concentration of a particular occupation in the area. So anything over 1.00 means that we have a high concentration of employment in the area. I also have a column looking at median hourly earnings. So this is basically if you have a whole bunch of different, hourly earnings, the one in the middle is what people are making. So that's the median. Then the last column looks at average hourly earnings. So that's the average of all the earnings that everybody's making. And that's the hourly. So we have some occupations that are making good wages, but then we have some occupations where a lot of people are not making enough. And I'll dive into that here shortly. So we also look at the demand. So now we're looking at what employers are looking for from our citizens here in the MSA. And majority of our job listings are for healthcare and management and sales and related. This is looking at the last 2 months of job postings. So there's over 27,000 job postings when I was looking at this. On average, there's about 13,000 unique average job postings a month throughout the year. So out of all those job postings, 27% of those job postings are looking for people that have a high school diploma or GED. The skills that they're looking for are communications, customer service, management, operations, and sales. Now, I have a point there that says computer literacy and Microsoft Office are now considered baseline skills. So those are skills that they expect as soon as somebody walks into the door. Here's that chart looking at 2021 figures. So educational attainment, so understanding where we are and how we rank among our peer metropolitans. We are last. So we have over, I want to say about 37% of our population in 2021 obtained an associate's degree or higher. However, we have Milwaukee, Kansas City, and Nashville who have over 45% of their populations getting associate's degrees or higher. So that's some room for improvement for us. So what are these people getting their degrees in? 32% of the awards in 2021 were for health professions here in the MSA. Following that is business management, marketing, and related support services, and then also liberal arts and sciences, general studies, and humanities. There were over 15,000 program completions in 2021. So that brings us to what is the living wage? So this is the theoretical income level that allows individuals to afford adequate food, shelter, and other necessities to live. So using the MIT Living Hourly Wage Calculator, okay, bear with me. For a single adult with no children in the Memphis MSA, you could earn a livable wage on $15.46. For two adults, both working, one child, $17.46 an hour. Two adults, one working, and no children, $25.40 an hour. One adult, one child, $31.10. So the average family size in the Memphis MSA is 2.6. So if all residents were single adults with no children, 22% of the area's workers do not make a living wage. If they only had one child, 77% of the area's workers do not make a living wage. 77%. And then looking at the 90th percentile earnings and assuming a traditional family with two working adults and two children, 30% of the population will never reach that living wage of $21.97. Never. So, so looking at the 90th percentile of earnings, and that's on the high end, assuming that a traditional family of two working parents with two children, and that our population, there's 30% of our population that represent that, they will never reach that living wage of $21.97. So, of that population, of the hypothetical, or 57% of this hypothetical group are women, and 50% of this group are Black. Are you guys shocked? Okay, so we're gonna keep zooming in. So, persistent poverty now. Persistent poverty counties are counties where 20% or more of the population are living at or below the poverty level for at least the past 3 decades, or census. So past 3 censuses, which is 3 decades, 30 years. Shelby County and the Memphis MSA are not considered persistent poverty. They are not. But if we want to dive into the census tracts of the Memphis city area, there's 220 census tracts. Out of the 220 census tracts, 123 of these tracts, which contain a little over 60% of the city's population, are considered persistent poverty tracts. These areas are represented by 50% of the senior population that live in poverty, and 84% of children live in poverty. So some of these areas have a median household income of $14,000 a year, which averages out to be about $6.73 an hour. And also we have the zip code 38126 is the zip code that has the highest poverty and lowest income in the area. So building off of that, our report also looks at other income trends and disparities. One is the Gini coefficient, which is a measurement of income inequality. So a score of 0 signifies perfect equality. Everybody's earning the same. Yeah, just in general, yeah. And then a score of 1 indicates extreme inequality. So our trend for the Memphis MSA from 2019 to 2021, we are slowly heading in the wrong direction. So in 2019, we were at 0.4918. 2021, we were at 0.4937. And then looking at median household income, the Memphis MSA had a 5.6% increase from 2020 to 2021. It was $56,926. However, in 2021, the Memphis MSA lagged behind the national median income by $14,000. And then we looked at cost burden households, which are households that spend 30% of their income on housing. Memphis ranks 10th among our peer metropolitan areas. Almost 30% of our population spends at least 30% or more of their income on housing. And then also in 2021, we found that 15% of our population are food insecure, meaning they don't have access to food. So at the Chamber, we have our Prosper Memphis 2030 goals. These are the Greater Memphis Chamber's strategic initiatives. We aim to attract 700 new advanced industry companies, create 50,000 high-quality net new jobs, sustain 2.0% or more annual growth in regional GDP, which is gross domestic product. We are seeing increases. We had a 38% increase from 2019 to 2021 for number of businesses in advanced industries. So we are doing well towards our goal of adding advanced industry companies to the Memphis MSA. Also, we had tremendous job growth in advanced industries. We went from 5.2% in 2019 to 15.8%. So Memphis is ranked third among our, this is something to celebrate, Memphis ranks third among our peer metropolitan areas in STEM growth. So we're doing great with bringing in new STEM jobs and employment opportunities. In 2021, Memphis also ranked first among peer metropolitan areas in job growth within advanced industries. but we can still be doing a lot better.
Thank you for that. And colleagues, I want to make note that Chairman Smiley, Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington, and Councilman Warren have joined us. We have a few in the queue, but before they speak, I just wanted to say, I hope this was as eye-opening for you as it was for me the first time that I heard this information. I am appreciative that this body is now representative in its gender. It only took us from 1819 to 2024. I am also appreciative, humorously, that legal jobs are not in high demand, and every time I encourage people not to be a lawyer and to go into the healthcare field and actually save people's lives, that your data reflects that. I will take that to all my interns. It is clear to me that education, in particular higher education and skilled certifications and stuff, are key in moving us forward, especially as it relates to the living wage. The living wage, it's something I and continually bring up in various committees of various forms and talk about how little people make here, because, you know, the chamber does do a good job about bragging about Memphis, and I will say, you know, we say $100,000 goes further here than anywhere else in the country, and that's great, but most people are never going to make it there. Most people in Memphis, and when I say most people, I also mean most women, most Black women, most single mothers who are Black women. That's who we're talking about, are never going to make it there. And it is important that we give voice to that over and over and over again, because the living wage impacts so many things, including food insecurity, including almost 85% of our children living in persistent poverty. We can't expect them to excel in school when they don't know where their next meal is coming from, right? We can't expect them to excel in school when their lights are getting cut off because they can't pay the MLGW bill. So I wanted to bring this to our body. I know there are probably burning questions. Again, we are running already 15 minutes behind. But I wanted, as we start this conversation about what economic development means for the city of Memphis and what we can do as a council, I wanted us to see where we are, where we're starting, okay? So first in the queue, I have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for bringing this to the body, and thank you all for putting the information together and presenting it. I do have several questions. I know some of them I'll have to wait, but one of the overarching questions is, with this information that you all have, what are we doing with it? I did note that you said you all have Prosper Memphis 2030. I wanted to know, how is Prosper Memphis 2030 going to impact the stats that you've shared, and how it's going to close those gaps and move us up on some of these charts? And is there a timeline to do that, or a period of time that you're looking to do that in? Another strong point is regarding education, as you've mentioned. On so many occasions, you hear that the reading proficiency rate in Memphis, or the academic rate in Memphis, is so low. How are you all using this information to have a conversation with the school system, at the state level, or wherever we need to be talking about education, to change these numbers? Because you're going to, we have to start there, and even before, in conjunction with that, addressing those issues of poverty, what wraparound services or nonprofits or funding, or what can we do to alleviate those barriers that are keeping the young people from learning, because they're eventually going to be the ones that we have to pull from. And if they're not able to read, if they're not able to think critically or listen, and if that is being impacted by poverty, it's somewhat of a vicious cycle. So we're going to have to take this information and make it make sense or matter, or begin to deploy it in a way that is going to raise these numbers and stats for us, not just looking at them, but effective change, and get us off of these lists. So ultimately, where do we want to go with this information? What does that look like, the end result, or the result that we're trying to accomplish with this? And so then I do have some more granular questions that I will reach out to you about, because it's great information if we take it and utilize it. Because like some of the civilian labor force numbers, 614,000 is that 16 years and older? What percentage of that is 16, 18, you know, what percentage are grown folks that can work, that type of thing? I would like a little bit more information so we can digest it.
Thank you. Bobby White, 100 Peabody Place, Memphis, Tennessee. I do want to just speak to your, and I know time is limited, but a couple of things I do want to just speak to these numbers and raw data and statistics and realities are shaping our strategy. For instance, as you look, the slide there was talking about educational attainment when you compared associate's degrees and bachelor's and master's plus degrees in comparison to other cities. But one of the things that we have really leaned into has to do with industry credentials, as Chair Lady Green mentioned, which is essentially this idea that you can essentially go get an industry credential and have a great paying job or career without having to obtain a 2-year or even a 4-year degree. So we've really leaned heavily into that strategy with legislation we've sought at the state level. It is shaping how, you know, if you look over a long period of time, CTE has been stigmatized, not just here locally, but across the nation, where it was this whole idea that if you were one of the smart kids, you go to college. If you weren't not as much, you would not, and you would do vocational technical training. And that has turned on its head here recently with the jobs and the industries that are supported by industry credentials and people who are in that technical and vocational space. So we've leaned into that in that space in terms of what we're doing there. Another piece is with the support of Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, workforce shifted over to the Shelby County side. We stepped in as the interim fiscal agent for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds that come through the state to help kind of fix that system to ensure that it is operating at a level to provide those opportunities. And then also, we're very excited about our budding partnership with school district with new superintendent, Dr. Fagans, because again, we need to increase dramatically that CCTE space in order for us not to even wait for young people to graduate high school for them to go into those areas, but to figure out, again, what it looks like for us to retrofit classrooms and build out programming with businesses taking a leading role in partnership with the district so that after high school graduation, they've already obtained some of what they need to be able to transition more fully into a career, not just a job.
Okay, and that is great to hear. In terms of reading, you know, getting those certificates, certifications, but in terms of being able to read to get them, I'm very interested in what are we doing about that. I heard you say that Shelby County now has they are the ones that are dealing with workforce development. And I know that is now a nonprofit, the area. So how does that work with you all?
Yeah, not to go too deeply into it, but there's been a transition that's happened on that side. And so the chambers, again, we want to appreciate County Mayor Lee Harris for the partnership and the trust he's placed in us. We've kind of stood in that space. There's a new board. And so they're now getting into that space to ensure that all those programs are operating at the highest level. I have some history in terms of knowing what it was like on the city side and the history of that WIN, or now Workforce Mid-South, or the local workforce board. The idea is that we don't want to send any money back to the state that is unspent for training opportunities. And we're leaning into that kind of heavily with some leadership that we've been able to put in place. And again, appreciation to County Mayor Harris.
So you all have a place in that space right now as a governmental entity, whereas it was nonprofit. And if I need to have that conversation offline, that's fine.
Yes, happy to do more and share more.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Now to Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was looking at the statistics and I was just wondering just some of the, verbiage about where they're talking about prime economic ages. Is that like an industry classification, or am I just feeling old? The prime age, 25 to 54. And it looks like over 55, everyone's supposed to be retiring. So I'm just wondering, is that really what's happening?
Hypothetically, yes. That's
Hypothetically,
expected,
yes,
but I can share with you the figures of ages that people are actually retiring now.
And it's not that, right?
It's over 55, but there's a lot more people retiring in their 60s.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, I couldn't quite figure out why we had so little health care when we were looking at, the numbers of jobs that were here, I think you had a list of all the different job opportunities. I'm trying to find the right slide. And like descriptions of laborers, retail people, they're not listed. So are healthcare people not listed in that particularly, because we have St. Jude's, Methodist, Baptist, San Francisco. We have a lot of people employed in the healthcare industry here. And I couldn't see that from looking at your top jobs and wages.
The job wage form, sorry. Here, can I go back?
So, I'm just wondering, because that to me seems like, I know we're dying for nurses out there. We have floors that we can't open, and emergency rooms are packed because we don't have people doing nursing.
So we have registered nurses. They make up over almost 14,000. So over 13,000 registered nurses.
They're on that list?
Yeah.
I just missed them? Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
we can go in further, but there is another slide that I think you might be thinking about too. It's that demand for nurses and people of the health industry. And we can even break that out further to look at what type of occupation specifically.
So, okay, I'm just wondering, it seems to me like, and I'm biased, obviously, that we have a strong need for making whatever we're doing in our educational and employment efforts to really be pushing people to get into the healthcare industry here, because we have a dire need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, I have Chairman Smiley.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for bringing them before us, and thank you all for bringing the information. I just, I think one thing about this council, we get a lot of presentations, and a lot of presentations give us a lot of information. I think one thing about us particularly is it's more so about action. So specifically, if you can, tell us what should this body be doing in terms of helping move the needle in a direction where we're putting dollars in people's pockets.
I'll take a little bit of that, and Chairman Smiley, I will just say a couple of things. One thing in particular, where the chamber is pretty remarkable for me, just having worked with the chamber over a number of years, because I think the need has demanded a different approach. You all have heard me say this before, how it's been like 10 years since there's been investment from the council, and that was by design, that the chamber stepped away. We've been the tip of the spear regarding economic development. But I do say this, I think that there needs to be more thought regarding what partnership can look like as we approach some of these critical areas. We figured out what partnership looks like, for instance, on the Shelby County side it had to happen in that way. So we figured out what that looks like. I would love for us to figure out what partnership could look like with City Council, for us to be strategic about what this work is, because as it relates to our economic development efforts, we're, in our workforce efforts, we're in a space that what we're doing now is supportive across the city. And so I think that there could be some conversations had into the future about what that partnership could look like.
And I do recall, we have Joanne Massey here with Edge. I do want, at some point, I think we should revisit the conversation about the type of business we are incentivizing to come to the city of Memphis. Because I look at it, and I don't know, $15 is living wage. I would say cap. I don't believe it. I think we need to be talking. We should, at some point, come back when Joanne Massey and you all
come into the next council meeting.
So it sounds like y'all may be coming back. I do want to talk specifically about what type of business are we incentivizing to come to Memphis, because I think Chairman Jones, Martavis Jones, he led the conversation, and I do believe then Ted Townsend pushed back on moving the threshold from, I think it was, I don't know if it was 12 or 15 to 21, but if we truly are committed to moving our community forward from an economic standpoint, I think we should be talking about those businesses and if we are incentivizing the right types of businesses to come to Memphis.
Yeah.
I don't remember, what could you tell us what the threshold is now? And now you up? Name and address and entity for the record. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Dr. Joanne Massey, Vice President of Operations, Edge, address 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1100. Councilwoman or Chairman, right now, the average for our pilots is $17 an hour. The minimum requirement is 15. And per the last discussion that we had, there was an ask for those who had families, and there was a breakdown of, number of children that you had, how much you needed to make per hour. But my add to the conversation is what Chairwoman Green has already said, which is that those with additional certification, training, or education can make more. So it's not that they can never get there. It's just a process in getting there where we are marrying our economic and workforce development activities and strategies together, which we are doing with the chamber. As the chamber said, they have the responsibility of recruitment, which is by MOU with Edge. But we also have a part in that strategy.
So I'm assuming if you're coming next week, could you also bring some information to talk about essentially what you kind of highlighted here from the standpoint of the business that we're incentivizing in their breakdown?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Already got it prepared.
Mr. White, you had a
Yes,
follow-up?
ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just, when you look at those numbers, I do want you all to know that our work, I say that it shapes our work, but I also want to understand that when you look at the existing jobs, don't think that because those are the existing jobs, that those are the jobs we're out there recruiting. There should be attention paid to the occupation demand, number one, in terms of what we know we have opportunities for, and that kind of shapes our workforce strategy. But there are new and emerging industries and sectors that we are also recruiting. And incentives are work of Edge. It's a tool in the toolbox that every city or community needs. But I do want to just make it clear that the work that we're doing, also we're looking at new and emerging industry. And without incentives, we're all over the place beating the bushes, and we're not shaping our work based upon low-level jobs. Those are not the jobs that the industries we are recruiting. We're not recruiting low-level positions, jobs. We have enough of those already. So I just want to make sure you all understand our strategy is being informed. High-quality jobs, skilled workers, that's where we are spending our time and resources.
Okay, I have, just so we're clear, we are I think 30 minutes behind. And I still have Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Councilwoman Logan in again. So let's start with Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. So with respect to the low wages, I'm not going to call any names, but there are individuals and entities in this city that use that to attract businesses. And I think we need to stop doing that. And I just wanted to go on record as saying that, and I'm not saying that the chamber has been doing that. Additionally, I know that you all are familiar with the poverty report, the poverty fact sheet by Elena DeVelga and Greg Blumenthal. And so has there been or can there be any type of intersectionality where we look at the poverty data and pair it with what you all have done? Because for thousands of people, we need to take a deep dive and understand why they are in these respective categories. And in her report, she talks about the systematic causes. So if there are things systematic that we as a body possibly do not have any control over, and you all don't have any control over, then how successful will the Prosper Memphis 2030 goals be if we're not getting into the real root causes behind why these people are in these respective categories?
So we can partner together. I think the data is related. Some of the stats in that report are similar to some of the findings that we have found. And I don't have the answer as to solving poverty or the systematic issues in the community, but I think it is a community effort to fix systematic issues. I think that it will take some type of group or entity to really do a deep dive into identifying the best solutions to solve those systematic issues.
So, and I appreciate that. So just the intersectionality, that could be as simple as a conversation with them with respect to what your goals are.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As I've sat here, and I'm going to echo off of Chairman Smiley, we get presentation after presentation after presentation. We know what the numbers look like. We know poverty exists. There needs to be something in place to move the needle here in Memphis. We are not even 21st century millennium ready to do anything. Memphis is 20 years behind intentionally. You come before this body and you present and you present and you present. I was just on the Hill. In third grade, there is a civic class that everyone should have taken, and there's a legislative body that lines up in a way that when you go and fight for your legislation in your city and your communities, your municipal places, and it starts at the state level, because we see what they're doing now. They're trying to take and diminish our power. We're here because it's mostly African Americans in this city, and we're poor. All these silos, this organization gonna do this, and this organization gonna do this. I'm sick of it. I've been here for 29 years. And I've seen this city and it's a recycle bin. You all go from one position to the next, and y'all sit in a room, and you collaborate together with your great minds, and it only fulfills you, because you give yourselves a pat on the back, but it ain't doing nothing for this city and the community. There's no vocational skills. Everybody's not college ready, and they're not going to college. But if there was something vocational for our students, Chairwoman Green talked about women. I'm gonna talk about black males that are predominantly locked up down there on 201 in the juvenile court. They have nothing, but the dope boys got more to give them than we do to offer our own children, because they're trying to take care of their black mothers and trying to provide in their homes because we neglected them. We come and make our 6 figures and move our out of our communities, and they don't see what professionalism look like. They don't be exposed enough to understand. So what you see is what you get. And now we're trying to play catch up. I'm sick of the silos here in Memphis. The school system, Chairwoman Green, she sees it all. She works on both sides, and she fights hard. I sit up here, and we make below minimum wage, and y'all don't want to give us anything, and we work our asses off. Emails, phone calls, trying to make sure that we move the needle in this city. And it's a recycle bin. You may not want to hear it, but it's the truth. It's called truth to power. Move the needle. Quit talking about it and be about it. I can't take another presentation. We know what the numbers are. We know what poverty looks like in here. We know what the minimum wage is. We know that we are below. We know all of that. But what are we doing? Just funneling money here, and stealing it. And it's over. If you don't stop what you're doing, God is going to expose you, and you're going to be butt freaking naked, and you're not ready for the repercussions that's going to come behind it. I yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton kind of touched on what I was going to ask about. Are we looking at some of the vocational opportunities to be able to tap in?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, and let me just say this, I appreciate the passion. I really do.
It's not the passion, it's real.
Yeah, it is.
It's real.
It is.
And I'm sick and tired.
It
And you
is.
know me, Elder.
I know.
It's not no passion. This
It
is
is.
real. This is real.
It
We are
is.
in it, we are living it, we are experiencing it, and it is real.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do about it?
Yes. And so what I will say to this, again, I appreciate it because, again, the extent, and I'm coming to your point, the reality of it is that I want to say again, for a Chamber of Commerce that's 185 years old, where this Chamber of Commerce is in terms of leaning into work in the way that we have not seen. I will just say this, that on the vocational side, that has everything to do with our industry credentials, what we're emphasizing in that space, how we've had legislation passed in Nashville to make it easier to be able to gain those credentials, how we're working with workforce teams and getting businesses to belly up to the bar to provide training. So that's how we're really looking to lean in it. But understand that we are not the ones. It was a national thing where people got away from the vocational and technical training, and we've got to rebuild what that looks like for the school district in a meaningful way. And we've been doing that work for the last several years, and would love the opportunity to share even more about that offline.
And even with the police department, they were needing some more individuals who are able to operate the drones and receive that type of certification. Are we looking at areas like that with technology?
Yes, ma'am. Like for instance, even Richard Smith at FedEx lets us know that some of the type of work that is done there as it relates to the technical training, kids that can manipulate those PlayStation remote controls, that's exactly the type of persons they need to do some of the work that FedEx has been doing in this robotics and this technical space. So we're doing more. I believe wholeheartedly you can't be what you can't see. So our leaning into this space is about exposure, but it's also about making sure that we're connecting real life opportunities with the young people who've never heard of them.
Do you all go into the schools? Last question.
We are a team of maybe 35. We are funded by our members, which means that the business community is funding the recruitment and retention of business. So we partner as much as we can. We provide information and help to shape strategy. We're not always the ones doing that work, but we insist upon it and apply pressure and support is always the term we use. Sorry, Madam Chair.
I was just saying it would be great if with us knowing that there's a need for those type of positions and meeting with guidance counselors or the students to let them know that these are the opportunities that are available. So when you go to school, you may want to major in technology or however, there's an opportunity for you.
But if there's a priority to be given, it's the priority for us to shape the training as opposed to just making them aware of the career. Let's help shape the training so you can take that course to get to that career. So it's not just some thing that's sitting out there and you have no idea of how to get there. So that's the space that we're leaning heavily into in a partnership with the district.
And I want to say one of the partnerships that you have to both your point and to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's point, you have partnered with me on my day job to help encourage members of your chamber to take people who are offenders re-entering our society, and not after 5 years and not after 7 years and not if you only have certain misdemeanors, but to give people truly second chances that have served their time and to start immediately. And so I appreciate that work in that area. Councilwoman Logan, you had up next.
Thank you, Chair. And I think this is a very healthy and robust conversation that we need to have. I have two things. When you come back, Dr. Massey, if you could share a little bit or talk about how economic growth at the macro level as versus in our communities are divested are going to need a way forward. so economic growth in communities, which is kind of what the space we're in, versus the macro economic development for the city as a whole. What does that look like, and how are we dealing with both? The next one is those standing up nonprofits. I know my colleague Cooper Sutton, Chairwoman Cooper Sutton mentioned silos. There are some nonprofits that are actually doing great work in the industries that we're looking for, the areas like AI, robotics, and coding, like Code Crew. I'm just using them as an example. I know you can't go out and create those type of industries, but pairing them or forging partnerships with the school system, with nonprofits like that, and making sure that when you say shaping the training, those types of nonprofits that are really doing the work that we need to move forward are connecting the two. And then the last thing, I think you all mentioned, Councilwoman Walker, you mentioned the other barriers and factors that impede upon us moving forward because of poverty and that systemic poverty. There is an organization, and I'm not promoting them, I'm just making them aware because we're involved with them more for Memphis, that is taking a holistic approach in looking at all of those factors. That there is community involvement, and they are putting money behind it, so that might be a place to reach out because they do have a holistic approach to it. And then what are we using to make Memphis attractive when we reach out to these businesses and industries to come to Memphis? Because of the things that we're dealing with, what are you using to promote Memphis? Because if they look at the proficiency rate, they look at the truancy rate, they look at the crime and all of that, it may not reflect the things they're looking for to come here. So when y'all come back, if y'all could kind of talk on those things and how we can help to impact those things.
Okay. I am going to get in so much trouble with Ms. Brooke. I love this conversation. I have Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington, and they promised me they have like 2-second comments. So I'm going to let them have their 2 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White, you just referenced a minute ago about being funded by your members. What are the qualifications to become a member of the chamber?
Pulse, and you got $500. But seriously, there is no, if you'd like to become a member of the chamber, you run a business, operate a business. I will say that our chairman circle is our highest level of membership, and so that drives the majority of our budget, and there is a certain amount there, but the super majority of our businesses are small businesses.
Okay, what's required to be a part of the chairman's circle?
Chairman's circle is $25,000 and up per year.
So I'm sure it's that way for a reason, but it would be great if some of the small businesses who don't already have that in place, if they could be a part of it, because I'm sure they can bring something meaningful as well.
We have a number of task forces and committees where they give their engagement. They are part of our board of directors. Small businesses, women-owned businesses are part of our board of directors. But to the extent that the chairman's circle drives the majority of our budget, they are one of our committees, if you will, as well. So we do have great representation across the length and breadth of the chamber in terms of how we engage members at every level.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. All right, last but not least.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share with our online listeners that a lot of times you need a driver's license in order to be able to qualify for employment. And Memphis City Council has partnered with Legal Services, and there will be a driver's license expungement clinic at McFarland Community Center, and that will be on April 20th from 10 until 12:30. That's it.
That is a really important point, and I know something that on my work in this area on the county side, we have also worked with our own HR department and other employers to make sure they're not using a driver's license as shorthand for residency and citizenship. that if that's what they need, there are other ways to get that, because there can be fines and fees that are really exorbitant and cost prohibitive to people to be able to get their license back. So that is an excellent point, but I'm glad to have that information out there.
Thank you, Chair.
And I do want to note that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us as well. Final comment, Mr.
Madam Chair, I
White?
just want to invite you all, based on my conversation with you, Madam Chair, and also with Councilman Spinoza and Chairman Smiley, we have a hub tour set up for you all, 10 p.m. hub tour. I'll give the date that we will be able to take you on the FedEx hub tour to see the miracle of overnight delivery, in addition to our wonders of the business world is what I'm calling it. So we'll have these quarterly opportunities for you all to visit.
Good morning, colleagues. We're a little bit behind, so we're going to try to catch up with Housing and Community Development Committee. Today is April 9th. It is now 9:23, and we hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee to order. Ms. Hale, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Here. Councilman Smiley. Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It is a resolution to transfer $750,000 from New Levi Library L 101 LI 1033 and 1 million from New Rains Police Station PD 02010 to Southwest Twin Redevelopment Project CD 01104. This will consolidate the funds in a single project. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Second. Moved by Dr. Warren and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I'd like to recognize Director Cash to present. Give us your name and address and
thank you.
Recognize.
Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you so much. Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main Street. This is really a budgetary item. We've been working for quite a while with Councilman Ford, others in the administration, to redevelop the Southwest Twin site at Rains and 3rd Street. The funding was previously in those two lines. One was in police in New Rains Station, and one was in libraries and New Levi Library. We are just consolidating those funds into one account so that we can encumber funds more easily, obviously pay contracts and vendors. While I do have the floor, the project is going well. We've had several meetings with police and libraries around what they're looking for within their spaces. We have retained Aaron Patrick Architects, Aaron Campbell, to be the prime architect on that. We're expecting, we're in the process right now. We've got our draft site layout, and so we'll bring that back to y'all when it's a little bit more refined. We have about $20 million budgeted, so this moves the FY24 funds, and then this will keep all the future funds in the project. And then y'all will see us in a couple of weeks, hopefully. We've received $1.5 million from the county towards this project as well, and so we'll have to accept those funds. On the engagement side, we had really great engagement and activity with DCA, Doug Carpenter and Associates, engaging the community. Last year, they did 4 events or activations, and we really wanted to get people to the site, get the site cleaned up. We've done that, and so now we're thinking about, we're looking at ways that we can continue that engagement and momentum while we go through the planning and design work. And so we're looking at some kind of either garden concept where the community, other nonprofits can be involved with that. And so hopefully more to come. And Councilman Ford, of course, will be talking with you about that as well. That is all I have. Happy to respond to any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Ford, any input, anybody?
All good, just trying to make sure we put everything together where we can move this forward. That's the main thing about it.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I concur with Councilman Ford. We have been with this project since it started, when it initiated, when they kicked it off. We have been a part of it. We've been showing up. We know where they are, so we're excited to move the needle, and let's make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Anyone? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on item 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This motion carries. Is there any further business before this committee? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Cash.
Ooh, Chairman Logan.
Good morning. Today is April 9th, and I hereby call the MLGW committee to order. Ms. Hayes, can we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and Councilman Warren, and Chair Walker.
Present. So we have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts, requested by MLGW. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Ford and second by Swearingen Washington. Okay, is there anyone present to present?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan from Memphis Lake Gas and Water, 220 South Main. So we have a number of items. As you know, we delayed some items from the previous council meeting, so we have about 3 items for approval on the consent agenda tonight, 3 meetings worth, about 27 items. So we had some dialogue before about some of the larger items that we wanted to get some information on. So tonight I thought I would start by today in committee going over some of the larger items so that we can give some background information for folks. So I'll move on to the next slide. I sent the presentation to you. We have about 8 items from the April 9th meeting. I'm sorry, this is not moving down here. We had some other items that were approved by the Board of Commissioners on April 3rd. That was the most recent meeting we had. And then we also had some items that were held from the March 6th Board of Commissioners. Andy, can you help me advance here? I'm not sure what's going on. One moment, we have a little technical difficulty. That's the one, yes. That's it. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to read every one of these to you, but there will be 9 items that we're going to cover here on the presentation, and I'll move on right to those now because I know you guys have covered a lot of territory this morning. One of the things I wanted to talk about, if we're going to talk about contracting for Memphis Lake Gas and Water and our purchases, I thought it'd be important to show you how we ended last year with our supplier diversity. So we had a 13% MBE spend, a 9% WBE, and a 12% locally owned small business spend for a total of 34%. And the locally owned small business is everybody who is just not certified, but they're a local business. They could be any variety, but they are not certified as an MBE or WBE. So it's about $113 million of spending out of our $334 million of spending that we had last year. Okay, so moving on to what you're going to see this evening. There will be about 6 items from the April 9th agenda. I have 4 on here. I left 2 off. That is my fault in your presentation, but we'll talk about them in order. That's just the summary. So I'll get right to the first one. The first contract we have tonight is a $1.9 million contract. This is payment that we will be making to TDOT for the Lamar Avenue improvements. This is from Shelby Drive to the Perkins interchange. We are making a payment both for gas, water, and electric. All we do is write a check to TDOT and allow them to move our utilities. Why are we writing a check? Because we get brand new infrastructure. So they do the labor, they relocate it, but we pay for the new materials because we get brand new infrastructure out of the deal. So this is doesn't really qualify for any spending. It is a check to TDOT for their project on Lamar Avenue. As you all know, that's been going on for quite some time, but that's for this section between Shelby and Perkins interchange. Sorry, it's going a little slow here. The next slide, the next contract that we have is for backup generators. This is for $3 million. This takes about 100 weeks for them to produce these backup generators. This is for our water pumping stations. So as you know, we have 10 water pumping stations that draw water out of the ground and distribute it across our city. In the event of an electrical outage, they are served by our local electric system. In the event of electrolyte, you would like to have at least some basic functions for pumping and for drawing water out of the ground. This is $3 million for this fiscal year. What this will provide us is a station at both the Allen and the Mallory pumping stations. And what this means is that we will now have a backup generator at all but one of our stations, and we'll get that one next. That's the Sheehan pumping station. So this is very important, 2.5 megawatts of emergency backup at each station, which will keep us operating in the event of a loss of power. We know water is the most important thing, so we got to keep that moving. Next. This is electric substation construction. Boy, this transition is terrible on here. I apologize for that. This is in the funded amount of $10 million. This replaces outdated infrastructure, our substations. Just a reminder, a substation takes high voltage power and turns it into lower voltage power so we can send it across the distribution system. So there are transformers and circuit breakers there. There are also relays that need to be replaced. You will see on the description here, there are 10 high voltage circuit breakers, 7 RTUs, which are those remote terminal units that we use to control those relays. And this will improve overall 18 substations. Why $10 million? That was our budgeted amount. The amount we actually will spend is $9.981 million. That is our forecast, but we had budgeted $10 million because we had that. So that's the round number there, which will give us a little bit of flexibility. This one, I will tell you, I made an error on this slide, and the error is mine. There is actually a goal for this. The goal was 10%. The achieved goal is actually 33% of minority participation, and that is Northwest Engineering. So my apologies for omitting that on this slide. You will see that this is just no change in scope. This is something that we will continue to do. This is an annual renewal for this. This is a 1-year term with 4 annual renewals and extends the contract for 1 year. There's about a 2.5% cost increase that goes along with inflation. I do want to say on this chart that as we're talking about this is $10 million. Over the next 2 years, we'll do about $75 million in our substations. And about 30 million of that will be contracted out. About 40 to 45 will be done in-house by MLGW crews. So this is part of the recurring replacement of outdated infrastructure that we're going to have to continue to do year over year. Utility pole inspection. This is a $3 million contract. It is with Osmos Incorporated. There was no MBE goal assigned. There is no one in the space that does that. The total contract is raised to $7.3 million. We have 200,000 utility poles that service our service territory, and we have already inspected about 118,000 of them. This is a 5-year inspection cycle that we do about every 10 years, and this extends the life of poles. So they inspect them, they tell us what needs to be replaced, they treat them with fungicide, herbicide, whatever the ant killing, the termites and those kinds of things. They put a sleeve around it if they need to, which extends the life of the pole. This contract treats and inspects 59,000 poles. So you can see we're on our way to getting all 200,000. We expect there will be another year of this going on. Again, this is there is no change here in the scope. It is just exercising the renewal option for 1 year. And it increases over last year, 40% the number of poles that we actually inspect. So the next is a gas leak survey. Now this is a $1.4 million contract with the WBE. And this is to ensure the continued safe operation of the 4,000 miles of gas lines that we have throughout the community. They will identify any leaks, they will identify the material condition and make sure there's any weaknesses that we have that will be addressed. And so this is something that we have to do to stay in compliance with the regulators who regulate our gas system. Again, there is no change here. This is an extension of the term. It's a 1-year contract with 4 options to renew, no change in scope. And there was a negotiated increase due to labor wage competition and shared fuel costs over last year. The next large contract that we have, you will see in your in your agenda that this is called Apatong dead ends. What these are cross arms. If you've seen the wooden poles, this is the cross arm that actually carries the wires. So this $1.4 million will purchase 2,000 of those cross arms. This is just necessary for us to do our routine maintenance to replace cross arms when poles come down. When a line gets destroyed, a truck hits a pole, just like we have a bunch of poles on hand, these are the cross arms that will carry the wires necessary to rebuild. We also put these in a storm kit when we have outside contractors come in. We know poles get knocked down. We have a kit that they pick up. It has cross arms and all the necessary components for attaching so they can just roll right out and begin doing replacements. So this is a regular and recurring purchase for us.
Pardon me,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Ware.
Thank you, Chair. Washington.
Washington.
That was my auntie. That's okay. I wanted to ask you about when people are hitting those poles, what are the consequences? Are they held responsible?
Yes. So it's a great question, and thank you for asking that, Councilwoman. We have, I don't know if Brad left. Is Brad back here? Brad's here. So Brad is our electric construction manager, and he knows the rate at which poles are hit. We also have Jennifer Sink here, our general counsel. We have a claims office, and claims works both ways. If we damage a property, somebody can place a claim against MLGW. But they also do the other kind of work. If we know somebody hit a pole and we can identify that person, then we will go after their insurance to try to get that recovered, whether it's a light pole or some other kind of infrastructure. Many times you'll note you see a pole laying on the ground and there is no car to be found, so we may not know who that is. But yes, when we know who the person is, we absolutely will go and ask for reimbursement for that.
Do you think some people are hitting those poles intentionally?
I do not. I think it's a distracted driving issue. And I do not believe that people, you'd be destroying a $5,000 utility pole with your $20,000 car. So, your car may run, but it's not going to run very long and it's not going to look very good. So I think the cars just leave the scene most of the times if they can be driven. So, but yes, we do attempt to recover all of the damages from down poles.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
About how much does each pole cost?
It's about $5,000. Is that right, Brad? That's correct. Yeah, about $5,000 for the pole. That's to put the new pole, the cross arms, and hang everything back up there.
Okay. Thank you.
So.
Yes, I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. McGowan, question on about AT&T. You can go back.
Oh, AT&T, that's down here.
Since it came up there.
It did?
On the.
Here it is, yeah.
Yeah, on the last. No.
Oh, AT&T?
Whether it's up there or not. The question is, we've talked about whose responsibility is it for clearing and adjusting certain poles. And so when this was brought up, I'm sure it's been brought up plenty of times, but when I asked it last year, we said that we did not have anything in place that was able to coordinate that in a manner that's helpful for our constituents that may have overgrowth on poles or that those poles might be needing replacement. So I just asked, since we had a bullet pointer that we were awarding another contract, something going on with AT&T, have we put anything in place to help us with those poles that technically aren't under our jurisdiction, but they still may be giving some type of strife to our constituents? So what are we doing about that?
Okay, so that's a good question. I just want to make sure I understand. We did have a discussion about this. There are several poles in our in the system. We have 200,000 utility poles. We share some poles with AT&T and other communications providers, but the ones you're speaking of, on one side of the street is the MLGW pole, and on the other side of the street is the AT&T pole that they are responsible for. We do have a coordination office where we can contact those folks. I'm not sure. I'll have to defer to our general counsel about what authority we have. I think we have to work with the city of Memphis engineering, the right-of-way agent who actually has control over what's in the right-of-way. But thank you for bringing that back up. And I don't know that I have a firm answer on how I can hold AT&T accountable for their particular poles in the right-of-way. I'd have to get Director Belen and I can get together and figure out what we can do. The other piece of that is the wires that are low on the poles. Those are people that attach to our utility poles, and we're interested in also holding them accountable for how that looks. And when they have a wire down, our team contacts them and says, just recently on I saw one on Summer Avenue that was down on the ground. People couldn't get in their businesses. Our team called the vendor at the time who owned that fiber. They came back out and reconnected it. So I know there's a connection. Accountability is the issue that I don't know yet. And I'll get with Director Belen to see what I can do there.
Do you have an estimated time frame on? Because I just feel like we had the same conversation in the chambers last year. So is there a time frame in which we can expect how that to move forward? Just because when people call and say, well, who's gonna cut this? And then we send it to y'all and y'all say, oh, that's AT&T, oh, that's somebody else. That doesn't fix the problem. And then it doesn't give them any opportunity for solace. So if we can just get an estimated time frame on when we can figure that out, hopefully before budget ends, that'll be helpful for us trying to move forward instead of consistently passing the buck around and the constituents are bearing the grunt of it.
Sure. I certainly understand that frustration from my previous role and from this role. There are lots of folks that have things in our right-of-way that are not MLGW's control, but you're right. We owe you to get together with the city of Memphis, and I'll get a time frame for you when I talk with Director Belen as well about what we might be able to do. So,
I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then I have you in the queue, Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have an identifiable marker on the poles?
yes,
We do.
we do. So now there are some where the marker may have come off, but our team knows typically which poles are ours and which poles are AT&T's or another. I'm using AT&T. There may be other providers out there. So
Okay, that was my question.
yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
I know we haven't finished going through your presentation, but I was wondering if we could skip forward to the LED streetlight conversion.
Yep.
It's another one of the $10 million projects that we talked about last time we were here. And I've read through this and I've, we've had some discussions about it. My question is, as an attorney, is a contract is what's contained within the four corners of it. And you clearly outline here what is new in the scope of this contract. And they're not small things. It's not just increasing the number of streetlights. It's providing LED conversions to 2 other municipalities. I understand there is reimbursement that will happen eventually. I don't really know when. But the point is, and the same with the highway underpasses and the interchanges, those were not contained within the original contract. I am not suggesting that this company might not be the best person to handle all of these things, or they might not come out as the best bid. But we haven't bid it. And I find that problematic, just as both an attorney and as somebody who's worked in government, because when we approve a contract, we approve what's in the contract. And we might approve all of this, but we have to go through the process. We are dealing with a government, that means public funds and the public's interest, which means a public process of bidding. And it also means having the ability for other bidders to come in, to have some competitive competition, because MLGW is a monopoly. This is our one chance to have some competition to help control pricing. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, but for me, this, out of the things that you have included in your packet today, and I appreciate you coming with detail, coming ready to answer our questions, coming to talk about the impact, and outlining in places where there is new scope. But to me, this one in particular, and it's $10 million. It's not a small adjustment, right? We're not talking about a $100,000 adjustment. We're talking about a $10 million adjustment to a contract to include multiple things that were not already in the contract. So I wanted to give you a chance to speak to that, because for me, this is still something that I would want pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a team here who can help me with some details, but but I will say this: a very important bullet is the second bullet, or excuse me, is which bullet is it here? Sorry, I shifted slides.
There's a lot of bullets.
Yeah, sorry.
And it's moving slow for you.
It is very slow. I don't understand why.
I understand,
okay,
like you have the extension
Yep.
and the versus rebid rationale, and you say the work is the same or aligned with the original scope of work. but it is different work. It is new work that was not in the original contract. And so I would like, maybe Ms. Sink or even our counsel to speak to the legality of agreeing to an extension that does not incorporate the original contract's agreed upon terms.
Okay, I can have her talk to that, but I'll say one thing. I'm back to where I was. This is a bit of a weird contract. It was bid by the city of Memphis and handed to MLGW to execute. At the time, I will tell you that because I was on the team, we did contemplate highway light conversions. We contemplated underpass conversions, but those lights were not available at the time. They were contemplated. They should have been done at the time, but our vendor, when they bid this out, they were just not available because this was a relatively new area, lots of people converting to LED. So there was always the intention to get underpasses and to get the high mast highway lights done. That was the intention of the city, and then handed it to MLGW. I will tell you that there is opportunity for competition. The towns of Collierville and Bartlett are having their LED lights converted right now. And they are being done by Path Group, which is a different group, not the Amoresco group that was under contract to MLGW. And every municipality in Shelby County had the opportunity to choose either Path or Amoresco or anybody else they wanted to, simply by indicating that they wanted to sign a contract, and they did that. So those two groups, and Lakeland hasn't decided yet. Millington and Arlington said for expedience, we are selecting MLGW and Amoresco to convert these lights, and we would like to follow the same path as the city of Memphis did. So there was an opportunity there for all the municipalities to participate, and that's why we indicated that here. The other piece that is important is we had crews here who were doing the conversion, and I understand it is important for this body that we increase the speed with which we correct the underground faults. And so I could stop the work with the conversion, bid out more contracts for people to come and correct the faults, but that's going to be a delay in how fast I can get that done. So we converted some of the team that was doing the streetlight conversion to underground because, as we said, we had about, I'm sorry, I skipped over again, but we have about $3.6 million worth of underground repairs that need to be done to bring those lights back online. The other piece that's part of this extension is that, again, in 2014, the city of Memphis handed the streetlights to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and they handed us the inventory at that time too. And when we bid that, we anticipated that we'd have 77,000 streetlights, which was the inventory, which you can imagine in 2014 was on paper. When the team went out and actually converted the streetlights, they actually found about 1,000 more out there, and that's 900,000 of this, which was obviously intended in the original scope. So,
right, and I get that, but like in the other $10 million contract that's in front of us today, you mentioned that it's not actually $10 million, that it's below that, and you've put it at $10 million to allow some flexibility. Right. So again, there could have been either monetary flexibility built in or language built into the contract that contemplated what you said was contemplated, like the other kind of lights, helping out other municipalities. We've got the wrong count of lights. All of that could have been built into the original contract, but it was not. And if it is not, we are agreeing to an extension on 3 things that are not in the original contract. It is not an increase in labor cost or an increase in material cost, which I understand are a lot of these other things. This is brand new work. These are brand new things. And I get there is an efficiency argument to be made, but again, when we are dealing with public funds and public trust and dealing with a monopoly and an amount in $10 million of a change, it feels to me that this should go through the bidding process like all other new contracts.
Okay, so I can't speak to the legal side. Jennifer, do you have anything you want to add? I'm sorry.
Good morning, Jennifer Sink, General Counsel for MLGW. So I understand and hear your concerns, and let me preface, I just want to assure the council that we have a process internally for whenever a contract department says we want to extend, renew, amend our contracts. We do have a process that request is reviewed, is contemplated, We have a procurement team that really takes a look at this. So there is a vetting process to address these types of concerns because we, just like just like the city, we are bound to certain procurement laws under the state. But I did take a look at this specifically, and I spoke with the procurement team. And ultimately, my conclusion was that it did not require to be bid out based upon the scope of the work and the other factors that Mr. McGowan has identified. And so, making a decision from my perspective is it required or not? Not necessarily the same question as should we, but are we required to? So. This is a little bit of unusual contract. I just want to let you all know this is not your typical contract. It's not your typical route. Another factor for me that maybe didn't get highlighted was the light management system that is part of this and wanting to have consistency with that as well. And I know that you're all familiar with concepts of sole sourcing and single sourcing and just sometimes you have a product or a service and for continuity's sake and to ensure that you're maximizing the usage and efficiency, that is a factor of whether or not something is required to be bid. So, without trying to get too deep into the weeds, I just did look at this, procurement team and I did look at this, and ultimately that's where I concluded that it did not require to be rebid.
And can you speak to the length of time of a rebid?
I am probably not the best person to speak to that. I'm not the expert, but the process is you create the bid documents. You have to put it out for, the amount of time can vary. How long you allow that to be open. You have your proposals reviewed, analyzed. If there's a bid protest, that can prolong the process depending upon how far up they want to go with the bid protest. Typically, a contract will be stayed while the bid protest process is occurring. And then you have the approval process by the board, you have the approval process by the council, then you have the contract execution process itself. And so that whole process, it would be, like in this instance, basically, although you're not completely starting from scratch because you do have some fundamental documents to work from, you would have to run the process from beginning to end. So beginning to end, if I had to guess, we're talking about anywhere from 6 to 12 months.
Then, McGowan, how much do you have left on your presentation?
I think I just have a couple of items to cover. I'm not sure where I left off, but let's see. We did cross arms. We just did the LED streetlight conversion. Wireless FirstNet, we did talk about this a little bit. This is the public safety network that all of our first responders use. This allows them to have priority communications during an emergency. It overrides all the other communications during an emergency. It also allows communication with all of our tough books in the trucks, all the mobile devices that we have. So this is our connection for our people to get remote work orders and also to communicate with each other in the field. So this is an additional 5-year contract just for that service. On-call boring. This is a $5.8 million contract with Memphis Road Boring Company. They're a local company, obviously. The net result of this is that you'll have an improved quality and reliability of the water collection and distribution system. Just as we talk about replacing parts in the substation, this is replacing pipes from 6 inches to 40 inches. This company comes in and bores the hole into which we put the pipe for either water collection or distribution. This is a 1 year with 4-year options for renewal as a part of our regular and recurring investment into our water distribution system. And I believe that covers all of the large items that we had on the agenda tonight, which, as we talked about, starting with this in committee, the $1 million or above, I had heard that was folks really pay attention to that. So I started here for the expedience of time. We did 9 items out of the 27 items tonight. And hopefully that gives us a jump start on tonight's consent agenda.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Walker. Well, I'm just going to allude what my colleague, Councilwoman Green, I asked that same question at our last council meeting about the $17 million and the scope of it and not being included. And there was a couple words you used. You contemplated, you were at the table, I think, when this conversation. Am I correct? I don't want to add nor take from
For
what
the
you.
streetlights, yes, ma'am.
For the streetlights, and for, and I don't want to, but that's a lot. And it's just up in the air with me again, because there should be a project manager. You sat at the table, you knew already that this was a possibility, that it was coming down the road. I think you also said that, I don't think the lights were in inventory. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other entity or any other business or anyone else we could have used at that time, knowing this was a necessity? We're talking about the city of Memphis, the infrastructure. We were going to do the entire, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you come back, when you have a business plan, from my perspective as a business person, you target and you look at everything that you have to deal with. And y'all kind of skateboarded across what we were looking for. It's kind of disturbing to come back to ask for $17 million from the city.
Well, ma'am, we're asking for $10 million of MLGW funding to do the streetlights. 17 was the total that was on.
Yeah.
There's 3 separate items.
Yeah, 3 separate items, which would total 17 million. I'm like my colleague, Councilwoman Green. It's just isn't adding up. And we're just gonna have to talk a little bit more about it, because that's a lot. And I know that it needs to be done, and you're, I guess, contemplating, is Arlington they're contemplating about letting you all do the work?
Yes, with Amoresco to do the work, as is Millington. Lakeland is deciding. Bartlett and Collierville are underway with the PATH group, and so.
Okay. Is there a reimbursement?
Absolutely. There is a reimbursement from the city to MLGW as well for the $47 million that MLGW issued in debt to do the first round of work.
Right.
This is an additional $10 million to complete that work for the underpasses, the high mast lights inside the city of Memphis. And then the amount that will be done in Millington and Arlington will be reimbursed in exactly the same way as the city of Memphis is reimbursing MLGW. So the business terms are exactly the same.
That's what I wanted to know.
I'm sorry, it's $2.3 million for those 2 municipalities.
2.3 million?
Of the 10 million for those 2 municipalities, yes.
2 municipalities?
So.
Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And I had a question with respect to the Lamar Avenue upgrade, and I know it ends at Shelby Drive, and that's in my district. How far south of that intersection will the entire renovation encompass? Because all 4 corners had commerce, everything's been demolished now, and I know it won't just be one side of the street, so I just wanted to know how far south of Shelby Drive will that take place?
I'm not an expert in the Lamar Avenue project. Mr. Belen probably is. It's a state project that's being administered through the state. But this section that we're talking about is from Shelby Drive northwest to Perkins interchange. I believe, and I recall, and maybe he can confirm that for you later, that I think Lamar Avenue gets done all the way down to the state line eventually. That's probably phase 3. I think phase 1 was a little further north. Phase 2 is this section, Perkins to Shelby, and I think the next phase goes further south there to cover that entire intermodal corridor. And this is just these are the funds that we're paying to have our utilities relocated to get new infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing that there are none, this is adjourned.
To it, I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Walker.
Present. Present.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, and Chair Logan.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, we have 3 items. We're going to take item number 3 first. And it is a resolution to appropriate $903,000 of the City of Memphis Division of Police Services CIP Project PD 04029 Radio Maintenance Rehab Project, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I please have a motion and second?
Second.
All right, moved by Councilman Canali and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And we're gonna ask those from administration to please give us your name and address, and you're recognized.
Good morning. Colonel Caroline Beasley, Memphis Police Department, Colonel of Investigative Services.
Good morning, Ms. Beasley, you're recognized.
CJ Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street.
I'm sorry.
Paul Wright, Memphis Police Department, Deputy Chief of Investigative Service, 170 North Main.
Sean Jones, Assistant Chief, 170 North Main.
All right, Chief Davis, however you all want to proceed, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We were asked to provide an update on 3 different areas. The first one is our homicide rate and clearance rate. The second is drag racing and reckless driving. And the last was just to provide an update and briefing on some of the.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I read number 3, the resolution first.
I can respond to that. So that's an ongoing project. We're in like phase 3 of that. That's the radio maintenance project where we're doing some rehab to the doors, to the facility, so that the fire trucks can also be worked on in that facility, and also doing some retrofits to the restrooms in that facility. So that's what that money is for that particular project.
All right, colleague, anyone have any questions, members, anybody? There's no one in the queue. Seeing that there are no questions, we'll take a voice vote on item number 3. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item will be added to tonight's agenda with same night minutes. Thank you for that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself there.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right, we're ready for item number 2 right now. Item number 2 is MPD quarterly update. All council districts requested by the Public Safety Committee. May I have, hold on, where are we? Item number 2. Yes. All right, Chief Davis, you may be recognized at this time.
Thank you. As I said, we have 3 different areas. We'll try to be brief. I know we're behind time. One area was homicides, the homicide rate and clearance rates. Also, we'll be discussing the drag racing and also reckless driving in our city and some initiatives that we have to address that. There'll be other individuals to speak on that. And we were also asked to just give some highlights about some of the work that the police department is undergoing right now. So we'll start off with the homicide rates.
Good morning to the members of council, everybody. We're going to start off with our homicide. We're going to give you a quick overview as it relates to our homicides, where we are, and also our homicide solve rate in this process. The first thing I want to just kind of have a conversation about, because it may come up throughout as we move throughout the presentation, as we really discuss certain things, is the FBI classifications of homicide, with the number 1, with the first one actually being murder, as it relates to the willful killing of an individual, where that person actually has intent. The second one is negligent manslaughter, where someone causes the death of another person without any intention to do so, but nonetheless, they cause that death of that individual. And then we'd have justifiable homicide as it relates to an individual who may be a felon, who kills someone in the commission of committing a felony act. And the act of killing that individual is justified under the FBI standards based on their ruling. Next. So we want to take a quick look at homicides over the past 5 years, the prior past 5 years prior to 2024 as it relates to the trend. We've trended up since 2019. We had a 3-year trend where we, each year we had a record set each of those 3 years from that process, from a trend. However, in 2022, we had a decline during that particular year as it relates to the overall homicides. However, our 248, as it relates to murder, the murder is represented by the dark blue bar, and the lighter blue is the overall homicide count for the city in each of the bars that's represented there. The 2022 numbers are compared to the 2020 numbers, are lower than the 2020 numbers, and as we move throughout that progression. In calendar year 23, we ended the year with 399 homicides for that particular year, and currently we have 69 murders and 98 homicides for the year, which currently we're about like 32.6 homicides. If we continue at the same pace, we think we'll probably be around 391 if we continue at the same pace. The goal is, though, to drop it by some of the things that we'll talk about later from a crime fighting standpoint. We made a comparison also with the 69 major police chief major cities that are equivalent to pretty much the Memphis Police Department from around the nation. When you look at the 23 numbers for around the nation, they were actually lower, but in our 23 numbers, we were higher. But if you look at 22 numbers for us, we were actually lower in 22, and the rest of the nation was higher. So there is some fluctuation that will occur with homicides throughout, and that can be seen from year to year from a fluctuation standpoint. You go to the next slide. So when we look at some of our homicides that have occurred in our city, basically what we see is that 50% of our homicides that have occurred in our city have resulted from individuals who have disagreements with one another, and that's a large portion. We also have another segment that's undetermined, and those numbers can go either way for the most part. Pretty much and when we have those undetermined, and that goes into the solvability piece as well. A lot of times what we see in that particular situations are situations where we don't have any evidence, situations where individuals call the police because someone's found in a remote location or some location, and there's nothing to really, from an evidentiary investigative standpoint, to be able to investigate. So that makes solving that case in a timely manner more difficult because you're really starting from ground zero. Ordinarily, when we have homicides, a lot of them, especially with the disagreements, there are individuals who know the individuals. You got witnesses, you got evidence on the scene, you got video, you got things that help us to be able to speed those cases along. So only in these situations that are undetermined, we don't know why the individuals were killed. And again, it's like the body dumps and people found in locations and things of that nature, and so we don't have and no witnesses in order to provide us information relative to that particular homicide. Or is it, well, DVs are actually rolled up into the disagreement because those individuals know one another. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, and so only one case that we see is gang motivated. However, as we would explain, that is not to say that individuals may not be gang members on either side, whether the victim or the suspect for the most part, but the case as it relates to it being a motivated gang activity to commit a homicide is not that case as it relates to that. So that's why it may fall. However, some of those undetermineds could end up falling into that gang motivated category, but we don't know. Sometimes these cases move over into the cold cases, and it may be years. Some individuals may be in prison, and we go to a prison on another to investigate something totally different, and individuals provide us with information that will lead us to determine that this case was, then that status will change as it relates to that particular case. We have 11 robberies that have occurred as it relates to the reasons and the causation of homicides in our city. We can go to the next slide. So also we look at the subsets of the DV. 16 of the cases, or 33% of the homicides that have occurred are DV related, pretty much other family members that have committed some of the incidents that have taken place. We have situations where we've had a lot of siblings, well, I'm not gonna say a lot, we've had some siblings to kill each other, children's parents, things of that nature. Quite naturally, we have the intimate partner situation, have a lot of those that occur. Then one spouse incident that has occurred in this particular calendar year. But over the years, we see the same trends over the same years in these specific categories, at least since 2021, I can say that. Next slide. So some of the things that we're doing, just really to look at our clearance rate. When you look at the national clearance rate for 2023, and the clearance rates are actually 1 year behind. We won't know what 2024's clearance rate is until we get to the end of 2024. From all the 18,000 law enforcement police departments from across the nation when that's all aggregated and that number is determined. However, so from a working standpoint, we still work from the previous year's number of which was 54%. That's our baseline. Basically, what we've seen over the years is that the homicide, I guess in the United States, have really trended down from a national standpoint. They were high at one point in terms of solvability rate, dating all the way back to 1960 to the current, with the lowest period of homicide rate being at 52%, which occurred in 2022, right? That was the lowest point in the United States as it relates to the solvability and the clearance rate. One of the things that we see, definitely, if we had to just take the data and look at the analysis of the data in the city of Memphis, we look at 2014, we look at when the gun laws changed, and we show you the correlation between that. As more guns were allowed to be in cars, more guns were stolen from cars as well, right? Then in 2021, as the gun laws even relaxed more, in our shooting incidents in the city, the data shows that that's gone up from like 9,000 all the way up to 15,000 incidents per year. So what's happening, we start looking at some of your justifieds, individuals now who have guns on them are protecting themselves, creating these homicides because everyone has access to guns. We've had more homicides to occur proportionally to the data, to those guns being on the street. So more guns in the environment creates more homicides where individuals historically would be involved in fistfights. Now they result to shooting individuals as a result of managing some disagreement between the various parties and stuff. But some of the things, we have a multi-pronged approach as it relates to how we're resolving, trying to help to improve our clearance rate. This is just some of the things that we have. It's not everything. One of the things is that our homicide investigators were working 9 to 5. Well, when you look at the data, most of our homicides begin around 8 o'clock, right? And they go into like 2 o'clock in the a.m. So recently what we've done is that we've created a team to kind of focus on, we shifted some of our personnel to the evening shift from the 3 to 11 to be able to go out and focus on those homicides real time as opposed to having delays in responding to the scene. We're able to respond to the scene in a timely manner in order to investigate those homicides. By having 2 separate teams now, we got a day team and we got at least 12 individuals on our evening shift. What that allows the day shift to be able to focus in on theirs, solving their homicide cases. Then the evening shift have their own caseload of being able to solve their homicide cases. Ideally, from a national standpoint, the historical average has been 5 homicide cases per year per investigator. Well, we were well over that number with 18 with our numbers of 399 last year. So we're having 18 cases to solve, right? That makes it difficult to be able to solve that. So by adding these additional investigators, and this is just the first phase of adding additional investigators to be able to address that, our number, our volume. So this is the first phase. We're trying it now, and thus far is working. And we believe that we'll be able to continue to expand that as we make promotions. We're getting ready to have a promotional test for investigators, so we should be able to add additional investigators to that so that these investigators will have more time to really focus on the investigative leads that will subsequently result in improved clearance rates. We also have conversations about every single case that we investigate with the DA's office, and this really affects the closure piece, and that closure piece is what really drives the clearance rate as it relates to a particular homicide case. So working closely with the DA, we're having conversation about all the facts and evidence of the particular case. Sometimes the DA will say we can proceed, and sometimes the DA may say, well, even though we may believe this individual is the person who we're looking for, we still need to do a few more things. So a lot of times we're delayed by phone records, having evidence, and just a myriad of things, getting to a witness. Sometimes witnesses may be incarcerated themselves. It's just a myriad of things that impact the delay of being able to solve some of the cases timely, per se. We also add additional investigators to our cold case team because after a period of time where all the leads have exhausted, we move to the cold case. But that case may move cold case. There are no leads. We followed all the leads, and it just really led us nowhere. So then we even work with the DA's office as it relates to that as well from a cold case standpoint, just to be able to see, well, what did we miss in this particular case, right? So working closely with them, with their cold case squad that they've recently created as well, gives us an opportunity to be able to take a second look at that case to try to solve it. We also work collectively with the FBI. From an FBI standpoint, we have intel analysts that work closely with us, looking for different patterns, trends, et cetera, that helps to lead us to solving a particular case. Sometimes some of the cases involve individuals that may cross state lines. Therefore, we need to involve the FBI to be able to assist us in that process of resolving that particular homicide. We're also hiring our own analysts, and that'll be something that will come up in our budget conversation when we meet with you in a few weeks or so, to talk about having our own individual dedicated analysts in-house to be able to help us to be able to analyze the facts and the evidence and the patterns and the trends to be able to resolve more homicides quickly. We also, last year, if you remember, there was a press conference by Crime Stoppers increasing that amount to 10,000 in order to get tips. We receive a lot of tips, and when we get those tips, that goes back to the investigative part that we spoke about, right? So we have to investigate every single tip that we get. Sometimes we spend time on investigating tips that lead to nowhere. Other times we spend time on tips that lead us to a suspect who we're able to incarcerate and arrest. One of the things that we were not doing that we added to this particular process, just to make sure that we have eyes real time on this, is supervisors to perform. We perform weekly file reviews with the investigator. I sit in sometimes with those. We look at video, we look at the evidence, we discuss what did we miss, did we do this, did we check for cameras, things of that nature, did we talk to certain witnesses, et cetera. It's just a gamut of things that we run through just to make sure that that investigator is doing everything they can do and in a timely manner. Because when you start talking about homicides, the first 48 hours is very crucial. The longer the time elapses, critical evidence go missing. So it's important that we have those conversations, we have those file reviews on a weekly basis so that we don't lose critical evidence that allows us to be able to solve a case in a timely manner. And we also work collaboratively with other law enforcement agencies, you know, around the country, especially being in this area, Mississippi, Arkansas, et cetera. And even some of our suspects and individuals have moved to other cities, other major cities in the United States, and we have to work closely with those jurisdictions. So that's just some of the things that we're doing to be able to try to move that in a different direction, to be able to move those numbers and just make sure that we don't deviate too far from the national clearance rate as it relates to homicide solved. So thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna allow for questions on this before we go to the next one. I wanted to ask first, we have several in the queue, before we get to Councilman Carlisle. Is there a trend, or what are you seeing with the daytime homicides that are different from the overnight or 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Suspect?
Well,
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead, because I was gonna say, we'll let the homicide folks speak to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll start off. You want to go ahead and take it.
No, I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that. I can't really pick out a particular trend. I think in the evening time, we do have a lot more of our youth that are committing some crimes. So that's one of the things I've noticed since I've been there in homicide.
Which is what I thought as well. So that's something that I do want to note and have for further discussion later. We're going to go to the queue, Councilman Carlisle, then Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good question. I'd love to see that. If we could get violent crimes broken down by shift and then by age demographic.
Right.
I think that, not necessarily, I mean, the data is already out on the dashboard for where, but it'd be curious to know that. I think I know where you're going. But I'd like to see that. And piggybacking on data, if you could get a line chart instead of a bar graph, I'd like to see we'll do the last 5 years, but I'd like to see homicides so you've got homicides by justifiable, et cetera, but I'd like to see homicides that were the primary factor was gunshot wound, marked over that.
Okay.
I'd like to see that by Shelby County gun sales by gross sales, so by volume over the 5-year trend. How many, and we can get the sales tax reporting on that, right?
Okay.
So, and then I'd like to see that by guns stolen in cars and homes. You can combine them or separate them. I don't really care. And I'd like to see that trend line go up. And then the last thing, and you may have to call your partners, is I'd like to see, well, I'll hold off on that. I may have one more once we get that data back. Those are the only things that I have.
Yeah.
And then, because I don't want us to speculate, I want to see the hard data, because I know I'm sure you guys have a lot of conversations that are going on, and you're trying to use it's the art and science, right, of the clearance rate. And then, if you could email me I guess you guys, I missed it. I didn't realize that the DA was coming, but you mentioned the clearance rate. You mentioned the relationship with the DA's office. I'm curious to know what the national definition is, or what the Memphis Police Department's definition of the clearance rate looks like. If that's through conviction, if that's through arrest. We don't have to go into it. I just want to get it in writing, and what your department's definition of that is, because it's seemingly we've all seen the news. It's starting to become this contentious issue. Finger pointing, it doesn't need to be.
But FBI standard. We use straight FBI standard. It's not our definition that we created. We use the FBI standard for it.
Perfect. And those are my questions related to the homicide rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look back at those, I guess, bar graphs of the homicide rate from 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, it looked like we had a drop that began about the time we started that GVIP program. And then all of a sudden we had an increase. And I'm looking at this like this is, infectious disease. Right. Have we gotten an R0 that is too big for what we're currently doing, and that's why we're still seeing a growth curve here? If you look at this as a disease problem, this murder rate is a disease problem in communities, and for every murder you get, it begets 1.2 or 1.1 other murders. Right. And if that's the case, it seems that we're never going to catch up with that by catching people for doing it after the fact. We're going to have to figure out how we intervene before the fact, which is where we are with GVIP. And I'm understanding that we're thinking about decreasing the number of interveners on the ground from 100 to 50 or something. Is that correct in Block 901?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to ask the administration on that. Okay. Okay.
So, Councilman Warren, if you recall, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. Councilman Warren, if you recall, GVIP was primarily funded with a lot of Arpa dollars. The prior administration did increase the spend with respect to that, and we spent down. As we move forward in the budget, we'll have to look at how you normalize that spend with general fund dollars. I think that operation was primarily funded with ARPA or grant funded dollars.
Okay, so I understand that, but I think the goal behind this over time was to build it up and to make that something that we were going to actually use. So as you're looking at this, what I'm concerned about is we've got an R0, okay, of this murder rate that looks like it's exceeded our capacity to change it. Other places in the country have got a drop in their murder rate, and we still have an increase, and it's among the same group of people that we're trying to intervene with this GVIP. So now doesn't seem to be the time for us to think, well, we don't have the money because we don't have ARPA. Seems like now we need to be thinking, well, how are we going to fund this? And how do we keep this going? So I guess my question to you is that the concept in the administration, or are we just looking at, well, we're going to drop it because we don't have ARPA money?
So that is not the concept, but one of the things that we have to look at as well and consider is the true efficacy of GVIP as it is actually operating at this particular point. GVIP, by concept, I think we all will agree is a great concept and a great program. Is the efficacy? Are we not
running it correctly because Baltimore and other places that have put this program in has seen a dramatic drop in crime? So I guess the question is the efficacy what we've been doing? Has the police department been involved with these guys enough to be able to make a difference, or are we still not, coordinating? I don't know.
So I don't want to say that we've not or is not been as effective as it possibly could or should. I'm not saying that, but
Well,
what
it
I'm
sounded
saying,
like that's what you said.
No.
Okay.
I said we don't know the efficacy. And so again, I have not concluded and we've not concluded. So we do have to determine the efficacy because again, you had a drop one year, but then you had an increase the other year. And you can't contribute that necessarily to GVIP or the intervention of GVIP. We have to understand what are the intervening factors. And
Yeah,
so
I'm
that's all
contributing it to that R naught.
Okay.
It's sort of like, you've got the disease going and you put the intervention in, but if you don't have enough there and it's still growing exponentially, then all of a sudden you exponentially outgrow what you just put in to take care of it. And you got to bump that up to be able to make sure you're doing it. So I guess my question is, what are we doing for the R naught of this murder rate to try to get on the other side of it, other than going and, investigating after the fact?
So
how many people been killed?
So I'll say this just
Before
to
you
kind of
ask-
move forward. with you.
Chief, before you move into that, and if it's okay with you,
Yeah,
I would like
I'm
to
good,
see
thank
you all
you.
come back with some data.
Right.
If you could come back to the next, and Chairwoman, that we're gonna have you all come back and present the data as it relates to GVIP.
Right.
Okay,
And
all right.
that's
thank
what I was
you.
gonna ask.
All right, no
That's fine.
problem, thank you. We're gonna move on. Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Warren. Next, we have, who had that question? Who was that? Oh, Dr. Warren. Next, we have Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So from people I've spoken with, we have 101 homicides as of today. And I know this data may be a little bit dated because you had to do the presentation. But on your 53% clearance rate, does that include suicides?
Does not include suicides.
Okay, does it include justified homicides?
It includes justified homicides.
And these numbers that we're looking at, these homicides, they don't include any unintentional or accidental shootings like the 4-year-old we saw get killed this past weekend, right?
That would have been
Non-timers. Yeah, it's a non-timer. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, it is considered because parents could be charged or whoever had control of that weapon at the time that allowed that child to get to the weapon could be charged.
As a negligent
As a negligent homicide, so it would be counted.
And these homicides, you've talked about a lot of the groups that you work with here, and I see the DA and I see FBI and Crime Stoppers. Are you running the ballistics with TBI through the NIBIN system? How quickly is that being done?
Yes, we do run them. Good morning. We do run them through NIBIN, and we get the hits immediately. So we try to go ahead and run them, test the guns, and get the hits, and then we also go back and forth with TBI to take the.
You said immediately, so like within the same day, or?
Well, not the same day. We'll investigate the case, and then we'll submit all that information in, and we'll test the gun through NIBIN and get NIBIN hits back on them.
Okay, so I've visited the crime lab in Nashville, and all fingerprints are run within 24 hours, and all ballistics are run within NIBIN within 48 hours. I also was a criminal defense attorney. It's been many years. I'm a recovering attorney now. But my experience is that things do not get run through the TBI system in an immediate fashion, that it has to work its way through general sessions up to criminal court and then be set for trial before the DA requests that it be run through the NIBIN system. And so I'm asking, in your timeline, how quickly are ballistics being run?
So we can't address what the crime lab does, but our submissions occur immediately when we submit. But
right, but if you're not getting the information back immediately, then it doesn't help you trace the.
Well, I guess it's gonna. But you're correct, but that depends on their workload.
So
yeah.
So I'm sorry. So we've been working with NIBINs for years. We've had the system here for years. We were like the test dummies to it. It goes back several years, even when I was a sergeant at the time, I want to say. So when you talk about the turnaround rate, it's actually ran on it. As we collect the gun into our property room, the gun is entered into NIBINs at that point. We have a NIBINs machine in our property room. As it entered, the turnaround It's probably a 2-day turnaround, but we also wait on Alabama because it goes to Alabama to ATF, and they're the overseers of the database.
Okay.
And so
I'm just trying to get the information because, so for background information for council members, the public who are listening, the NIBIN system helps us if, say we have a case in District 2 that there's a gun or ballistics that are found and we don't have any suspects. We can run it through the system and it might turn up a hit to something that's in Councilman Carlisle's district, and we do have a suspect. So now we've connected that suspect to another shooting, and that gives us a lead in the case. That's how that works. And it can be effective across the city to help us with this clearance rate that we're talking about. So I'm still not clear. I get that you guys are doing your part, you collect the evidence and you put it in, but when do you get the information back to be able to then make that connection?
As soon as we get the information back from
Yeah, but how soon?
people,
How soon is that question?
less than 48 hours. Less than 48 hours.
Okay.
And I think what you're pointing at is how quick can we get an actionable lead from the NIBIN results?
Yes.
And based on what my commanders are saying, it looks like 48 hours on a NIBIN hit. We talk internally when we do get those hits because sometimes we get a hit that was used by the same gun, as you said, in another district. We do get those hits back relatively quickly, and I think the other piece of that is they also send it off to the ATF as well for them to do additional ballistics analysis on it.
And the information, Chief, the information as well, it's also sent back immediately to our people where we distribute it out to those investigators that had leads from this hit, and they go out and track down these individuals that had possession of that weapon or tried to track down those individuals that had possession of weapons to follow up on the leads from the other cases. So it may have been used in a homicide here when we found shell casings here.
Right.
But it was also used in an aggravated assault 3 months ago that goes to the leads, go to that investigator as well. And
All
that's
right, and
part of the
I want to
NIBIN
follow up on that because part of what happens then, again, going back to my recovering attorney days, is while it is part of a case, it is part of evidence and it is secured, right? Goes through our chain of custody, we have all of that. But then whether it is through a gun buyback program, which I know Deputy Crow and I have talked about before, or through evidence, when we are finished with the gun, legally through the state of Tennessee, I just want this on the record for everybody to listen, legally through the state of Tennessee, we have to sell that gun back into the stream of commerce if it is a functioning gun, correctly? Deputy Crow's nodding in the background.
A gun used in a crime.
Once the case is finished.
That gun is part of that evidence, and it sticks with that.
Evidence
would not ever change.
Right.
When we finish appeals processes, it's the same thing as a gun buyback program. They have to be returned to the stream of commerce, correct?
So and I've heard different versions of what happens. Evidence guns we keep. There are some guns that they classify as junk guns. So we do a lot of destroying too of guns as well. Those that are considered or classified as junk, but then some are sent back into commerce if they're operational. Am I correct?
And some,
Right.
and
Per
some
state
we
law.
use for
Okay.
training purposes.
That's what I wanted to point
Which
out.
continues to feed the problem.
Yeah, so I bring this up because you talked about the changes in state law as it related to permitless carry and guns in cars and how that has had a direct impact on violent crime, including homicides in our community. But even when we try within our own community to get those guns off the street, if they are functioning guns, not junk guns, we have to return them to the stream of commerce. That was my only point. I don't have anything further. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Good point, Councilwoman. Now we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask how recent was this data formulated? I'm looking at the page that talks about the homicide type. It's just hard to believe that we only have one gang motivated.
And to your point, council member, there is sort of like a matrix that's used to determine whether or not a homicide was gang related. Sometimes the information is apparent, it's right there. And sometimes if we can't qualify that particular homicide as a gang related, it ends up in the unknown or unclassified at that undetermined. Later on, we might reclassify it, especially if a suspect says, yeah, I'm a member of AOB, or then we can reclassify it. It's just that most of the time, that evidence isn't right there. It doesn't mean we don't have gangs, and it doesn't mean we don't have gang problems.
Okay. Good. Any other questions? All right, now we're going to move forward with the presentation on drag racing and reckless driving. You could give us your name quickly and address, and you're recognized.
Can I ask one question before the or just one? I just want
While you're on that one?
on this one.
Okay, go ahead. Before you
All right.
one other
Thank you,
question.
Madam Chair. You guys keep shuffling. Don't worry about me. Because this may have to happen in attorney-client. I read the entire perf and cops report, which is all of 160 pages on the pursuit policy, which is germane to reckless driving and drag racing. And I've seen some of the laws that are moving through the state. One of the things is that we've adopted many of the policies almost verbatim from the perf and cops report that was created for pursuit. I'd like to have a conversation, probably privately, because it considers tactics that may or may not be used by the Memphis Police Department, including technology, which may run afoul potentially of the consent decree. But very soon, I'd like to understand what we're going to do in pursuit issues. If we're going to maintain the pursuit policy that's in place, that's recommended nationally, I'd like to understand what tactics the Memphis Police Department is pursuing and how rapidly the timeline, as far as technology, et cetera. And I know that that's a conversation that we probably need to have behind closed doors just because of the consent decree. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
You sure you still want? Okay, we have on this pursuit matter, Councilwoman? Okay.
Drag racing.
Okay, go ahead.
When I was looking, thank you, Chairwoman. Looking at the homicides and just kind of looking at the disagreements, the undetermined, the gang-motivated robbery. And I'm sure that this is just so redundant because I came out and you know, we know the state legislation knows that these guns are hurting a certain community, certain family members, homicide, and all of that. And I understand what my colleagues are trying to get to the point of, what happens to the guns. The thing is that we have a state legislative problem with these guns. It's heartening to sit here, council meeting after council meeting, and, to me, trying to beat up on a problem where we know where it stems from. And everybody in this city is working hard to get this under control. I really believe this is what's really happening. And pointing the fingers here, there. I hear all the time, I'm a native Memphian, and we, well, act like it. Let's work together and act like it. It's our children that look like me that are being killed daily. The 4-year-old just got killed. I mean, we can go on and 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 on. But state legislators hate us here in Memphis, Tennessee. And they hate black folks in Memphis, Tennessee. And that's just point blank. Because it's us that's killing one another. And these are family members. These are people that know each other. I mean, disagreements 49 on a freaking undetermined 37. Somebody talked about gang motivated. They want to put everything on the gang. The gang member's not just the only one that's doing the criminal. You got people that know each other in households that are disagreeing because they're traumatized from other stuff that's going on. And so this is what I wanted to ask, and this may be out of you all's league. When this kind of homicide and this kind of killing is going on, is someone on the scene to deal with this trauma that's going on? Do we have a system in place, where, something trauma? There was a family that the boyfriend killed the mother in front of the children, and there has not been any help. Is there something that happens during that process, because I'm watching these children decline. I'm watching their little minds and their first, but they are traumatized from seeing their mother laying there dead for hours in the house so they can really get somebody to call. You got a 4-year-old. So is there something that we're doing as far as talking to the victims?
Yes, ma'am. We have a victim witness unit, and that's what their responsibility is to go out and provide that level of counseling for the family members and survivors of these types of incidents. Whether there is a long-term type of counseling process, that might be where there is a gap as well. But just looking at the types of homicides, especially disagreements, which is sort of an anomaly. We have seen more conflict and disagreements lately. There is a wider need for more conflict resolution, as opposed to just, investigating homicides. How do we intervene with conflict resolution in our communities and also in certain communities? Because this is what we're seeing over and over again, not just with young people, but also with adults as well.
And that's what I was asking. There was a few years back, everybody was talking about conflict resolution and what they were going to do about conflict resolution. We were going to handle conflict resolution. We was going to have people in place for conflict resolution before this gun control, before they happen. And we talk about and we want to compare ourselves to other cities, but other cities ain't dealing with the prejudiced white boys that's on the hill, that's making these laws and legislation, that's making sure that Memphis, Tennessee does not progress and that we do not change our habits and the forms and the way that we're doing things. Other cities ain't dealing with what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people on the hill that make state legislative laws that know that we have a problem, and then we get here in the city and then we beat each other up because we want a quick fix to something we can't fix, because they are trumping everything that we're trying to do here. And so then you get beat up, everybody get beat up, all these hard questions comes and all these forensics. What we should be doing is marching down there on that hill and making them understand this is not working here in Memphis for us. Because every TV, every channel I look to, they look like me. And we're getting numb, and ain't nobody marching, ain't nobody protesting, ain't nobody saying anything. But sitting here, meeting after meeting, blaming someone, and it's on the hill where they hate us at, where they don't like us, because this is a predominantly black city run by a predominantly almost black council. Everything you look at is black, 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 black. And it saddens me that we constantly have to sit here and beat each other up and look at each other and want to put the blame game on everybody and new old heads that's been in these same positions doing the same thing with no results.
Councilwoman, we want to let her respond to what you said, and what we can do is when you all...
Nothing directed.
No problem. You are...
Your job. You're trying to do. Your team is working. You're doing it. The carjacks. I see all of that. People really need, but I understand they want to feel it, but we're seeing it. It's not as much, but I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. We want to ask you, when you come back at your next presentation, if you could do a presentation on what you all are doing in terms of trauma-informed policing, what you all have done, what you do at the academy in terms of training and your in-service as it relates to trauma-informed, and the CIT and any other partnerships that you have with nonprofits that do that type of work, and if there is a handover or tossover or connection with the victims, victims advocacy and that type of thing. So you can add that to the next your next presentation. We're gonna move on to drag racing and reckless. Good point, Councilwoman. Drag racing and reckless driving. Just give us your name and go right ahead.
Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. We'll let our colleagues introduce themselves before we get started.
Good morning, Steve Chandler, Deputy Chief, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
Yes, good morning. Deputy Chief Sam Hines, Chief of Uniform Patrol. Thank you.
So before Chief Hines and Chief Chandler give you some statistics, I do want to tell you that our officers are out there every day working very hard, doing their absolute best that they can. And so we don't want to make this sound or look like the officers aren't doing right. They absolutely are. And so if you remember, we originally were going to discuss this 3 weeks ago, and we were able to do a lot more review prior to that meeting. And so prior to that meeting, on that particular weekend, we read where the North Main Station officers saw a Mustang and a Camaro drag racing downtown Memphis. They tried to stop both vehicles. The Camaro fled, continued to drive recklessly. The Mustang stopped for the officers. So they were able to arrest that person for drag racing and reckless driving and tow that Mustang. That same weekend, Tillman Station officers saw reckless driving and drag racing on Summer Avenue. They were able to stop a car, take the car, get the 2 people in custody. Both the people in that car had felony warrants on them. They also had a firearm in that car with them. That same weekend, Austin P Station observed the reckless driving, drag racing, stopped that car, and they had in that car a gun inside that car with them. And my memory's fading a little bit. It was either a stolen gun or a gun that had one of these devices that converts it to a fully automatic. So our officers are out there really, really trying to do this, trying to do it in a safe way, but trying to get it accomplished. But I'll turn it over to Chief Chandler and Chief Hines.
So these are some statistics from year-to-date 2023 to year-to-date 2024. And as you can see, we're pretty much on par with where we were in 23. 2023, we arrested 15 juveniles with charge of reckless driving. And we charged 109 adults with reckless driving. We also had 2 drag racing arrests. This year, we've had 1 juvenile charged with drag racing, a total of 9 charged with reckless driving. And adults, we've had 2 charged with drag racing and 108 charged with reckless driving. It's a phenomenon that's occurring all across the country. We are developing tactics to address it, which I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Hines to address those tactics. But before I turn it over, are there any questions about the statistics themselves before I pass it to him? All right.
So I'm going to jump in real quick. So you'll see the numbers are similar, maybe a little less. Hopefully that's an indication that the Slow Down Memphis, Slow Down Tennessee, the coordinated effort is paying off and people aren't driving as much. We still all agree too much, but I think we would all agree we're not seeing as much as we did a year ago or 2 years ago. Chief Hines.
Okay. So I would like to add on to that, as we were saying, look like our numbers definitely have not increased. So I think we're on the right path of getting this car takeover, the drag racing, and all of this stuff up under control. Just kind of focusing on 3 bullet points up there on what the Memphis Police Department is doing to address the reckless driving and the drag racing. We're going to be utilizing more of our auxiliary officers, basically, which is our reserve officers, and our auto theft task force. Our auto theft task force have had a lot of success with tearing down chop shops, with tearing down a lot of stolen cars, which is used in the drag racing and in the reckless driving, along with our precinct task force, which is out there working every day, producing good numbers with getting reckless drivers and drag racers off the street. Starting this weekend alone, we are going to develop a vehicle takeover task force detail to deal specifically with these pop-ups, because we're coming into the obvious spring and summer months where we're going to see this more frequently. So we're trying to get ahead of it, to be prepared to go to the locations that they are most likely to pop up at and deal with them in real time when they do occur. One of the things in that second bullet there, I think Chief Davis has been working on, and we hope that we can get some footing on, and that is perhaps a 20-day hold on these individuals when we arrest them in these vehicles with the drag racing and with the reckless driving. If we can get some of these vehicles off the street, I think it will help us tremendously and send a strong message. A lot of these drivers are people that actually go to work every day and own these cars. Some of them are stolen, some of them are taken in carjacking, and so forth and so on. However, a lot of these people own these cars. Some of them insured, and probably a lot of them are not. But in essence, these are some of what we consider responsible people in our community doing a lot of irresponsible things. So I think if we can get some help on that, it will make a difference and send a real message. From the other part, utilizing our technology, we want to use more of our camera systems, our flock systems, our LPR, the license plate readers, things of that nature. Tactically, we plan to start using stop sticks and, you know, to stop some of the cars there on the spot and, you know, take those cars by records to the lot, and hopefully we can get a hold on them. The last thing that kind of goes with that is we've been doing an operation called Crime Zero, which has been successful. We go from precinct to precinct on various days and put all hands on deck as to fighting all the types of crimes out there. So when we're out there with that, it slows down the reckless driving, the car takeovers, and things of that nature. So that's kind of where we're going forward with this, and we hope to be kicking that part of it off starting this weekend.
I'd just like to add real quickly, and I know discussion's been had before of who we partner with, but the Slow Down Memphis campaign is underway. We are working with THP. They have been flooding our interstates, and I'm sure you've seen them out there. They are contributing to helping us reduce some of the reckless driving and just the speeding in general on our interstates and some of our state routes. So they are out there in force. We're also working with the county as best we can to reduce some of these as well.
All right, colleagues, we have Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is 20 days, is that the max we could hold a?
Well, we sort of started out with 10
With
as
10,
a proposal,
mhm.
and then we bumped it up. But
Yeah, I'd like
we
to
wanted
hold it
to
for
find
20 years.
a good place to start, sir. But we do believe that individuals who are without their vehicle for 15, 20 days will absolutely think twice the next time they decide to go out in the city of Memphis and participate in drag racing.
And on the next report, when you come back and do the second quarter, would you list how many of those arrests made were from stolen vehicles as opposed to people being cited in their own vehicles?
Okay. We sure will.
Thank you. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going.
Is there a storage fee when?
And there would be a fee. I don't know off the top of my head. From the private tow companies, I'm certain there would be a fee. The average is.
Right, so there would definitely be the tow fee with it. Typically, we don't charge the storage fee until we release that car from the hold. So we couldn't charge a storage fee while we're not releasing it. So the storage fees would kick in once the hold is released. And so the vast majority of these arrest numbers are not stolen cars. One, stolen cars typically don't pull over and stop. And two, when we catch somebody in a stolen car with a felony charge, you know, theft of property over $10,000 is C felony, we typically don't add a misdemeanor charge in addition to a felony charge.
Councilman, I think one thing that may help you in your ask is we are starting to track the number of stolen cars that are involved in accidents that have no police involvement whatsoever. It's just a car driving recklessly. So that may give you what you're looking for with those numbers.
So who pays if it's a stolen car, who has to pay all of that? Like the fees or the towing or?
The owner will get it.
Well,
The
I
owner?
was just going to say, I think there is an arrangement where if you're a victim, you don't have to pay those storage fees.
That's what I was
Isn't
asking.
that right?
Were you asking
A
with
fee
regards
waiver.
to when we
That's
lock
what
them
it
up
is.
for reckless driving and we have the hold, or just in general for when they're involved in accidents?
When they're all of the above.
So
I'm
if Chief
concerned
said if
about
they're a
the
victim, then there is no fee. If they are the perpetrator and it's their vehicle, then there is a fee.
If you're a victim, there is a fee waiver.
Okay. That's what I was curious. Councilwoman
Yeah,
Swearing.
I was gonna say, my godson had his car stolen, and there was a fee waiver. He did not have to pay anything. They kept the car for evidence and did what they had to do. But I would advise each council person, if you have not yet, to go and visit them on a Monday at the Austin P, to really see the hard work that this police department is really trying to do, and how they are strategizing with data, analyzing, and doing the work that they're really doing out there. I would advise you to go on Mondays at, what, 2 o'clock?
1 o'clock,
1
ma'am.
o'clock, and check it out. Every lieutenant, every colonel, am I right or wrong, is
That's
sitting
right.
in there. And if you have any questions for your district, or you have any concerns, or questions, you have an opportunity to talk to them right there. Code Zero, I love it, I think it's working. I've talked to a couple constituents. They say they're not really feeling the effect, but they see the work that you're trying to do. Just like one case, you all had nothing to do with it. The guy admitted it. If someone else had been there, the shooting would have not occurred. And then the young lady fired her gun off, she say accidentally. So we got a lot of things that are going on in the black communities, in our communities with these guns. Not educated, don't know how to utilize them, don't know how to properly, what a gun is actually for. And that's how, and we can go way, way back. But thank you. I would advise you all to go out there on a Monday, sit, listen, and understand what the city, the Memphis Police Department is doing. I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I'm praying for you all constantly and others, because we must do this together.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
I definitely, some of us have, I know I've been out there as well. It's in my district. And hopefully we'll be seeing some of the things that you share in that meeting here. You do have a presentation on Code Zero. Are there any other questions on drag racing and reckless driving?
Yes, I had one.
Okay, Councilwoman Walker, and then we'll allow you to go ahead into your Code Zero presentation. Councilwoman Walker.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
recognized.
And this is for whomever wants to respond to it. So some of this has already been addressed with respect to the fine and the release and who gets out. And by the way, I like the 20-day versus the 10-day. And I would, yes, be happy to be a co-sponsor on this. So I know when you were here and made reference to the 10-day, you or someone on the team spoke about the public safety as far as being able to apprehend a certain number of them, because it's so many of them versus the police, and then some of them may have firearms and things like that. With respect to this ordinance, is there any intersectionality as it relates to how that could be addressed?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we have really been having deep conversations about what our tactics will be and how we will go about safely making arrests. Without divulging too much in this forum, just know that we are we're coming up with some very strategic measures to ensure that we hold people accountable who are committing these offenses in our city.
Okay, and also it was said that most of them are not stolen, but whether they are stolen or they have an owner, if the cars are not licensed, if they're not current, is that something that could be worked into this as well? And in terms of, you have the fine,
Right.
but also
You also will have charges.
But the tags are not.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So there'll be any additional charges for any illegal observations, whether it's tags or whether it's a stolen vehicle. We will take those normal steps to charge individuals with the additional infractions.
Yeah, and insurance.
Insurance as well. Insurance as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I also love the 20-day hold and would support a 30-day hold, or to at least be a month to be inconvenienced.
We can bump it up.
Is it true that the racetrack that was in Millington, it has been closed?
That is my understanding, yes, ma'am. we had an interesting conversation with a citizen in the Castelia area, and they were asking if there was any way to get that racetrack back open, because it was an opinion that if there's not a racetrack available, they're just going to race on the street.
That's my question. Has there been an increase since that track has been closed with the drag racing and the little donut stuff and all that?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think there's a correlation. We've seen this particular style of event come about during COVID, and it's nationwide. So I don't think it's directly tied to the closing of the track in Millington.
Okay. All right. I was wondering, did we need to provide a place? But since you say it's no correlation.
What we can do, that has came up in our last term as well. But if you all could come back and share any information on that, if there are any peer cities that have done that and that has made any difference, if there's some data on whether or not that correlates, that would be great to bring back as well. Because I wouldn't want us to just be speculating, but the data would help. Because, the citizens, this has come up several times, so if we could bring some data to it and really look at it and make it a, definitive conversation, then I think that would be great. Okay, right now we're gonna go on to their Code Zero presentation. Colleagues, as you get questions, please write them down and we'll quickly go through them at the end of this presentation.
We'll try to move through this relatively quickly. Code Zero is operations that really require a collaborative approach to crime fighting. It involves other city entities and also other government agencies. It's a holistic approach. It's data-driven, highly visible, multi-law enforcement agency collaboration. We also include code enforcement, fire inspections, business assessments for the businesses in the area that are affected, and other help resources. Sometimes we go to areas where there is prostitution and other types of, quality of life issues, and we also bring referrals and support entities to help those individuals. Outcomes, we look to address quality of life issues, the expansion of our Connect to Memphis camera network when we're talking to businesses, proactive crime prevention, traffic calming, because we also conduct traffic enforcement. We do outstanding warrant sweeps, which is really important. A lot of the individuals that are wanted, we try to pick them up in those areas while we're doing those sweeps. And then community engagement and education is part of it. The next slide basically just talks about the first three Code Zero initiatives in Mount Moriah, Ridgeway, and Airways. It just really outlines the results of those particular.
Chief Davis,
Yes,
I'm so
ma'am.
sorry. I hate to have to stop you. Because we are so far behind and there's some critical things that need to happen today.
It's quite all right.
We're going to bring this presentation back to give it the time that it deserves. Because we're gonna have to move to item number 1. I think we've held that several times or have been dealing with that. We're gonna have to close that out today as well. So per chairman, we're gonna bring this one back, move to item number 1. Which is a discussion of towing rules with Memphis Transportation Commission, our council district, requested by Councilman Canali. And Canali, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, you know that we've been working.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We look forward to a robust discussion on Code Zero next time. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we've been working on rules and regulations for the wrecker industry. I'm pleased to say that I've met with the industry and they are in agreement with it. City legal is in agreement with it. And there's one change that I would like to make on what you all have before you. I'm not asking for same amendments. We can vote on this. We can send this down without recommendation and vote on it 2 weeks. That's fine. But under wrecker rules and regulations application process, any person desiring to engage in the business of providing wrecker or emergency wrecker services within the corporate limits of the city of Memphis, strike the words desiring to engage in the business of, so it will read any person providing wrecker or emergency wrecker services within the corporate limits of the city of Memphis. I have an accompanying resolution. We don't have to vote on it today. You all can look at this and we can vote on it in 2 weeks if we could just send it to the next meeting without recommendation.
Second.
Madam Chair.
Was it motion?
No.
Move it.
I have someone in the queue first. I know, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask the co-sponsor.
Oh,
Absolutely. I'll take as
I'm
many
sure everybody-
co-sponsors as would like to join. And Ms. Foley Love is here also, and she is in agreement as well. So everybody is on one accord.
without recommendation. Okay. You want to add everybody? Is anybody, if anybody object to being?
Everyone.
Okay, everyone, no objection. Okay. At this time, we're going to take a voice vote on this resolution. To move it down with
You
no.
can send it down with positive.
Okay, send it down with positive positive recommendation, I'm sorry. Let's see, can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
Chairman Smiley, moved and seconded by Swearingen Washington. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This item will be sent down with to be on the next meeting's agenda. Well, move downstairs with favorable recommendation. Let's see. Is there any other business that needs to come before us? No, says the chairman. Seeing there's no other business, this committee, Public Safety and Homeland Security is by adjourned. Thank you.
Everybody's on. Good morning, colleagues in City of Memphis. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee at 11:18 a.m. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Green? Present. Councilman Ford? Councilman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilman White? Present. Councilman Cooper Sutton? Present. Councilwoman Walker?
Present.
Councilwoman Easton Thomas? Present. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution opposing Tennessee House Bill 1183 and Tennessee Senate Bill 0503 to establish vouchers in the state of Tennessee. All council districts, sponsored by myself, Easter Thomas, requested for same night minutes. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Motion by Ford, second by Swearingen Washington. Council members, you received a copy of this in your documents. As Councilwoman Cooper Sutton eloquently stated in the former committee, there are bills and legislations being passed and pushed that do not prioritize folks who look like her, me, and some of us up here, but that also do not prioritize what we've established as the necessity of our public school system. So you all received a copy of that, but also I'd like to bring up Ms. Maria Oseja to be able to just speak to the work that she does, her organization, and how they've been on the forefront of letting people know about this legislation in the state of Tennessee. So you can turn the mic on, just give your name and address for the record, and you can proceed.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Oseja, and I live at 4334 East Hunters Glen Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38128. And I did not know about the green. This was a funny coincidence, so happy to be here. So I'm here in my professional capacity through Leaders of Color in Education Reform Now, and I'm here today to share the Leaders of Color professional stance on the Education Freedom Scholarship Act, also known as HB 1183. This is also known as the Private School Vouchers, and Leaders of Color Memphis is an organization focused on identifying, training, and elevating Black and Latinx leaders in Memphis to become civic and political education leaders within education reform. We released results of a new public opinion poll commissioned by the organization focused on the beliefs, aspirations, and priorities of likely voters in Memphis. The survey found that voters overwhelmingly support quality public schools and public school choice in Memphis and have a strong preference for an expansion of public school options as opposed to the creation of private school vouchers. Nearly 9 in 10 voters support public school choice, and voters also overwhelmingly prefer the expansion of public school options, including public charters and career academies. About 2/3 of those surveyed said that they support creating more public school options so that parents can send their children to the public school of their choice, compared to 1/3 of voters who said they preferred a school voucher. The Vouchers Education Savings Account or other private school choice programs that are being advanced by the Republican legislature have a number of fundamental problems. The private providers are not required to honor students' federal civil rights protections or to adhere to the same accountability and fiscal responsibility standards as public schools. These schools and programs, for example, can discriminate students, including in the admissions and hiring of school staff based on virtually anything, including race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, learning disabilities, or gender identity. And these may also lack the academic testing, financial accountability requirements for adequate academic support. Because vouchers and educational savings accounts typically do not cover the full cost of private tuition, they function as subsidies for wealthy who already afford private school tuition. So we did a case study on Arizona in late 2022, a few weeks after the eligibility of ESAs in Arizona became universal. An analysis from the State Department of Education found that 3/4 of the students who were enrolled in the program had already been attending private schools. Private schools don't necessarily improve academic outcomes, and there is limited evidence to support their effectiveness. Vouchers and educational savings accounts can undermine the constitutional principle of separation of church and state as well, and many private schools funded by vouchers are religious in nature. Currently in Tennessee, voucher programs underperform public schools by 19 percentage points in math and English and language arts. So today we stand in solidarity with Councilwoman Easter Thomas and the Memphis City Council to pass a resolution to oppose the expansion of private school vouchers. We ask that the Tennessee General Assembly invest in our public schools by funding the programs we really need, like universal pre-K and competitive pay for teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for being here to give that, because I know that we don't talk a lot sometimes about state legislative priorities that they have, but in this session, in this General Assembly, a lot has been done to impact local government. So thank you for being here to make this statement. Colleagues, you want to, all right, Councilwoman Green.
I would just like to be added as a sponsor and to state on the record that I agree with the resolution wholeheartedly. Public dollars should go to public schools.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I would just like to say that I would like to be added, and I just wanted you all to know that I work with Maria in this work. I am part of the first and the best Leaders of Color cohort here, and it's an amazing program. In addition to supporting and preparing individuals for leadership, some of us do go on to seek public office, and they provide support for that as well. And prior to COVID, they did a national convention that we got to go to, and there was really good training surrounding education reform. And I'm just glad that that initiative is continuing in spite of COVID, and it is alive and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker, and I join you in the LOC alumni
That's
list.
right, my alumni.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
I'll be both.
Okay. Maria, I'm so elated and so proud of you for all the hard work that you're doing. I've had an opportunity to talk with you and to discuss certain things with you and your support, and I support you 100% with your work that you're doing. As a young woman, keep up the good work, and you do have my support, and I will sponsor as well this resolution with you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I yield the floor.
As well as Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Thank you. So, colleagues, let's go ahead and take this to a voice vote. All those in favor for sending this down with same 9 minutes? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, colleagues, for adding on as co-sponsors, and that gets sent down with same 9 minutes tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Second item, colleagues, we have a resolution in opposition to Tennessee House Bill 2002 and Tennessee Senate Bill 2517, eliminating 2 judicial courts in Shelby County, Tennessee, due to safety risks and concerns for the swift administration of justice. All council districts, sponsored by Councilmembers Smiley and White. Request for same 9 minutes. And your motion and second.
Move it.
Motion by Sargent Washington. Second by Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman White.
Yes, this is a resolution for us to urge state legislators to keep our 2 seats. As of right now, it has been proposed to remove 1 circuit court seat, which is Division 7, 1 criminal court seat, which is Division 9, and move those to another county. As we know, we have a serious backlog in our criminal court as it stands right now. DA Mulroy has announced that he's on track to have more trials than we've had in the past. And we are, of course, all diligently working to try to make our community safer. And we all know that an important aspect of that is to make sure that justice is swift. And in order to do that, we need all of our judicial positions. In terms of circuit court, similarly, the biggest thing is that there's not really been any true data that's been presented to say that that we do not have a large enough caseload to support the number of judges that we have in our circuit court position. I've heard that there was some data presented, but it's old, it's stale. And so at this point, we're urging, we want to send an objection, our objection. It's moved up from the Judiciary Committee, it's before the Finance Committee, and also urge others to reach out to members of the Finance Committee in the state legislature, because that's where it presently resides. The other thing is Senator Brent Taylor at as a part of the Judiciary Committee, proposed to keep the criminal court seat, Division 9, but get rid of Circuit Court Division 7. That amendment did not pass. So as it stands right now, the proposal is still to eliminate 2 of our seats, both the criminal court and in Circuit Court. And so that's what this resolution is, and I hope that you all support it. The Memphis Bar Association has been in a big support of it. And the thing is just, as we know, we just have to make the people in Nashville aware of the issues that we have here. And we've had advocates go before the state legislature, the Judiciary Committee. The Memphis Bar Association has done so. And so we just want to add to that in sending a message to those in Nashville that we would like to keep. We need our 2 seats, especially the criminal court seat.
Thank you, Councilman White. We have Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Councilwoman Swearinger Washington in the queue.
Just a quick question for Councilwoman White. Do we know if our Shelby County delegation is now uniformly on board backing this, or do we still have people trying to vote in the other direction? Do you have any idea on that?
I can't answer that question, Councilman Warren.
And
I'm not sure.
I would think that this might be a way that they could see that we really need to have unified Shelby County legislative representation, saying we need both of these things down here to clean up our mess. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would like to be added as a sponsor, and I'd like to say on the record that we can't solve crime if we can't prosecute crime. We can't prosecute crime if we don't have courts open. As somebody who used to practice down at 201 Poplar as a public defender, I had dozens upon dozens of cases every day, trials every week. We have to have every available resource to us to be able to tackle this problem. And for this resolution and for the one before it, I would also suggest to maybe the chair or to Chairman Smiley that we reach out to our lobbyists to make sure that they are pushing forward our position and providing these resolutions to the leaders of the state.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swearinger Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask to be added as a co-sponsor. Of course, I am a strong advocate for Circuit Court. So please add me as a co-sponsor. Totally unbiased.
Woman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Councilwoman White, for educating and letting the constituents and the people know what is happening and what is going on. I appreciate your skills and your level of expertise on why we as Memphians have to be vocal and understand these laws affect us tremendously. And because we live in certain places and do certain things and have certain jobs, it affects us totally as a city and as a community. And I would like to be a co-sponsor as well. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman White, anything else?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to call for a voice vote. All of those in favor for sending item 2 down with same 9 minutes? Aye. Any opposed? All right. That goes downstairs. Item number 3, Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board, appointment of Robert Rogers and Steve Sheridan. Robert Rogers is absent on today, so that's going to be held. But today we'll be looking at Steve Sheridan. Is Steve Sheridan here? Okay, just making sure. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Ford, second by Swearinger Washington. Also, I'm going to ask, since this was held from last council meeting, that we be able to do this with same 9 minutes on today. Mr. Sheridan, you can have a seat, turn on the mic, give us your name and address for the record, and any words you'd like to share about your appointment.
Steve Sheridan, 1610 Vance Avenue. I was asked to join this board, and I thought it'd be a good thing for a retired fellow to do. I have a degree from Memphis State in mechanical engineering. I worked 37 years for Kroger in the engineering department, building stores and gas stations and maintaining them.
Councilwoman Green. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wanted to state for the record that as part of my duties in my day job with Mayor Lee Harris, I do assist in appointments, and I did assist in the appointment of Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Rogers to the Air Pollution Control Board on that side, being that I presented them. Of course, Mayor Harris makes the recommendations. But in consultations with our attorney, there is no conflict since it is the same appointment that Mayor Young and the council is moving forward on. But I wanted that stated on the record.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
So you're retired and coming out of retirement?
No, ma'am, just retired.
You're just semi?
Just trying to help.
Just trying to help. Well, we thank you, and hopefully that in the process of your helping that you enjoy and be very impactful in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sheridan, I think that you had a daughter that I was in Girl Scouts with.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. I won't call a name. I won't put the business out there. But when I saw your name, that's what I thought. Also, just thank you for being able to serve. And you said that Shelby County came to you and Councilwoman Green as well. We do have a lot of things and concerns about things in our air can be combating our health, especially in the North Memphis area. So I hope that y'all be very attuned to those needs and definitely do what's right for the people of Memphis and Shelby County. So I appreciate that. All right, we'll let this go to a voice vote for same night minutes of the appointment of Steve Sheridan to the Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. It'll be sent down this afternoon.
Yes,
Any other business before this committee?
The April 9th meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. We have 6 items on today's agenda. Oh, Ms. Wright, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. We have 6 items in today's committee. The first item is a discussion of Ordinance 5882 related to the sewer policy. All council districts requested by Public Works Committee.
Yeah,
Can I get a motion
Move it.
and a second?
You only need
Second.
Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
I am Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. The administration is requesting a hold of this item. We are, I think as we discussed before, we're meeting with the commercial realtors and builders to come with a resolve with an amicable relationship. And so we met last month, and we are planning to meet again this month and move forward. So we have some positive momentum and would ask that we hold this. Would you allow us at least until early summer, maybe midsummer in July, to maybe come back and give you all progress as to what we've been able to accomplish?
Move to hold until first August meeting.
Okay, can I get a second? Yeah. All right, it has been motion second to be held until the first meeting in August. All right. No more discussion on this item. We will move to item number 4. And item number 4 says the fourth item is a resolution to transfer appropriate funds within the personnel category of solid waste for mid-year cleanup, and the total amount of $1,444,448.54. Line item 051402, salaries part-time, temporary, and the line item number 051902 for bonus pay, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
Move with same night minutes.
With same night minutes, yes. Can I get a motion and a second? It has been moved by Ford.
And seconded with.
Seconded by Warren, okay. All right. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director.
Okay.
This is just moving some dollars based on a trend analysis for our FY24 budget, moving some full-time salaries money to part-time salaries, and also some full-time salary money to bonus pay to compensate the part-time salaries are used to supplement our full-time employees in collections, and our the bonus pay money was used to compensate some salary collections level managers that are salaried, not hourly, for their Saturday and holiday work, and also to compensate cover spot bonuses for some employees that worked assisting public works during the ice storm we had back in February, I believe.
We appreciate all of your hard work that you all have been doing, and we definitely want your employees to be compensated. Is there any further discussion of this item? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, committee.
All right, we're going to move to the second item on the resolution, requesting the city of Memphis to accept $1,100 to transfer its ownership rights and interest to a parcel located at 956 Kerr Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106, to the Blight Authority of Memphis, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, District 4, where we get more, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved, same night minutes.
All right, moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford Canale. Who from the administration is here to speak? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Yes, Rodney Tate Jr., City of Memphis, is 125 North Main, room 568.
Thank you.
And this is a disposition or sale of the property at 956 Kerr to Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority that is in line with their strategy to develop and build affordable housings in this community.
Thank you. Would any council members like to be recognized for this item of discussion? I would like to say I appreciate all of the work that you all are doing in District 4 with renovating the properties, and we really appreciate it. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. With this being said, can we please take a vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
We're going to move to the third item. It is a resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by transferring an allocation and appropriating $660 million. No, that's $660,000. I wish it was $1 million. That would be great, wouldn't it? And GO bonds from traffic signals, project number EN 24100, to traffic signal improvements to the intersection of Union, Cooper, project number EN01117 for a construction contract with McCrory Electric, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Request for same night limit. Minutes. Can I get a motion? Ford Canale, he's on it. Can I get a second? Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Same night minutes?
Same night minutes. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed. If you'll put your mic on, please.
Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer, 125 North Main Street.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This is a resolution to appropriate construction funding for traffic signal improvements at the intersection of Union and Cooper. This project will include a complete reconstruction of the traffic signal infrastructure at that intersection, including the installation of mast arm poles, video detection, emergency vehicle preemption, and countdown pedestrian signals.
Oh, we love that video. Okay, Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
That's a very highly trafficked pedestrian intersection due to all the theaters that are there and where people are parking. Are there going to be any protections for people on the sidewalks at that intersection? Because there's a lot of traffic that goes through there. Can you describe what it's going to be, and will there be specifically barrier protections for pedestrians there?
So no, sir, there will not be any barrier protection for pedestrians, but there will be improvements to the sidewalks and curb ramps adjacent to the intersection to provide additional circulation space for pedestrians. And then also the installation of the pedestrian countdown signals and other pedestrian infrastructure should, make it a much safer intersection for pedestrians after the reconstruction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Have a great day. We're now at number 5. The 5th item is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $5,400,000 to the Sewer Emergency Bypass Pump 24, Project SW 24203 for emergency sewer bypass pumping. All council districts, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. Can we get a motion and a second? Thank you. Thank you. All right, who from the administration is here to speak on this item? Give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main, room 608.
Okay.
We have, as council knows, a large network of sanitary sewer system inside the city, and varying sizes. From 8 inches all the way up to 108 inches in diameters. We actually have a couple 120 inches pipes. But one of our major interceptors that delivers wastewater for half the city that goes through down the Pigeon Industrial Facility, where our South Wastewater Treatment Plant is, that interceptor has experienced a major issue. And luckily we caught it before it became more significant, but so we're gonna basically have to replace a whole section of 96-inch pipe. And in order to do that, flow happens continuously. It's not like stormwater or anything else. 70 million gallons of wastewater are handled through that pipe every day to be treated before it's discharged to the Mississippi River. So we have to set up what we call bypass pumping to pump it around that area, and so we can dry it out and get it ready to be repaired. So a significant portion of our cost is bypass pumping. So we need an additional $5.4 million to cover the bypass related costs that we anticipate to do this work. So that's what this resolution is for. We're taking money from sewer cash to fund it. The project will include numbers of contractors. This one is going to be with Xylem dewatering, and the MWB goal is 6%. The MWB goal is being met with W&T construction. So there is a local contribution cost to that. But the majority of this is big pumps that are pumping that. There's 14 of them generally there. They're just massive. So a lot of the cost is that equipment cost and the fuel cost.
Well, we definitely want you to have what you need for sewer pumping. Is there any further discussion? I cannot imagine.
And this is request for same night minutes on this as well, please.
All right. If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, it is is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. The sixth item is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $6,287,285 to sewer emergency repairs, project number SW23202 for emergency sewer line repairs. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes.
Move it.
All right, it has been moved by Canali and seconded by Councilman Ford. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. This is the companion to the bypass pumping one. This is the actual physical work that'll be needed to dig it up and replace the bad pipe section. The goal is 25%. It's MBE at 22%, WBE at 3%. The goal is being met by DNC Construction Services LLC, and the WBE goal is being met by All Right Plumbing.
All right. Thank you for. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chairwoman. Are these local?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they local, the businesses that the contracts, are they local?
Yes, ma'am. They're certified local by the OBDC office.
Okay. And when you say emergency sewer line repairs, how often is that has to be done, and what do we need to do to make sure that we stay on top of these repairs?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. We've spent a large amount of money assessing all of our sewers citywide as part of our consent decree. So we have a really good knowledge base, and we've rated all these systems. But every once in a while, the system will fail prematurely. And that's just because the nature of wastewater can be very aggressive. It creates hydrogen sulfide and other gases, and that are very detrimental to the pipe or the manhole. In this case, because of these big pipes, it's hard to really have a great assessment of them. You think of a pipe that's 8-foot diameter, it's not easy to assess it easily with that much flow going on, especially wastewater, which is not clear water, it's wastewater. Yeah, so it's not the best environment to assess. So we do everything we can on a periodic basis to clean and assess all these pipes, these 3,200 miles of pipes that we're responsible for. And we know, like, for example, with this situation, we have several other sections on the same non-con interceptor upstream of this that we are concerned about. And so we're going to be doing similar work in the future because we're trying to be proactive in this regard.
Thank you. If y'all have not visited these certain sites with Director Connect, I have done asphalt visits, and we're doing another visit in a couple of weeks. I think it will be very interesting to see what happens and how things flow around this city. And thank you, Director Connect. It's very interesting.
And thank you, Councilwoman, for all your interest in site visits.
That would be a great field trip to see the sewage.
Yes, we're going to wastewater treatment.
Is there any further discussion on this?
My next trip is to the waste.
Yeah, the South Wastewater Treatment Plant.
So I know a lot about potholes and asphalt and what's going on and the new updated equipment. Yes, I'm gonna get the real skinny on the poop.
Yes.
So,
it's what we do.
And you ask us, and I want to have some knowledge that I can share with my colleagues. Let's pass for the poop. So, yes.
Thank you so
thank
much.
you for being so kind and taking me on all these tours and our requests.
Thank you,
My
Director
pleasure.
Connect. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Director, I want to thank you. You weren't able to come to a meeting, but you sent a great stand-in. Joy, she was an excellent presenter, and she really responded great to the constituents. So I commend you on having a strong team.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you
and
very
I
much.
appreciate
That's
you,
wonderful.
Director Davis. Thank you for your hard work. All right. Does any other member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed before the committee?
So that is what's happening right now.
Thank you, Chief. Persons, public, there is a beautiful website, which I cannot remember the name. You should go and put your information in and see if you've got unclaimed cash. It's out there. Seeing no members in the queue, let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton is present. All those in favor with sitting this down with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair is an aye. This is, goes down with favorable recommendation by acclamation.
Mr. Chair, question?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
have any idea what sort of funds we're talking about here, the amount? Or
The
is this
state
just-
publishes
no
it
idea?
on an annual basis. Yeah, it's in, yeah. I mean, it's in there.
You know?
I don't know offhand, sir.
Yeah. But it's significant. I mean,
It
I mean, I feel like
I can
statewide,
get back
it's,
to you with it. Yes, sir.
it's like a 9-figure number. Yeah, it's shocking. I think one year I had like $200 unclaimed 6-7 years ago. Anyway, we got to keep moving. Fun times.
Yes, it's in the resolution.
Item number, getting more members here, so we will go to item number 5, a resolution requesting an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, to reallocate funding in the amount of $1,100,000 from the Youth Pilot Program to the Library Youth Program, all council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second to have this item heard?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren. Hello, Keenan, are you coming up on this one, or it's up to you? Just if we get a summary for the record and just in case any questions come by. Antonio or Walter, why don't you walk us through just the transaction, and then we can talk about the specifics of the program if necessary.
All right. Hello again, Walter Person, interim CFO, 125 North Main. Okay. ARPA was a $161 million grant from the federal government to the city of Memphis. Out of that, through various appropriations, $2.2 million was appropriated and granted to the library for youth programs. This happened in the last budget cycle because the library had such effective and efficient programming. Ultimately, as we worked our way through the process, we're now finding ourselves at a point where we're reallocating $1.1 million of that 2.2 to library youth programs, and that's what's before you today. And I will let Director McCloy speak to the rest of it.
Good morning. Yeah, just stay, if you'll just stay kind of high level, and then if anybody has specifics, you know, just generally,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. You want to start? And I'll.
All right. Well,
Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
all right. Well, as Chief Person mentioned, pursuant to the budget that was passed last year, there was funds sent to the library. What they've identified were pressing needs with respect to some of the programming in the community. And they've identified some additional programming that they could actually provide. And then, of course, there is a mobile vehicle that you all will be purchasing as well that will be providing programming in the community as well, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we have a team of employees who called the Connect Crew, and all they do is go outside of libraries for, walls. So the point of it really is to get to every person that we possibly can connect with in whatever different kind of way. And so we've had real success. I mean, we've had literally thousands of people. So anyway, yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, to that end, what Director McCloy and her team did was they identified what the needs were and the amount of money that they would truly need. And so this is the amount of money that they would truly need to extend the operation of the Connect Crew. Again, the Connect Crew is to take the library and library services outside of the walls of the library. So those that have transit or transportation needs or issues, then they will be able to bring that to them.
Thank you. Yeah, look, our library system is nationally renowned, has won national awards. There is no better investment that, we can be making. And one of the things I think that the COVID really, I don't know that it taught us, but it highlighted is the fact that, we can't always get people to the library. So what a great opportunity to take the library to them. And we've seen that in many different strategies and areas both in the government and NGO space. So, colleagues, yes, ma'am. Chair or Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Director, thank you for all the hard work and the good work that you've been doing so far with your transition, even moving back into the city. I told you I read all your information, but I want to ask you a question. Chief said that you identified, your team had identified some needs. What was the greatest one of the needs that you identified that is pushing you to need this $1 million that will mobilize you to be in the communities? What was one of the greatest needs that you saw that was needed?
I think one of the greatest needs was transportation, because a lot of Memphians don't have access to transportation. So getting vans and taking our staff out has just been like sort of unbelievable. I mean, we didn't really see this coming. It was just amazing that it all has happened, because we know that a lot of people can't get anywhere in Memphis. I mean, it's just a difficult city for public transportation and otherwise. And so, but now we have a team of people who go all around the entire county of Shelby County.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
and what do they do? What did this team do? What did it consist of? What do they do? What's their responsibility? What's their role?
The Connect crew does, they do go to do programming for youths, for children, teens, tweens, all ages. So they've been extremely successful. We have a person, Jamie Griffin, who's kind of in charge of the Connect crew, and it's just been a gift, really, to have the vehicles, because again, so many people can't get access to transportation of any sort.
So these vehicles that you're gonna have, is it like a van I remember when I was growing up, the library would come and they would have books, and we would go on the bus and we would check out books and books and books and books. And it was just so amazing as a child to see that, to come in our communities. And are you planning on connecting with the community centers with their summer programs? Because they're gonna have children there. So I'm just trying to see what this is gonna look like with this $1 million that's being transferred, and how impactful has it impact the children in your youth program?
So programming is really what we do. I mean, fundamentally, the library is our programmers. I mean, that's what we do. So that is like first and foremost. It's not like the bookmobile used to be, 30 years ago. We don't have bookmobiles any longer, but we do have. It's called Infobus, and it died. Yes,
I think it's important, and I'm sorry to cut. I want to keep us moving.
But I just like her to continue, just finish what I just asked, and then we can continue to move.
I appreciate that. We are running 2.5 hours behind and have a very robust
Always
schedule today. And that's something we can talk about. But with all due respect, Councilwoman.
Yes, Chairman, with all due respect.
With all due respect, if you could answer the question about the program, and let's move on. Also, keep in mind that the majority of the funding is almost $900,000 of the $1.1 million is actually going to computer systems. So
that's what I wanted to know. Computer systems. You didn't say that.
That is one of our greatest needs. Yes.
All right, I've got Councilwoman Green and then Councilwoman Walker in the queue.
I just have one quick question for the administration. This is funded by Arpa, and we know that's going away.
Yes,
so, and I know there are some equipment and, the other hard assets that we're purchasing. But as far as it relates to the programming, are we making sure that in the budget this is shored up in the future when we're out of ARPA funds?
So with respect to this particular program, this is replicating a program that has been general funded. And so what we're doing now is just replenishing and updating hard assets. And then with the vehicle itself, we're extending the reach of the actual program itself. So it's duplicating what we currently have. So there's no worries with respect to this program augmenting staff, or we may have to lose staff, or we may have to lose services. Is actually an extension of what we currently have. Is actually working well.
But I think, and I'll just piggyback. I think the computers I can understand because it's maintenance. You can put them under warranty. Is that the plan? I think for the bus though is I think are you putting additional bodies, part-time or full-time staff that we'll have to pick up within the general fund budget when this money's extinguished, or is this contemplate? That's, I think, where she was driving at.
We've planned for that. I mean, we have planned for that. I mean, that's definitely a part of it. We can't do it without it.
Got it. All right, Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, good afternoon, Director McCoy. Always a pleasure. So I'm a former library employee in the Link Department, and I'm just delighted to see this. And as far as the Connect crew is concerned, the I Love Whitehaven Neighborhood and Business Association, we do this holiday marketplace the same day as the Christmas parade, and the Connect crew has been a part of that, I think, for 3 consecutive years. And so I can speak to what they do in the community, and it is a valuable resource, and continue to do the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye. This passes with a favorable recommendation. Will be heard in 2 weeks. Moving on to item number, just moving in the rear here, item number 4, a resolution requesting a fiscal year 2024 third quarter budget adjustment resolution to adjust expenditures for unanticipated circumstance. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Councilwoman Green. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Walker. Who wants to take this one? Chief Person, excuse me.
No problem. Okay, this one is a bit of a lift. So essentially what has happened is during the course of the year, as we execute the budget, we start to discover anomalies and things that need to be addressed and adjusted. And as part of this year's process, one of the things we discussed and discovered was that we had under budgeted by a great amount for fire services. Essentially, it was 101 personnel, as well as the ancillary support materials, the material and supplies that are associated with those personnel that was under budgeted. So as a result, and given some of the financial challenges that we're all aware we're facing this year, we had to look at allocating funds from fund balance to address those shortfalls. The personnel amounts about $9.6 million and about 2.8, I believe, for the material and supplies. We have some additional adjustments, 300,000 or so, that are coming into play related to our support for, I guess, Mr. Bingham's program back there, and there's an additional amount.
Yeah, so I'll hop in. I'll read it. I probably should. All divisions budget neutral between multiple legal levels, multiple line items, or budget allocations with an increase of amount to $100,000. That's the litmus test. Public Works Division is an increase in $300,000 for the hospitality hub. HCD is an increase of $178,000 for full-time salaries, training, travel, and miscellaneous charges. Fire Services Divisions is an increase in multiple line items in the amount of $9,598,889, and all of this is to be earmarked from the fund balance. I'll ask the first question, which is, what is the fund balance today, and what would this take the fund balance down to?
Yes, sir. The current fund balance has not been touched since the close of last fiscal year, so it was about $114,476,000.
I thought we loaned 20. Are you backing in the receivable from MATA?
Well, yes, sir. That was actually assigned during the budget season, so that was part of assigned fund balance.
Got it.
We have 114,476 in unassigned.
Understood.
Which will be
down to 104 and change, or 103 and change.
yes, roughly it'd be around there. So it's about $11-12 million hit.
Okay.
To fund balance.
And then my only other question, and I'll pass it to any members that want to talk as significant, is what is it? Let me say it this way. A lot of money to move with same night minutes. So
it is.
So tell me why this can't wait. And here's the deal. I think it is, first off, it's been a kind of a chaotic day. I don't have most of my colleagues here. I don't know. I'm not going to say that they do or don't object to it, and the general public, but I'd be more inclined to allow this to be voted on in 2 weeks with same night minutes so that it's out there and members can ask, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to spend 40 minutes digging into this thing. And it's a lot of money to move. So if we're gonna do this, I need a really good reason why I can't wait 2 weeks.
And I think you raised a good point. Fortunately, we have the fire chief here who can speak to it a little more intelligently than I can. But I will say this. There's a certain urgency that is involved in this. As I said, it was raised to our attention really during the first quarter of this fiscal year. But, I think the position is that we're coming to a point where we need to address it now because of budget shortfalls and potential failed fund issues that may impact the fire services division. Chief Sweat, did you want to
hang tight? My only thing, and I don't want to go back and forth and waste the time that we could be talking about, but I have to tell you, this is the issue is we need to have this conversation. And once I open the door to this, then I need to allow every member that wants to ask an appropriate question that's germane to the subject, but we don't have an hour and a half to talk about this. That's my issue. And to be frank, again, we're moving a lot of money, even if it's justified, with very short notice. And this is where the same 9 minutes, while we have the precedence to do it, it's not a practice that I'm super fond of. So I'm going to pivot one more time. Failed funds may be your saving grace, but am I going to miss payroll? I mean, where are we here?
So, Chair, that is the concern right now. We are at we're going down a critical path where there will be failed funds in some areas, especially in with fire services. You're looking at personnel cost as well as M&S. One of the things that we tried to do prior to coming to you all is try to manage within the budget, and there's just no way that we could have managed within the budget with this type of variance. So we do apologize and we understand the concern, but that's where we are at this particular point. I did concur with Chief Sweat, and she can kind of talk a little bit more in detail about the needs.
And here's what I do. Chief Sweat, I want to be respectful of your time. I'm willing to let this move forward. I want it to go downstairs without a recommendation. If you wouldn't mind availing yourself at the 3:30 meeting so that we can keep on task, or if there are members that would like to speak with Chief Sweat in between now and that meeting to get a better understanding, I think it would be best for the public if you would come and make a statement just to explain, because you're one of the biggest chunks of this. And again, I'm very sorry to ask you to do this just based on, I'll tell you what, why don't you address it now for the public record? And then if you'll take the time to meet with any member that wants to meet with you, and we can kind of go from there. So Chief Sweat, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm co-signing for everything that's been said. This is basically because of the 101 positions that were not funded in the budget, and probably some of the M&S stuff are probably not as critical, but we are at the point in some of our service centers where we could fail funds if we don't have some money put into those service centers.
Do any members have any questions?
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I will avail myself, be available for anybody that wants to speak to me.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green.
I am baffled by how we got to 101 unfunded positions. So if there's a way, and I understand we have a new administration and all of us are new and all that, but this body passes a budget. Each department tells what their complement's going to be. So it is, and it's not 2 or 3 positions. It's 101 positions that makes a $9.6 million hit. That's going to be recurring. I assume we're not going to just pay payroll this time. We're going to keep these people on. So this is a nearly $10 million expense that we didn't budget in and that we're going to have to keep budgeting in. So if somebody could explain to me how we got here, I would appreciate it.
I will speak on behalf of the council. And then if the administration wants to respond, I'm going to try and do this as gingerly as I can. As we go through this first budget season together as a new seated body, we make the best informed decision we can with the information provided to us at the time. And clearly, and the administration has a responsibility to execute the mayor's vision of the mayor's budget. And they work for the city, but at the pleasure of the mayor. And so I'll leave it at that. It is and I want to keep us moving. It is a very frustrating relationship at times with directors that want to share different pieces of information, and they are often caught in between a rock and a hard place because they report to the COO and the mayor, and they want to work with the budgeting body, and there is an art and science to that. And I'm not trying to make an excuse.
No,
I'm just trying to tell you how it is. Yeah.
No, I understand, but I guess my request for you as budget chair is, as we have quarterly or biannually check-ins, because we already had one today where we were updating something to make some adjustments in salary, that our directors come to us and say, P.S., we've hired over 100 new people that's not been funded. And that you make sure those questions are asked and answered in our budget meetings so that we're not caught at the end right before we're about to not make payroll. And like, if we say no to this, then firefighters who put their lives on the line for our community don't get paid. So we're being held over a barrel now because nobody updated us for the last year.
Well said. I think it's a very adept point, and I'll just get it from the horse's mouth. This administration's committed to being more proactive in communicating with the public and the council.
Definitely.
Dr. Warren and Councilman Cooper Sutton, were you in the queue
I
as well?
just have a clarifying question. You know, we've been having a hard time hiring firemen and policemen. And my question is, did we actually do a better job hiring firemen than we thought we were going to, and that's where this is coming from? That we actually have got our complement up? Is that what's happening here? Because I know we had goals, and then you budget on what you really had. Did you do a better job hiring people? That's my question.
I would say, yes, we have been doing a better job at hiring people, but no, that is not what caused this situation.
Okay, and can you tell us what caused it briefly?
I can kind of give you a 30,000-foot level from an operational perspective. In the finance department, there were some decisions made by parties that are no longer here. And in the process, there were decisions made about how we account for our new hires or our trainees versus our permanent employees and how we fund those activities. Well, in the process of the budgeting scenarios we went through, there was something missed, evidently, during that process. So the trainees that the fire department was planning to hire were not properly funded with the budgetary dollars that should have been allocated to them. So when we moved forward into the first quarter, to her credit, Chief Sweat did raise that issue, but it was not necessarily addressed proactively to the chairman's point.
It wasn't brought to us by the prior administration. It was kicked.
Okay,
So
that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I just want to echo what Councilwoman Green has said. This is baffling to see that we're here at this point. And we can't do anything about the previous administration that you just alluded to, that they screwed up. And so now we're here moving such an exceptional amount of money, and you're talking about payroll? So if we don't pass this, and you're talking about, Chairman, 2 weeks, which is, to get some more understanding, because there might be some more council member that wants to ask a few more questions, but this is totally embarrassing that, that we are here, can't meet payroll. This is absolutely embarrassing, and embarrassing on the last administration who handled this, the taxpayers' money the way they've handled it, and got Chief Sweat and those 101 employees in a pickle. So I don't even know what to say, but the constituents that we represent and the taxpayers, they are owed an explanation, clearly and fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
So for clarity, and I've just heard everything, I've been paying attention, but for clarity, this cannot wait 14 days?
Here.
So
Let's do this. Here's what I'm willing to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to divide this question. We will move the payroll forward, and we're going to hold materials and supplies back.
Okay.
And in that time, and here's how the beauty of the council works is we meet more than once a year. In an act of good faith, if you guys will give a more in-depth written summary of what is going on and email it to the council and their staff so that we have a record. And we'll, is that acceptable to everybody? Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Just to I echo what you're saying. In the military, they have the same.
I'll make what we're going to do is I'm going to send this down as it's written, not as amended, with no recommendation. We'll get the language right, and then we'll amend it from the floor tonight. Is there any objection to doing that? All right, seeing none, under no objection, this is going to go down with no recommendation, with same night minutes, and with a plan to be amended on the floor. And I'll get with you two, and we'll work through it. Or you three, group 4, make it a team thing. All right, that's what we're doing there. Let's move to item number 3, just working our way back here. A resolution requesting an amendment to the American Rescue Plan ARPA projects. 1, Memphis Public Safety Initiatives in the amount of $443,205. And 2, Community Service Initiatives in the amount of $117,000. All council districts sponsored by the administration. And there is a request for same night minutes on this item as well.
So move with same night minutes.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington. Administration.
All right. So these are really just shifts with ARPA funds primarily within the divisions. One is a move within police services, primarily from other funding sources to fleet services, primarily to address previously funded ARPA transactions within fleet services, probably their take-home vehicle program, most likely, because that's the biggest pot of money that they had. And the other one is really designed to support WOWs. And that program is going to fund about 500 individuals as they move forward through the WOWs process to get some of their rights reinstated. And this is going to be funding to support that effort.
Any explanation for the need for same night minutes? Just asking. It was held from last time? All right. If that's the case, I don't really remember. Maybe it didn't make it on the agenda, but it doesn't matter. It's intercompany, so to speak, so I don't have a problem with that. It did remind me, though, is I know next meeting we're going to hear from the mayor, and so I don't want to get into it now, but in Councilwoman Logan's committee, I would like an update on the take-home car program and where we are, because I know we made a large order. And Antonio, I'm talking just like, here's what we've ordered, here's what we've received, here's what's outstanding. And honestly, if you really just want to email it, and if council members want to have a larger conversation, we can do that. We don't actually will you get us an update? And with a brief history for if you'll add a brief executive summary of the program for new members, because it started in the last term, I think that would be helpful for everybody. Okay. Colleagues, any members have questions or comments? All right, seeing none, to send this item down with favorable recommendation, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This is passed with a positive recommendation. Item number 2. Actually, we're going to do item number 1. Item number 1, presentation on the City of Memphis fiscal year 23 annual comprehensive financial report, which is our audit. All council districts, I've requested this. I think, one, it's good practice. We should be doing this every year. There's not a private entity, especially a publicly traded company, that doesn't have an audit, and that CFO presents it to the audit committee and or its board of directors. I think it's important for us as the budget committee and audit committee, and I think it's important for the public, especially as we are transitioning out of one administration into the other. You look pretty much across the board. Clerk Kuhn did it, going back and having an audit and saying, hey, these are the things we did well, we didn't do well. That's the purpose. With that, I will remind all people that Person was not the former CFO. He's splitting over a term, so just keep that in mind. Any changeover, you're going to have some cleanup and changes in practice, policy, and procedure. With that, Chief Person, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Walter Person again. Flip quickly to page 2 in essence of time. Here we go. What is the ACFR? Will be part of the agenda along with the purpose of the ACFR, and the ACFR stands for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. That was the title page document. And it's important to remember, I have the document here with me so you can see a live example. This is from the last fiscal year, so it is dated as of 6/30/2023. Along with that, I'll cover the basic financial statements that you'll find in the document. We did have an compliance, or basically an internal control audit finding, which I'll cover with you. Several key points and items, basically good things that you can find in the ACFR that may answer some of the questions you have. And then finally wrapping up with some questions. What is the ACFR? It's a comprehensive document that provides detailed information about a municipality. To the chairman's point, this is essentially the annual report for the city of Memphis. You have an introductory section, and that section has a letter from the mayor. It has an organizational chart for the city that includes you all in that structure. It talks about the municipality's goals, missions, and objectives. Important to that, and I also have this individual here, the partner-in-chief for our audit firm. It has an unmodified opinion as to the quality and the integrity of the financial statements that are contained in this document. An unmodified opinion means that the audit firm had no material concerns about the information that we provided, so that you can look at the information as being credible. MD&A, which is the Management Discussion Analysis, gives you an overview of management's perception of our performance. It talks about our performance in detail, including our liquidity, our capital resources, our balance sheet, as well as our income statement. It's a very good document for those of you that don't want to do a deep dive into the nuances of the financial report. And the nuances of the financial report are actually in the financial section. That's where you can get down to a very granular level about how the organization is performing, both from a government-wide perspective, but you can also get a perspective from the business unit. So as you know, and we'll get into a little bit more as we talk, the city tends to operate on basically 2 platforms. You have a platform that's called government services, which is where your public service, your fire, public works tend to reside. And then you have a business operations section, which is more MLGW, typically operations like that fall into that category. And then a statistical section. This section gives you a lot of good information about not only the city and kind of a more or less a 10-year trend on how we're performing. So you get to look at the trending patterns of the city, but you also get some good external information. You'll find out about employers. You'll find out about operations in the city that maybe extend beyond the city of Memphis, but are pertinent to our financial performance. And then finally, the compliance section. That section includes what we call our single audit, which is a review of our federal government performance and all the grants we get there, along with just general internal control measures. Purpose, I'll go through real quickly: transparency, accountability, decision-making, compliance, creditworthiness, and historical record. I want to focus on creditworthiness for a second because, as we've discussed today, when you start dealing with fund reserves, you start really getting close to concerns about our creditworthiness. And this book, although maybe a lot of us don't necessarily read it, a lot of our portfolio advisors, as well as our fund investors, use this like a Bible. They look at this and look at every nuance of it to determine what our bond ratings will be for across the board for both our business enterprises as well as our governmental enterprises. Basic financial statements. This is a quick run through of the schedules that you'll find in the ACFR. The government-wide schedules, which are really across the entire city. You have a statement of net position, which is essentially the balance sheet for the city, and a statement of activities, which is more or less our profit and loss or our income statement. At the fund level, you have a balance sheet for governmental funds. You also have some for business funds. You have the recon analysis, basically to tie it back out to the governmental or the government-wide analysis. And you also have the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. General fund, you have the statement of revenues as well as the statement of expenditures. These documents are very good for you because they do a comparison against the adopted budget, the final funding budget, and where we actually come in. So you can really take these documents to see how well the city performed. I know the state spends a lot of time reviewing these types of schedules, so it may be a benefit to you to take a look at them as well. Proprietary funds, these tend to be our business type entities. When you think of proprietary, you're thinking things like our stormwater or our sanitary sewer system. There's a statement of net position, again, revenue and expenses, and a statement of cash flow. Fiduciary funds, these are funds like the healthcare funds. These are funds that the city operates as a fiduciary on behalf of others. So it'll be retirement, it'll be healthcare, it'll be something we call OPEB or other post-employment benefits. And then finally, the combining statements. So this is where we start to really get to a granular level and look at all the other funds that we have in the city, and you get a chance to get a good visualization of how they're performing individually. Real quickly, I'll get down to the last couple of bullets here. It's important when you look at this to understand that we as a government, when you're talking about the city of Memphis, use something called modified fund accrual accounting. And basically that's almost a cash basis accounting. So we recognize revenues when we're receiving them or within 60 days thereafter. So pretty much we're on a cash basis. We also recognize expenses on that same time frame. Most private sector entities use what's called full accrual accounting, which is what we use for our proprietary funds. Full accrual is where you recognize revenues when you incur them. So your revenues may be several months out in the future, but you will recognize them when you are actually earning those revenues. So it provides for some differences, which I won't go into here.
But a big one, I mean, I think a big example for everyone, like for us, is sales tax rebate from the state. Like what are we out? Are we out 60 days on that? Are we out 30 or 60?
Probably 60 days.
I think 60 days.
Yep.
So like we don't get our rebate of actual cash in, cash out, cash in from the state until 60 days after that event occurs. So when we take a look at something like the NCAA tournament, we won't know the full economic impact and receive that cash until middle of May, if we're lucky, right? So it's a good example of that.
Thank you. Right to the internal control audit finding that I was telling you about. As part of our internal control audit, our auditor did find that an employee was overpaid approximately $17,000. Now, it's important to note that this happened 2 years ago. We looked through our system, and one of the things that we discovered that drove this process is that there was a fairly uncontrolled environment around who was allowed to enter payroll information. So we've worked with our IT department. We're in the process of working with our IT department as well to set this up so that we can have some controls that only allow management personnel within payroll and within finance to access this system. Ma'am? We get the money back on a payment plan when possible. Now, in this particular case, I can't say whether we got it back. But usually, if the employee is still employed, when this kind of issue comes up, we can take it out of their pay. But in this case, I'll have to find out whether we actually got all the $17,000 back.
Was this? I mean, this was a policy procedure issue, right? This was an internal control, which is why.
Yes.
I think that's the other thing we probably should say. Auditors don't just look at cash in, cash out, and accruals. They look at policy, procedure, all that stuff, right? Or they can.
Right. Well, and to your point, this is part of the internal control audit, which is different from the financial statement audit. There were no findings in the financial statement audit was a clean bill of health. This came. Oh, did you want to? But when this came back, this was the one finding.
Were we implementing the new payroll system during this time period too? No, we weren't. So this is just straight internal control. Yeah, got it. Okay. But that's great. I mean, look, shouldn't have happened, but this is why you hire people to come back and an outside party nonetheless, right? So I want to say the system worked here.
It's working. It's working.
All right, let's keep moving.
Okay. And here I'm starting to dive into a little bit of the financials. I don't want to go too deep in, but I want to share with you kind of what kind of finances you can, or financial information you can see in our ACFR. So here's a quick snapshot of the balance sheet. Now, this is not the granular level balance sheet, which would actually be an A1 or Schedule A1. This is the condensed version. So you have your assets, your capital assets, working down to a net position. So if you look at 23 versus 22, you see that we've improved to the tune of about $200,000 in our net position. And our net position from an aggregate standpoint, and I'm looking at governmental activities, is really just what you have left over. It would be like the equivalent of, in a private sector business, your owner's equity, so to speak. So when we look at that, we've improved some. We're still in a negative position, and I can go into a little bit of detail about that if you so choose. On business side, which is mostly our stormwater, our solid waste, as well as MLGW, you see that we've actually shown positivity and have improved from 22 to 23, from $2.5 billion to 2.7. So, and this is not uncommon in municipalities, primarily because business type activities are allowed to bill directly for services that are provided. So they're able to match their revenues and expenses a little more directly than the governmental activities. So in total, we were able to improve largely on the back of our business type activities to the tune of $2.6 billion in 23 in terms of net value. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but this is the income statement. Real quickly, I think the biggest thing to take from this, if you look down at public safety, if you can see that far, it's a little bit of an eye chart. You see from 22 to 23, on the expense side, you see we went from $614 million down to $352. A lot of that was due to a lot of grant spending related to COVID-19. If you look back at public safety, we played a big role in saving and working with the city during the COVID-19 process, as you all may remember, and that shows the effect of that. So that shows the real-time impact of the monies that we're spending. Yes, ma'am, I will. I was trying to condense a lot of information on one page, but you are very correct. And I can provide the pages that this came from in the ACFR, which is a lot more legible than this. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I'll just say this as we kind of we can move faster through this.
Okay.
I think, and I would want to. I do want to take more time, but I'm just looking at the clock. But I want to give it back to you. But I think for everybody, we're coming up on budget season. I've said this once, and I'll say it again. And I know that the administration is like working to finish the mayor's budget. And I wish we could have done this a month ago. I think next year we'll try and do it sooner. It's important to look at the audit before we go into the budget season. But what I really, really encourage you to do, especially with this team, because they've been so great about trying to be proactive, is please go sit down with them. Like, this is what they do, and they will walk you through or answer any question. It's a lot to have thrown at you at one time. I've been here, I'm in my 5th year now, and I still probably have like a 15% understanding of our entire audit. It's just so many moving pieces, but you don't have to be in the weeds. They are. But it is really good to go sit down with them and get an understanding. And he mentioned it earlier, the statistical section in the rear of the audit is so important. It has, I've said this before, it's got the entire tax history over the tax rate history of the last 15, 20 years. It's got our debt position. I mean, it's just, there's so much valuable information that when you come into budget season, you may even want to bring your book so you can go and quickly look, so you don't have to, ask like, hey, where were we at the tax rate, or where do we do? A lot of that information is in there, and it's very, very helpful. But it is a lot, so please take advantage of their willingness to want to come and sit down with each member and meet with you and explain it, because I've had to go and meet with them and have it explained to me many times and over. Yes, ma'am.
I'm taking classes now.
Yeah, it's.
I've been doing it for the last how long?
You've been doing it since you came. You're very proactive, and I appreciate that.
Taking my classes, I'm spending time with finance, and I am learning a lot.
Yep.
So I will not be ignorant.
I love it. It is the most important thing that we do here, and I hope everybody takes that level of interest. It's important. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chief Persons, if you'll keep walking us through, but I think just hit the high level notes on these next few slides, and then we'll get on with it.
I'll move along quickly. So this one just basically gives you an idea of why we have business type and governmental type. So if you look at the pie chart, you can see that the revenue sources are very different. Business type, very isolated charges for services. You have a whole portfolio of revenue types that feed into governmental. Capital assets, this is a breakdown of what you saw on the balance sheet page. This lets you see where the money is going for our various capital assets, and hopefully this one's a little more legible, so it's a little easier to look at. And then we move to the debt levels, which the budget chairman has referred to. So you can see, and I think this was a question that was raised several months ago, what do our debts look like for the city of Memphis? You can see in aggregate, we're right at about $3 billion in debt. That's right. So, and you can see the breakout here, which is a very helpful document. And then we move to the tax levy. What are our taxes look like? How much are we generating in taxes? Well, our tax rate is 2.70 per $100 of assessed value, but you also get a chance to look at a very granular level. Where does this money go? So you see it goes to general fund, debt service, as well as capital projects, which we also call Accelerate Memphis here. And then also we get a chance to look at what tax abatement programs the city is leading. And primarily they're fall into two categories: pilots, or payment in lieu of taxes, and TIFs, which is tax incremental financing. Fund balances. This is actually the number that I quoted the budget chairman a little earlier. Unassigned fund balance, $114,476,000. So you get a chance to see where does this money go and the various levels of restriction. For instance, committed are usually controlled by the council. Restricted, usually controlled by federal government or other entities like that. And here's an example of what you find in the statistical section. You have top 10 Memphis employers. So you can look down the list quickly and see where are our employees concentrated. And there's a lot of slides like that you can find in the ACFR. Questions?
Not today, thank you though. Look, trust me, I want to, and I see some of our representatives. Do you want to introduce some of our representatives that help with the audit?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is our partner in charge at Banks, Finley & White, who has joined us for more time than he planned on. This is my deputy chief back here, who is going on to greener pastures. So I'm trying not to shed a tear over that event. Who's seated next to him? And
There's nothing greener.
keep saying that. Keep saying it. Maybe she'll believe it.
Thank you for that. And so I appreciate that. And I think we're done with you guys. Shoo.
Thank you.
So colleagues, our first item really is kind of piggybacks, or second item is piggybacks on this, which is the audit committee, since I think Edmund Ford Jr. was here, has not been very active. And it's really part of budget audit. You can call it what you want. And it's something that I think that the body needs to be more thoughtful and proactive about. I've talked about it before. Our major responsibilities, outside of ordinance making is zoning and budget. And so I think we've got to do a better job throughout the year of being cognizant, like Councilwoman Green said and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, about quarterly reviews, but very tailored and specific. When you do an audit or auditors come in, they don't look at everything. They heat check. So they'll ask for certain invoices, and they're just kind of targets to say, this kind of checks with everything. If they try to go through every single invoice of a large corporation, there would be no audit. And so I think that we need to do that. The other thing that I'll bring up, and probably more important, that I want you all to think about is the non-financial audit. So we have ordinances, we have quasi-governmental agencies that have edicts and parameters on how they're supposed to operate. And those are the internal controls, like policies and procedures. And I think that's something that the council hasn't been very good at, is going back and publicly talking about whether the groups that we've formed or that we fund are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then lastly is the financial. I know that, perk up, JB, you're gonna like this part. I know that we have had a lot of conversations both on the policy procedure side, but also the financial side of quasi-governmental agencies. So for me, the part of the discussion that I want to contribute is that it's my intent to start bringing some of these quasi-governmental agencies in front of the body to talk about their financials, to talk about the policies and procedures and some of the things that they're doing. I've made it abundantly clear from where I'm sitting that I think that the city of Memphis has to look at economic development, much like we're looking at public safety, in a new light. We've piecemealed it together over 30 plus years. We had the IDB and now we have Edge, and Edge came out because we needed a deal for Electrolux, right? And so, but we haven't really gone back and had a comprehensive view of how we approach economic development in the 21st century, in the 2020s post-COVID, et cetera, et cetera. And so for me, I think the way that that conversation starts is bringing those individual groups in. And it's not to put them on the defense. It's to have a conversation in the public about what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we can do it better. And it's everything down from Memphis Health and Ed Board, which there's been a lot of conversation around recently. So I want you to know that that's where I'm at. I want the public to know that that's where I'll be coming at it from. So if you have, and this is for you all, if you have specific organizations, and by the way, it could be somebody that we give $50,000 to for a grant. If you want them to come before the body and have a conversation, you're entitled to do that. And my team of one, my girl, we will get that group to come here. If they don't, it will compel them. So if there's any other comments or commentary or thoughts on that, I'd really like to hear them. You can always email me, but it's certainly, open it for the dialogue. If not, that's the purpose.
I think you missed one thing.
Yes, sir.
You were absolutely correct when you said I should perk up, because those are the things that I like to hear. But also, if we should be funding those entities at all.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that's the exact thing. And I'll just say it, put a finer point on, then we'll move on so we can have attorney-client and maybe some lunch. We've piecemealed a lot of things together, and there's nothing wrong with doing that because there's always a fire to be put out. I think we have to take holistic approaches and review about how we are doing certain things in the city, in the region, and you have to start with looking back at how we've been doing and what worked and what didn't. And so I think this council, along with the administration, because I've appreciated the partnership that they've wanted to have, is responsible for doing that. So I'll be quiet. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Last thing, I'm going to be sending a memo to all of you about budget season with the budget schedule, and we're going to try and get it out in the next couple of days. I want the administration to have an opportunity to look at it first so that they can make sure directors are in town. But we're going to tighten up and try and get the budget schedule for hearings set in the next, probably by Monday of next week, end of day Monday of next week. But again, there's a lot of coordination with bodies that has to happen. Also with your schedules. If something on that schedule doesn't work for you, when you see it, please email us so we can be aware of that. And we will try and accommodate every single person as best we can along with the public, but be looking out for that. And Chief Adams, you and your team as well. Let's get it on.
We'll be ready.
All right. With no other business before the Budget Committee, we are adjourned.
We don't allow people to speak. Afternoon, everybody. We're gonna call the Transportation Committee to order. Call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Ford.
Present. We have two items. Item number one, we're gonna do downstairs, and we're gonna go to item number two, and that's the presentation from Start Company for the Ford Urbanite Mobility Entrepreneurship Challenge. All council districts requested by Councilman Canali. Councilman Canali, I'm gonna turn it over to you right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I had a phone conversation with Andre, and Andre and I have done some community things together in the past. And when he pitched this idea to me, I thought it was very interesting and could be very meaningful for our community. So I wanted each one of you to hear from him about what he has planned. So with that, Mr. Folks, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Chairman Ford, for hearing me out. And also, hello to all the other members of the council today. My name is Andre Folks with Startco, 605 Rienzi, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Bear with me while we get this. Okay. Today I'm here to talk to you about how we believe Memphis could looking at more small business and entrepreneurs to support some of our transit gaps that sit in our community that are out there. It's called the Ford Urbanite Mobility Entrepreneurship Challenge. It was brought to us based on the work that's happening with Blue Oval City out here in Western Tennessee. We were able to make inroads with Ford Motor Company and their Urbanite team, which is a mobility team that focuses on trying to solve transportation challenges through small business and entrepreneurship. We are the 10th city to be selected. They've been in other cities such as Detroit, Indianapolis, Mexico City, Austin, Texas, and many others. For those who don't know, we're a venture development group based here in Memphis, Tennessee. We've worked with startups, small businesses, Black businesses, and we do a lot of innovation-driven economic development here in the Memphis community. This challenge was started based on a research phase called an explore phase here, where we got out and we engaged many residents through focus groups, one-on-one interviews, to really get a better understanding of how they look at their transit journey or their transit challenges here. This is some of the use cases that we saw in some of the poor connected communities that are out there where they're really struggling. There are many folks who are single parent households, have multiple kids, poverty stricken, and many of them don't have a car or maybe only have one car to serve up to 5 or 6 different individuals. Lost wages and unemployment as a result of not having adequate transportation, and there's an overall lack of dignity in their overall experience. I think many of us have heard about our transit environment here, and this isn't coming at it from looking at the infrastructure in terms of our bus system and fixed route system. There's a lot of work already happening on that front. This is really looking at working from the bottom up. There are still transit gaps that exist out there within our community, and what can we be doing to try to solve them? I think we all understand that Memphis is a sprawled community, and our population is low, which sets up many transit deserts that are out there. What we're suggesting today is to look at how we can use small sums of money to work from the bottom up to match some of the things happening through our transit system. There's a lot of infrastructure investments that are being made across our city that speak to transportation and mobility. You've heard of many of these that range from fiber investments, Blue Oval, the climate agenda through FedEx, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and many others. What we're looking at is adding another layer of innovation on top of this and try to self-solve some of these transit problems. So what are we talking about? On top of the research phase that we just completed in March, we now have moved into a request for proposal phase. This effort is already underway where we're looking to find hundreds of applications to help solve some of these transit challenges that exist out there.
The application stays open until May. We've already heard from about 50 or 60 small businesses that are representative of our community who have ideas of how they think they can solve different transit needs in their particular neighborhoods. In August, we will pick 2 to 3 winners of paid pilots into this community. And to better understand, what that means, there are a sum of money that has been contributed to this because a group of partners, approximately 14, have come together to help fund this effort. In the Explore report that we're happy to share with you, there are some opportunity areas that we uncovered. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time getting to all the detail here, but what we noticed was personal safety is a top priority. I don't think that's any news to any of us. Public transit is not the top choice, but still critical for some. And as we know, residents are crossing town for jobs, food, education, and healthcare. What we did notice is that there's strong family networks that are out there working together to try to solve some of these problems. Specifically, what we're looking for solutions in is how to solve a safety issue from the front door to their first means of transportation. And then how do we look at pedestrian safety and public safety throughout the entire mobility journey? This is what we heard from our residents as a big concern for them. At the same time, there's a heavy reliance on the vehicle here in this community. And I think we all understand that, but what's happening is there's such a reliance on it, many of them are not taking advantage of other resources that are available to them. The other thing is they're underestimating the total cost of car ownership and their mobility journey. And so they're biting off more than they can chew. So we want to try to look for solutions that solve some of these different problems. Overall, originally there's $350,000 that has already been committed to this particular effort. We're underway with year one. What I'm talking with you today is about being able to extend this into 24, 25. What we're doing is leveraging the Ford brand to rally more resources to support this type of effort. We've been able to talk to a couple of foundations and even outside private investment who are looking for solutions to invest in these particular areas. But the idea is to create a funnel of entrepreneurs, provide business and technical assistance, and funnel it down to about 3 paid pilots that we'll do each year. Just to give you some examples of other cities and things that we have seen. We even had in Detroit an $85,000 award went to a young team of high schoolers who actually built a small mobility hub because they were really concerned about one of their bus stops not being sheltered, people not being in safe conditions. So they took that money to actually improve that bus stop and make it more of a mobility hub with information kiosks and things of that nature. We've also seen other applications to help people with cognitive disabilities better solve their journey across their transit system in other communities. We've even seen technology be applied to buses in terms of predictive maintenance to help them save and be more efficient. The overall value proposition that we're talking with you today is, hey, let's make sure that we leverage this entrepreneurial talent to help us solve some of these problems in our transportation system. But we also want to make sure that we're keeping the door open to residents. It all comes down to what their needs are. This is providing great support to the SMWBE community. It also brings national branding and positive attention to the community, and we want to leverage that to hopefully raise more resources. From an equity perspective, this is an effort that has been built by residents and informed by residents. This is just a list of some of the partners who are working on this particular effort to support. Some have contributed dollars, but most importantly, they are looking for solutions to help us scale into the community. And so the idea is to surround these entrepreneurs or small business ideas with the right resources to hopefully sustain these after the funding runs out. Overall, it's a $1 million 2-year budget. Events and programs, partner engagement, there's a lot of research and discovery, there's direct assistance to the businesses, and there's grants for the select pilot winners over the next 2 years, and overall planning and administration. What we're seeking, we had secured $650,000, and what we're seeking from both the City Council and also the County Commission, to be fully transparent, is $175,000 to support this particular effort. This will carry it forward into the next year, And it would also shine a light because there are a lot of federal resources that are coming on board. If you have not been aware, there's about $1.7 trillion in federal resources dedicated to infrastructure, mobility, energy, and transportation improvements. We're hoping by unifying under efforts like this will make us more attractive to that investment. And just in closing here, as I mentioned, we're already underway. The first research report has already been published by Ford Motor Company. We're in the proposed phase right now, and we'll be announcing winners in August for the first set of pilots that are out there. We had a $300,000 commitment from a New Orleans-based venture capital firm who's seeking to support some high-growth companies here in the Memphis region. Overall, the outcomes that we seek for the next 2 years is 300 applicants will receive, 100 of them will receive individual assistance, and we deploy 6 pilots. We hope that you'll hear more information about this and join us as we're looking to solve from the bottom up how we look at transportation and solving some of the transit gaps here in the Memphis community. I'd love to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I've heard of you all, and so this was really good to have the information in the context. So with the application process, what are the basic requirements? How are the applications processed or scored? How do you all come about the selection of the winners?
Sure. Yeah, we've been leveraging a process because Ford has done this in several communities already. And there's a online system called F-Success that we actually use. And it has a series of questions that ask the actual applicant to detail what problem they're solving, how it has a community benefit, and outlines the pilot they wish to hopefully launch in this community. There is a scoring system on the back end of that. And we have a steering committee of those 14 partners that I mentioned who are brought into the selection process for those particular applicants that we're looking at. In terms of eligibility, in past challenges, we've seen small businesses apply for this, but also individuals can apply for this. We've seen teams of youth apply for it as well. The only requirement is if you are below the age of 18, then you have to clear through a nonprofit or find an entity, and we have several who are interested in supporting in that way.
Okay, thank you for that. And I was going to ask if it could be a nonprofit. So if you shared where you could go for the information to apply, where is it at that website right there, that web address?
I think it was on another one, but it's memphismobilitychallenge.com.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Logan, then we got Councilwoman Washington.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Basically, what this program is kind of aggregating ideas and awarding funding to those ideas that are selected, and the ideas are how we can do transportation better.
Correct. And just to give you a couple examples, because we're getting inbound inquiries from lots of folks who have really liked this. Got a call from a small business. They have a small factory, a popcorn factory here in the area, and they have a workforce program that's tied to it. And one of their issues is getting from the shelter where they're rehabilitating domestic violence victims to the actual place of work. And so they have an idea of using unused church vans to maybe facilitate that and set up some routes that can maybe facilitate that with other businesses who have a similar need. So that's just one idea of an existing business who is applying to this particular effort, and we're getting dozens of those coming in.
Okay, what percentage of the funds that come in actually go to those with the ideas?
So the grant allotment is right now $200,000 is allotted in grants, non-dilutive grants. You can apply for up to $150,000, but typically what we've seen is $50,000, $100,000, or $75,000. You try to do a couple of them in a year versus putting everything in one basket. And the goal is to do this 2 years in a row.
Thank you.
I guess that answered my question as well. I was trying to see we're paying them the money to throw out ideas, for people to have an opportunity to pitch ideas for transportation. And then you are giving those companies or those individuals what funding to invest in those ideas?
Not invest, these are grants. So it's direct cash injection to actually launch the pilots that they want into the community.
Okay. And you all have done that in several cities.
Ford has done that in several cities. So they brought this program to Memphis to help us look at some of these challenges here. So this is the first time this program is up and running here in Memphis.
So a creative way to try to address some of our transportation issues? Is that what we're doing?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Folks, if you would email that to my analyst, Kimberly, and she can distribute that to all of the council members, especially those that did not see your presentation. Colleagues, since this is a financial ask, it will have to come back in resolution format. I'll have to identify a funding source. So if anybody else has any questions, I yield the floor to you, Mr. Chairman.
Look, we appreciate you for coming. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
And if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Welcome to the April 9th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Sutton.
Cooper Sutton.
Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Present. Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes quorum. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda today in interest of making up some lost time. Without objection, I'd like to move items 1, 3, 5, and 6 downstairs without presentation and without recommendation. I'd like to hear items 2 and 4 in committee. Any objection? Thank you. Item number 2, discussion on the Division of Planning and Development's proposal to amend the Unified Development Code in the Glenview Area District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, the floor is yours. Director Zena, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've had some inquiries about the changing with the wording of the Glenview District being not included, or their plan not being included. And we just wanted, for the public's sake, for you to come and offer some clarity.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman. John Zena, Planning and Development. What Councilwoman Swearengin Washington is referring to is one of the items that is included in the Omnibus CTA that has been filed by Planning and Development that will be in front of the Land Use Control Board this coming Thursday. There are a variety of of items that are part of that proposal, but one such proposal has to do with a list of approximately 26 plans that all predated the UDC. To be quite honest, I don't really know how this list came together, who prepared it, why it was, why it included the plans that it did. There were other plans that were done around the same time prior to the UDC that were not on the list. In any event, what this list is essentially a statement that says that that these plans may be considered in decisions related to the development code. Is, you know, in my perspective, it's a rather toothless part of the code, and what it also does is it does not acknowledge in any way community plans that have been done since the UDC. There's not really a mechanism for that. Many of the plans that are on the list have been updated since, but haven't been replaced on the list, and some of them we cannot find. The Glenview plan is one of those. The way that it's listed in the code is the Glenview area plan. We found a rezoning study from the 1990s. I was sent a neighborhood business plan from 2001. You know, but of course, neither of those is the Glenview area plan. And so what our proposal is rather than stick with this static list, to replace it with more of a program and more evergreen language where what we can do is essentially establish a program where neighborhoods can file with planning and development neighborhood plans that that they have put together that are relevant to their neighborhoods, and those can be acknowledged through this process that is set by the proposed code change. And then we would, of course, memorialize that through our website. We would also ask for information, you know, about neighborhood boundaries, things like that, so that we could map all of this on our zoning atlas, all for the purpose of making any applicant aware of operative neighborhood plans in the area where they're building or seeking to develop. And again, doing it in a way that is more evergreen so that this can be an evolving list of plans as areas change, neighborhoods change, plans change. So that's essentially the intent of our proposal. Happy to answer any questions.
So the plan, it doesn't have, it doesn't reduce the amount of home ownership or of like single-family dwelling to replace it with more apartments or anything else. That was a strong concern.
Councilwoman, what we're talking about actually doesn't really have anything to do with the zoning of the area or any area. What it has to do with is essentially how neighborhood plans get recognized through the Unified Development Code. As I said, right now, it's really just a static list of 20-something plans. And so what we'd like to replace it with is something that's a little bit more dynamic, where plans can be updated and then acknowledged by the language that's in the code in a much more flexible way. But, you know, the zoning for the areas, that wouldn't be affected at all. That's a completely different process.
Okay. All right.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this information. Would this also help with, what's the word I'm looking for? Some communities have plans in place or codes in place or things in place that protect the integrity of the community from things, people coming in or businesses coming in that maybe change the integrity or the look or the feel of the community. Would this help with that in terms of maintaining a neighborhood, maintaining the feel of the community, rather?
Especially
and
those
if so, yes, historic or just family oriented from becoming maybe an entertainment district or that type of thing. Like some neighborhoods have, or communities rather, have language that keeps it from being run down over a period of time, basically, for lack of a better word.
Or like a subdivision with covenants. Like a
Sorta, kinda, yes. Is that kind of what you're, well, will this allow, not what you're getting at, but will this allow for that? And if so, who's speaking to it?
So, Councilwoman, all that this does is change the way that community plans become acknowledged through the Unified Development Code. Okay. And as I said, right now, what's in there is a rather toothless section that reference of some outdated plans. And what we'd prefer to replace it with would be language where we can create a program in which communities can essentially register their plan with our office. If we're not the office responsible for producing the plan, in many cases we are. The other thing too that the proposed language would do, which in fact is a little bit, goes beyond where we are today, is when a plan gets adopted as a part of the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, because that general plan has been adopted by ordinance of the council, based on state law, land use decisions must be made consistent with the general plan. And so if a community plan gets adopted essentially as a part of the general plan, then there is a protection of state statute consistency. So this really gives an opportunity to elevate some of those planning recommendations in that sense. So what you're getting at is probably a little bit more in the nitty-gritty of regulations, zoning regulations, or maybe overlay regulations, and that goes beyond what we're talking about here. But we are, I guess I should say, we are gearing up for our 5-year plan update for Memphis 3.0, and so beginning this summer, that'll be a great opportunity to get into those conversations with neighborhoods across Memphis about not only goals for the future of the neighborhood, but how those goals are realistically achieved through the regulatory structure that we have.
And the reason why I asked, thank you for that, it kind of clears a little bit. I'm not trying to be granular, I'm just trying to understand. And
sure.
So I know I was involved with, before becoming on council, I was involved in the community plan in my district. And it was like a 2-year project, and a lot of people were involved, and we did tours on buses, and a lot of time and energy and insight and community gathering went into that plan. But from that time to this time, I don't necessarily see where the community part, I see where the land use part was made formal and is in writing, but the community wish for, the wishes from the community, the insight or desire to see the community look and feel and be used a certain way, I didn't see that part put into the plan. So I was told that was the land use part. So I'm assuming that you're coming back now, introducing an opportunity to put in the other part, the community plan. And is that what I hear you saying?
Yes,
okay.
in a sense. So, for example, the small area plan that we worked on a couple of years ago, it's not a part of this list because, as I said, it's a static list of plans that predate the UDC. So the language that we're proposing to replace that with would create an avenue for that plan to be essentially acknowledged in the UDC by reference.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
All right, I think a minute there, I was like, I'm kind of confused as well. So you're going to create basically an avenue, a route that has a few litmus test items to it that acknowledges based on these factors and through these this route, these steps that a group of individuals or an individual can submit an area plan or a guiding document or even maybe a guiding document with some regulatory recommendations, and you want a way to, I'm going to use codify, but not in the legal sense, but basically codify that the city is acknowledging receipt of the plan. The plan is then cataloged and recorded to where you don't lose them. And ultimately, from that plan, DPD can then make recommendations to the body from those plans. And I think I have to remind myself that there's two buckets. There's the UDC itself, which is regulatory, relatively black and white. And then there's the 3.0 plan, which is more about the community's aspirations and guiding documents, which is a living, breathing thing, to your point, that we're going to update. Does that summarize what you're generally saying?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I think I get it now. Has it already been 5 blissful years to redo 3.0?
It has already been 5 blissful years.
So since you're here, and
4.5.
4.5-ish. So really quickly, when do you plan to start that process, and how long do you see that process taking? And we can, I'm sure, have you come back and go through more of the details of when and how community meetings. But
and we will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're anticipating to begin in June, and we expect that our community process will take 14 months. Because we are going through each area of the city, just like we did originally, sort of planning district by planning district, and holding a series of meetings in each area. Some areas will be addressed early, some areas will be later in the process, but our plan was to come brief the council in May on the overall program, intent, schedule, timing, et cetera.
Perfect. I actually have one more comment just back to the community plans, because Rhonda made mention of something. I'm going to place the burden on your division when you are thinking through how to receive these plans. Only because, to her point, for certain members of the community, they will pour their heart and souls into these plans. And I think you guys have to try and come up with the best way possible to communicate a level of expectation about how that's going to go, both for the administration, the city as a whole, and the member that represents that district, about what is really being submitted. And I'll say it from both ways. I can understand how people can get very upset thinking that they have submitted some official document with the amount of hours and time and energy, and they feel like the city's just kind of taking it and then nothing happens to it. Conversely, I remember when we were going through 3.0 that many members of the community felt like their neighborhood was, quote, left out because it wasn't specifically addressed in 3.0. And I know that we can't take every intersection and create necessarily a plan for it, but I think just being more aware of that as we're going through this process, because the fallout from, hey, we put a group together through the Raleigh CDC and we spent, $50,000 in 3 years, and we gave you this plan, and now we don't see it anywhere. And we want, I just think try and keep that front of mind as you guys are thinking through that process, and that a very clear set of expectations occurs. I think that would be beneficial to everyone involved in this process.
I agree with you 100%, and that's something that we have learned through the process of going through the comprehensive plan the first time, that we've learned going through the process of implementing the comprehensive plan, going through the process of continuing to communicate about it with residents. All of this was a learning journey for us. We didn't have a comprehensive plan for 35 years, 40 years. So when I come back and we do our overview of the 5-year plan update, I'll bring in that presentation the detail that we plan to share in terms of the expectations that we plan to communicate to residents about what we are seeking to accomplish as a part of the update, what is included, what's not included. And then, at that time, I can also bring in a little bit more about this recognition program, the way we're thinking about standing that up. And not only what we are thinking about in terms of communication with a neighborhood who submitted a plan, but also assistance that we may be giving. So someone submits a plan to us for their community. It may be lacking some key elements, what assistance we can give as an office to make sure that they have, some very basic critical elements as a part of that plan, so that it's the land use framework or the demographic data, whatever the case may be, accurately reflects what is needed to ensure that that plan is operable for not just us, the city, but also for the neighborhood as well. Because a lot of times, recommendations, strategies that get written into neighborhood plans are not for us, the city, to do, but for neighborhoods to do themselves. And so, there's assistance that we can provide to make sure that neighborhoods understand how that gets done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Logan. You have 30 seconds.
When you say neighborhood, that's another thing too. Are we going to stick with the districts that were identified? There were 14 districts identified during Memphis 3.0, and to make it consistent, are we going to use those? You were saying neighborhoods,
Yes.
but you mean more so districts or communities? Not the council district, but the 3.0 districts.
The planning districts,
Yeah.
we will stay with those through the process of the 5-year plan update. In terms of this neighborhood plan program, we're looking to be much more broad with that. Neighborhoods define their boundaries obviously differently than what our planning districts may be. And so not only is it an opportunity to work with neighborhoods to recognize their plans, but also an opportunity to be able to understand from neighborhoods their boundaries and begin to put together a sort of community-wide map of neighborhood boundaries, which is, I've been in planning for 12 years, in the planning division for 12 years. Is something that people have always talked about needing, and so this is a way to begin starting to piece that together too, I think.
Okay, so you're going to have all the neighborhoods put theirs together and then pull them all together for one planning district thing. And we don't have to get into weeks. I can meet offline. I know we're pushed for time, so I'll get with you on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Zena.
Yes.
Colleagues, we're going to move on to item 4, SUP 23-28, 2491 Joy Lane. Request for a conversion of an existing abandoned social services facility, a transitional home, into 80 studio apartments. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren, DPD. Mr. Jones, would you come forward, please? Floor is yours. First, DPD, then I'll let you say anything before we open the floor to any questions. You can have a seat right over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Ms. Ostanian will pull up the staff report and presentation and give a brief presentation for you guys.
We're doing number 4, right? Yeah. Hey, Brett, how's your day going? Good one. All right. Thank you. Did you watch the eclipse? I did. All right. This is very exciting. Very exciting.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. The case number is SUP 2023-028. The applicant is Esmeralda Apartments, Council Districts 4 and Super District 8. The request is a conversion of an existing abandoned social service facility into 80 studio apartments. So here we can see oh, it's not switching.
It takes a quick minute.
Okay. It's not done. Okay. You can see the location map and also the vicinity map, zoning map and land use map. I'm trying to pass it pretty quick. So here is a few pictures of the site and the site from the above. You can see the site plan here and also the proposed elevation. And here is a unit view that you can see that the applicant is proposing. Memphis 3.0 proposed that this is a consistent use for the future land use plan. And so in the conclusion, the reuse of this existing building for apartment is consistent with prior uses for this site. And the DPD staff planner is approving this with 2 conditions. And here are the conditions. A total of 80 studio apartments are permitted in the existing building, and a final site plan shall be provided that demonstrates site plan compliance, including but not limited to landscaping, screening, parking compliance with building setback and height requirements, lighting, and any other development standards that are applicable according to Article 4 of the UDC. That concludes my staff report and presentation. Would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Jones. If you'd give us your name and address for the record, and if you'd like to say anything before we go to questions.
Press the push button.
There we go. Okay. S. Berry Jones with S. Berry Jones Architects, 1500 Union Avenue. Yeah, we worked on this project. The client is actually out of Cleveland, Ohio, very large real estate REIT type company that takes older abandoned projects and converts them. I think they have 2 or 3 other projects in Memphis already, large apartment buildings serving mostly the affordable housing market, I guess you'd say. These units are going to be somewhat unique in that they're actually all studios, and so it's going to serve a very needed function, and really, I think, in this area of the city where you have many single older, especially elderly, maybe young professionals as well, that just need a small place, and there'll be some common areas. There's enough land around there that we hope to have some outdoor space and some nice outdoor sitting areas and those kind of things. So no food service or anything like this. It's not assisted living facility. It's an apartment building. It was built as an assisted living facility in the beginning. It is now, but we're adding restrooms and cleaning it up. It's been abandoned for 10 years, so there's a lot of work. It's also been vandalized badly, so it's really an eyesore, and we think that the neighborhood's going to be very much improved by it. Many of the neighbors, when we had our neighborhood meeting, were very much in favor. In fact, a couple of them said, "Hey, I may move there." So we're happy that we've gotten to make this presentation, and hope that everybody will agree with us that it's a good project, and hopefully can get it move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay,
Councilman
sure.
Carlisle, followed by Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, sir. So it's a REIT. Are these going to be market rate apartments?
Yes.
So you don't plan to seek any incentives or approvals other than zoning?
No.
Okay. Man, that is curious. The REIT, are they a long-term hold REIT?
Well, REIT may be a misnomer. They're investment group, and
they're a real estate investment.
There's no, it's not a. I don't think it's public. It's not publicly traded. No,
Okay.
it's not. So I shouldn't have named it.
So they're a Cleveland-based real estate investment development firm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they typically, their modus operandi seems to be that they take older, abandoned, or badly neglected properties and fix them up and manage. I think they do a good job managing. So
yeah, that's funny. That's going to be my next question. These are going to be monthly rentals?
Yes.
Okay. And then
no, I'm sorry. No, I think it'll be longer term than that, Chase.
Okay.
Probably be 6 months, I would say.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
That's my hope. Because here's the deal. I mean, on the face, and I don't know the group, you're always excited when you've got everything you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to rehab, invest in. I'm really curious, actually, down road to see the math on it. Because I'm surprised that they see a return in this environment. Like, they're borrowing a rate in a building they had, that's abandoned. They're going to gut it, strip it, reinvest it, and all that stuff. What I want to ensure is, and when you call market rate, you're basically saying it's workforce housing roughly given its proximity to the airport and industrial uses, which is great.
Right.
So that's why, I mean, on the math, what I'm more concerned about today, and not to stop the project necessarily, but it's ensuring that the quality of product meets a price point, one, that's affordable for the neighborhood, and two, that, you know, in 5 to 10 and 15 years is not what some of the product is around it today.
Right.
And that, you know, it's not necessarily something that I can control,
Right.
but it's something that when you look at these projects, and we've approved, you know, when somebody goes and they're like, I'm going to build a type 5A wood structure, like, great, that's not going to be worth anything in 15 years. So, you know, I think for me, you know, I'll defer to the representative of the neighborhood, but, you know, as you guys work together, I can't control the quality, you know, whether it's luxury vinyl tile, plank, countertops, all that stuff. But what will be important for this neighborhood is that the landscaping plan, the security plan, and the lighting plan are solid.
Right.
And that has to be, those things have to be thought through. But other than that, I mean, I'm excited on the face of it. I'm excited to see a converting building that's going to help this neighborhood with a new product type with some options. I think is exciting. So, and I hope they get a return, because I hope there's plenty of product type out here in Memphis that could utilize that kind of facelift. So.
Well, I agree with you. As long as I can control my client, we'll be in good shape.
Or
That's not always possible.
Yeah, or the debt markets move. But
right.
I hear you. I'll yield the floor. I mean, I may have some more questions when we get downstairs. But you know, ultimately, I hope they make the right investments. I really do, because there's a big opportunity here. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Green and Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. As I was doing my research and studying this and looking at this, that was one of the concerns Councilman Kyler has already discussed. When I look at this, in the nature of the development, I read that on page, well, it doesn't say what page it is, but it talks about the nature of the development, the location. What scares me, these are out-of-town investors again, and we know the issues that we have with out-of-town investors. And when I looked at the picture, the front of it, I mean, the land is good, but it looks like a prison. I mean, I'm just kind of concerned when you said affordable housing. So what is that? When you say affordable housing, what does that look like?
Well, again, maybe that was maybe another misnomer. I want affordable, meaning that the price point is achievable for minimum wage type worker. So it's as Chase, Mr. Carlisle said, I would call it more workforce housing would be a better word than affordable housing. It's not good. I mean, these units are going to be $700-800 a month. So I mean, they're not. Somebody's going to have to be doing fairly well to be able to live there.
And we're looking 10, 15 years down the road, you know, what happens? You know, we don't want what we are normally been seeing through the years of things that have happened to our city when people come in and investors and buy up the property, then they do this and then they just go away and they leave us and leave our constituents in the city and the people of Memphis just in limbo. And I think you said there was three projects. This is the third one that you own?
I know of one other. I'm not sure that there's there's been some reference to another one that I've not visited.
What does the resume look like for this company, for this investment company? Have they got other places? Have you?
Yeah, well, they're nationwide. I know that.
How have they handled that? Have you heard any? I mean, I would like to know that. How have they managed what it looks like and how they've handled that?
Yeah, I mean, they've done they've been good to work with. I mean, they've been very responsive.
I'm sure.
It's a big company, you know, and I mean, they've been very responsive to our office, you know, when we've asked for, you know, information or whatever. So, I mean, they seem to be well managed, yes.
And when are they planning on starting on this? Do they have?
Well, we've already started the drawings, and we're hopeful that, you know, this SUP will be approved. And if it is, I would say we'd start. There's already been a lot of work to clean the building up. I mean, it was terribly vandalized, and there was literally the last occupants, and I don't know how many years ago, 8, 10 years ago, literally just walked out the door, left furniture, left beds, left chairs, everything you could imaginable is still in there. I believe it was housing for wayward teens, and it was just terrible. And the vandalism, the broken windows, they literally tore out walls, and every inch of copper wiring was removed. And it was it still is a huge project. It's ongoing now to get the debris out of the building, and they've done 90% of that. And the whole facade. And I apologize about the, it's a little boring looking, I guess you'd say, from the outside, but that's an elevation, and the building was originally designed by Bill Bond, who was an architect for Cummins Wilson for a number of years, and he, if anybody ever around here knew Cummins Wilson, that he never spent a dollar he didn't have to spend. So I'm sure it was built, but it's an important place concrete building. So it's not wood. It's going to be there. It has longevity. We as architects, we will do everything we possibly can to make sure it's a quality product. Again, I can't control my client 15 years from now, but hopefully, it's better. I can say one thing: it's going to be a whole lot better once we get away from there than it is now. And one time it was slated for demolition by the Blight court, and that's when they brought me in, because there was some, everybody was aggravated that the building was not being maintained, and it was an eyesore, and Lord knows what was going on in there, and we got involved, my firm, and we came in and helped the company make some movement that allowed them to take it off the Blight slate. So we've made that move. Now, tearing this building down is a $600,000 project, probably. It's a big building, and it's poured in place concrete. So I don't think the city wants to take that expense. Now, obviously, you can go after the owner at that point, for that money, but we all know how well that works. So I hope that I don't hope that what we're doing, I believe that what we're doing is going to be a much better improvement for the neighborhood than what it is now, and gives some people an opportunity for a place to live that's nice and at least entry-level type housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilwoman Green, followed by Easter Thomas Warren, and Swearingen Washington is going to bring us home.
I will echo some of the concerns and some of the excitement of my fellow council members. We certainly love to see blighted properties turned into something useful. Out of state owners is often concerning. I hope that there is a plan for local management and local security, because I think that makes a big difference, especially to the tenants and those surrounding the building. We have talked a little bit about the affordability of the rent, and I think what nobody is saying, but what we're alluding to, is gentrification. We don't want to see one nice, and I think everybody went, ooh, when they saw the pictures, one nice apartment building move in, and then that have a ripple effect and price people out of the neighborhoods they've lived in for a long time. So do you have a range on these studio apartments of the rent you plan to set?
Well, of course, it's not I'm only the architect.
I understand.
But I've heard the number 700 to 800, a month.
And do you know if that's comparable to rents in the neighborhood?
I do not. No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Are any of these units going to be used for Airbnbs?
I don't believe that that's the plan, no, ma'am.
What Director Zane, do you know, like, what's the threshold for however many units are rented out for it to be determined to be a hotel motel versus an apartment?
Well, it's
Or is that a
the apartment,
thing?
the rent,
You sat down so slow.
the
I just asked
the mo-
because
the-
if we're
I'm
talking
sorry,
about
I lost my train of
workforce
thought there for a second.
housing.
The term rental term is won't be any less than 6 months. So that, I mean, that's my understanding. Now I can't, again, my client may disagree.
I mean, no, I know what you're
Yeah.
saying. I know
Yeah.
what it says, but I'm looking at location and what they look like. So if they're all studios and you're talking about workforce housing,
Right.
and you're talking about this certain amount a month, and if you don't get the however many percentage rented out with the $700 to $800 a month from those
Right.
people, what are you gonna do with the rest of them? And so with that being so close to the airport, immediately my mind said Airbnb. So
Right.
that's why I asked, and then I thought about that because if an apartment, it's a lot of apartments downtown that have Airbnbs, but do we have something that says at what point does it switch over from, okay, now you got more than 30%, you're gonna be considered hotel motel and be subject to those taxes?
sure.
I know they went somewhere else, but it's still a question that I wanna know because if you got 80 of the same things, that's immediately what my mind went to.
John Zena, Planning and Development. Councilwoman, I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, but I don't think that the short-term rental ordinance puts any sort of percentage on multi-unit buildings. I think what the ordinance says is that essentially a unit, whether it's a single-family home or whether it's part of a multiplex building, that is rented for periods for 30 days or less at a time is considered a short-term rental property under the ordinance.
But not the,
And may I also just add, if this is where you're going next, because this is a special use permit and you can add conditions to it.
that was gonna be my next
If you
question.
wanted to add a condition related to
Short-term rental.
not allowing short-term rentals or only allowing a certain percentage to be used for short-term rentals, that would be a valid condition.
Brett,
Yes, Councilwoman?
can we add that condition for, I would say no short-term rental?
Yes.
Anybody got any objection or any comments on that, colleague? Okay. All right. Well, to add that in, and Director Zane, I want to talk about that percentage.
We can add that to a resolution and then have that ready and then be as amended downstairs, or if there are any other amendments.
Yes. Is that all, Councilwoman? Okay. Councilwoman Walker, Warren, Swearinger, Washington, please limit your comments as short as possible. Chairman Smiley and I would desperately like to start executive and the main meeting on time. So if you would so oblige.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
All right, here I go. What is the square footage, total square footage of the building?
34,029.
And how many units are you proposing?
Somewhere between 78 and 80.
And what's the square footage of each unit? And are they all the same size?
They are all the same size, and they run about 400 to 500 square feet apiece.
You mentioned about it used to be this other type of facility. Do you know what the name of it was? Or Councilwoman?
It was Damascus Road was the last use, and that was my understanding and just my little bit of research I did on it. It looked like it was a home for wayward teen boys.
Okay.
And it was full-time living facility. They actually had a cafeteria, and I mean it was full dining and full. Yes.
Okay. Was there a slide that showed the parking? What is the parking for this?
The aerial photo would probably be the best.
Is there a parking lot? Or is it street parking and a parking lot?
No.
Is the parking adequate to the expected occupancy?
Well, that would be definitely something that would be addressed during code review. And Brett may be able to better answer that.
Yes, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We would review that with the site plan that's submitted and for adequate parking that meets the zoning code. So that would be required.
And what is the adequate parking per the zoning code?
It would be, I believe, 1 space per, 1.5 spaces per unit, I believe, but we would have to, we could go back and look at that specifically.
You can send it to me.
Okay.
Okay.
I can get that answer for you.
And finally, good luck with this. There is definitely a pattern in people coming in wanting to, you know, make something better, and then something goes awry and they leave. And so there's this cycle. There's this cycle here. And so that is a concern, one of my concerns, and a concern that has already been expressed by some of my colleagues. But I hope that this will not be the case, and best wishes to you in this project.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren?
At one point, was this a nursing home 20, 30 years ago?
Yes, originally it was.
Okay, yeah, I was medical director there for a number of years back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, looking at that building, it needed help then.
Yeah.
Okay, there is adequate parking there for a number of people. It sounds like this is a good project, particularly if you can fix it up. It was a hard nursing facility to run because it was so big.
Yes.
And the bigger you make those, sometimes the harder they are to actually function well. And it had a tough time. But I think this would be a good thing for the neighborhood. You're talking about bringing 80 paying people into that neighborhood. I think this is right around the corner from where young Dolph got shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, we need some good karma in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
All right, so I think this is a good idea. I like the suggestions Councilwoman Easter Thomas made. The question is, do you want to completely limit Airbnbs there, or do you want to put a percentage of the stuff? Because it does seem to me like it might be a good place for someone, they wanted to lease an Airbnb to be able to do that close to the airport. So if I was thinking about where I would want an Airbnb, it might be close to the airport as opposed to in the middle of other neighborhoods.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen from Washington.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm excited about that project because that community needs a nice apartment complex and for it to be affordable. Brett, I would like for us to put in some maybe amendment to modify the aesthetics, some landscaping, and maybe have a two-tone. It doesn't have to have just the gray, but some modification with the painting and make it more attractive.
Sure.
But we're very excited about the project.
Appreciate that.
All those in favor of sending item number 4 downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Also an aye, any nays. That item passes. Anything else for 4P&Z? We're adjourned.
All right, it is 3:14. I call this executive session of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, oh, thank you so much. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White. And Chairman Smiley.
I'm here, President accounted for. We have two items on the agenda. Item number one, the Urban Arts Commission Public Oversight Committee, the appointment of Takesha Johnson. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Chairman, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Miss Takesha Johnson. Now, I would hope the members have the hard-hitting questions for Miss Takesha Johnson readily available, but I will go to her member first.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing but positive things to say.
Cut a mic.
Ms. Johnson is a consummate professional. She is incredibly helpful with me to our constituents. One of the boards that I serve on is the Urban Arts Committee. This committee that she is seeking appointment to is related to that. She's already been working with that committee and taking notes and reporting back to me. She, of course, is a Spelman College graduate and a lawyer as well. She graduated from the University of Memphis Law School in 2022. I am lucky to have her as my staffer, and the community would be well served by having her on this committee.
Any other council members in the queue? Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know you've been doing some of this work already. What are you looking forward to the most with this appointment?
Thank you. My name is Takesha Johnson, address 125 North Main Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. I'm looking most forward to beautifying the communities here in Memphis. I think that art is so important. And being able to be a part in making sure that we get these beautiful sculptures, art pieces, exhibits in our underrepresented communities, underserved communities is really exciting. So I'm excited to be able to be a part of that, and also hoping to be able to incorporate some youth advocacy in there as well, in bringing youth into these areas where they're able to be exposed to art, because I think their early exposure to good things is important as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure she knows more about the board than some of the members on his body. I'll just say amen. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Chair, will this committee also deal with the murals that are being put up in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we had some challenge with some murals that were put up in District 4, specifically in the area of Lamar and Willette. So I wanted to ensure that whatever artists that we choose, that there's some oversight of what they're gonna put up. I know in one particular area, it looked like some monsters or something. And once it's up there, we're stuck with it. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's satanic. We don't want that in our community.
Yes, ma'am. So from my understanding, the Public Art Oversight Committee has the opportunity to vote on the murals that go into the communities. And then there's also a chance to go back and look at murals that have been put up to decide whether or not those need to be redone, or, just going back to see, are those effective art pieces in those communities? So I would love to talk to you offline to get the exact location so that I can take it back to the committee if appointed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And I was saying it in jest when we were talking about asking her hard-hitting questions. I wasn't being for real, but Councilwoman Logan.
I just wanted to know if we'll be able to go back and look at the ones that weren't finished. Will this committee be able to go back and?
I can assure you that Ms. Johnson is going to advocate on behalf of the people of Memphis. She is astute, she's attentive, and she's well learned. So I just know she's going to do a really good job, and she's going to keep us abreast. Any other questions from this body? Councilwoman Walker, I'm scared now. Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. Is this the same entity that did a contest for some murals for Whitehaven a few years back?
It's a different one, I believe. There's urban art and public art.
Okay, because someone made the comment about having, if you have to go back before something is completed, so because when it was narrowed down to the artist that won, I did support him and the work was beautiful, but there were several pieces that he did, and it was things iconic to the area. But as far as the professions, it was a barber and a beautician, a hairstylist, and I just said, there's more different professions and vocations in this area. So he did go back and make an adjustment, and I think a dentist was added and some other types of careers, and so that's why I was asking that. But the completed project was, I felt he addressed, in the end, he addressed everything that I judged should have been addressed. Thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I don't care. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You did so well. All right, item number 2, Pension Board of Administration appointment of Catania Evans. If I butchered your name, playing Ms. Hyman, and James Mike Rao. Oh. Blaine Canale. Welcome back. It seems a little different to have you playing. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Do we have? All right, we're gonna take them together. Can I get a motion? Okay, motion to approve together is one, and I think it was seconded by Councilman Ford. Name, address for the record, brevity.
Catania Evans, 125 North Main Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, room 568.
And I'm Mike Ryle, 5135 Verosa Avenue, Memphis, 38117. Thank you.
All right, any questions for these young people? Oh, so we execute all the hard questions. Got it. All right, seeing that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hold up. See, staff, she fussed at me, but you can ask. Could you sit there in the mic and ask, and then she can't fuss at me? Chief, could you speak into the mic, please? Yes. And make your request known to the body so I don't get fussed at. All right.
Good afternoon. Fonda Fouché, 125 North Main Street. I am asking for same night minutes on this item. In order for us to hold our pension board meetings, we have not been able to hold the meetings because we have not had a quorum. And now that we have a quorum, we would like to go ahead and start those meetings.
Motion for same night minutes.
Thank you.
Well,
we are.
So there's a request from Chief Fouché for same 9 minutes. There's also a request from Vice Chairman Canale for same 9 minutes for Takesha Johnson. Is everyone okay with it? By acclamation? Yes. All right. Both items will be downstairs tonight with same 9 minutes. Congratulations, you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That brings us to... That brings us to our add-on items, 47 through 58.
Nope, 60.
47 through 60. because they do same night minute items. 40, do I need to read all of them? 47, a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Memphis and its Division of Parks and Shelby County Government through its divisions of community service to utilize a portion of Greenlaw Community Center and provide community service dishes having super district sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. A resolution appropriate $903,000 City of Memphis Division of Police Services CIP Project PD 04029 Radio Maintenance Rehab Project, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Item number 49. Could we keep the noise down? Thank you. Chatter down. Thank you. Item number 49, resolution opposing Tennessee House Bill 1183, Tennessee Senate Bill 0503 to establish vouchers in the state of Tennessee. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Request for 9 minutes. Item 50, resolution in opposition to Tennessee House Bill 2002 and Tennessee Senate Bill 2517, eliminating 2 judicial courts in Shelby County, Tennessee, due to the safety risks and concerns for swift administration of justice. All council districts sponsored by myself and Councilwoman Wright. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 51, Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board, appointment of Steve Sheridan. Request the same 9 minutes. Council members, could we keep the chatter down? Item number 52, a resolution requesting the City of Memphis accept $1,100 to transfer its ownership rights and interest to a parcel located at 956 Kerr Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38106. The Blight Authority of Memphis, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Has requested the same 9 minutes. A resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by transferring the allocation and appropriating $660,000 in GO bonds from traffic signals project number EN 24100 to traffic signal improvements to the intersection of Union Cooper, project number EN 011117 for a construction contract with McCroy Electric District 5 Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Is requested 9 minutes. A resolution to transfer and appropriate funds with the personnel category of solid waste for the milieu cleanup in a total sum of $1,444,448.54. Line item number 051402 / salaries part-time temporary, and line item number 051902 bonus pay. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 55, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $5,400,000 to sewer emergency bypass pump 24, project number SW24203 for the emergency sewer bypass pump, and all council districts sponsored by the administration. Is requested the same 9 minutes. A resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $6,287,285 sewer emergency repairs, project number SW23202 for emergency sewer line repairs. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Requested the same 9 minutes. Item number 57, a resolution requesting an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act, projects 1, Memphis Public Safety Initiatives in the amount of $443,205, and 2, Community Service Initiatives in the amount of $117,000. All council is sponsored by the administration. Requested 9 minutes. Item number 58, a resolution requesting a fiscal year 2024 third quarter budget adjustment resolution to adjust expenditures for unanticipated circumstances. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Is requested the same 9 minutes. Item number 59, the appointment of Takesha Johnson to the Urban Art Commission Public Art Oversight Committee. Item number 60, the appointment of Catania Evans and James Raw to the Pension Board of Administrations. With same 9 minutes. The same 9 minutes are 13, 14, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not,